Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. No, I'm in the way of the title. Welcome to the Outer Worlds 2. Released for the first half, give or take. I figured I would do character creation and the intro today, and then play the game full kind of story or whatever you'd say after the prologue on Thursday, and then this gives enough time for me to do character creation, all that good stuff, before switching over to Absolum and chatting with our special guest.
Went with the normal difficulty, huh? That'd be my pick for a first playthrough. Nice to see someone with some sense around here for once.
I am the Moon Man now. But actually, I can't remember which ones. Yeah. I am the Moon Man now. To set this up for these streams, I have some other stuff planned for other ones as well. So I hope this will be fun. Obviously, I won't be up in this portion of the screen for the whole section, but now I'm my own version of the Moon Man. As close as I could get it. Kind of see. I think I'll be okay right here for the moment.
Commander, we've been hit by one of those space anomalies.
Buddy?
And the piloting system is down.
Buddy?
The astrogator's gears are shot!
Get a hold of yourself. You're an Earth Directorate agent.
Affirmative, Commander. What are the orders?
Brace for impact.
Unable to brace for impact.
Is it the end for Commander Zane and Buddy? Tune in next week to find out.
From one side of the galaxy to the next, the Earth Directorate is on your side. Whether against corrupt corporations, tyrannical governments, or corrupt corporations in league with tyrannical governments, the Earth Directorate is here to fight for the rights of all colonists. So remember, if you or your neighbor's government has turned tyrannical or sold themselves out to greedy corporate interests, just commandeer a skip drone and send the Earth Directorate an SOS, and we will respond immediately.
Please allow 6 months to 10 years, depending on your proximity to the nearest Earth Directorate base and any unforeseen encounters.
Okay. So that was the intro. Introducing us to the Earth Directorate, which is a new faction compared to the first game. I have a handful of presets for both body types. Kind of neat feature is the prosthetics. Suitably sci-fi but also kind of that Art Deco style. Let's see, maybe move myself down a little, just sit in the corner like I'm usually known for. So I did do some testing last night, and I was gonna have a prosthetic arm, but whenever I had it as the left arm and I would use the medical station, I would stick my arm in and they would stick me with needles that would connect to nothing because I have this just thin little thing. So I was like, okay, well, I could maybe do this or this arm and that would look less strange. But I still like the look of this arm, but I'm thinking I'll have it be my right arm instead. The only downside is like a lot of other actions use this arm. So maybe I'll just do it anyways. I mean, I could do both, but don't necessarily want to go overly prosthetic. And while this does look nice, I feel like it will go with less gear. So I'll see maybe with doing the right arm, and perhaps it would let me change certain things. As for, well, I started with this head preset. Let me it's over here for now. So I did head 3, no, 2, skin tone 3. Didn't bother adding any scars, although I might. These don't have much choice. Like, you can't choose intensity. It looks like you can choose complexion intensity. Complexion 5. About middle. think I did much with the cosmetics aside from this, if I can find it. Come on, where did it go? There. 9. There's like a version that has a more bluish color, but I thought the green worked well as kind of close to, if not a little off from my birthstone. So I thought that would be cool to just kind of have that as a little bit of myself put into the character. Alright, I believe that's all of that. Let me confirm. Now for the background. I hear most oftentimes people suggest ex-convict, which I could consider. Supposedly it has like some of the best interactions at times, being able to lockpick things using hairpins and other such unconventional means. Otherwise, people say like Professor is pretty decent and Renegade's pretty good. And then Gambler and Lawbringer are kind of okay. They just kind of mostly flavor if you're going to say anything. And then Roustabout is like, you don't really have much to go off of for your character background. So don't expect much to come out of it because it's essentially a blank slate. I still feel like I want to go with Lawbringer. And see how that goes. And then for my perks, or traits rather, I was going to go with Brilliant and Innovative, which requires a negative trait. In order to pick 2 positives, you need 1 negative. And there's only 3 negatives to pick from. So I was going to go with Dumb, which locks out 5 of the 12. But I feel like that's fine because of how the game works, where you're not going to be maxing out most of the skills. Anyways. And supposedly having both of these makes for some fun dialogue interactions. For what I'm locking out is going to be Speech, Sneak, Medical, Melee, and then I was trying to decide either I was gonna go ahead and stick with Observation, even though I know it's kind of one of the weaker skills to pick from, but I like some of the stuff you get out of it, which means I would have to probably drop Leadership, which is a bit unfortunate. I'm gonna be using Engineering, Hack, and Lockpick as my specialized skills, with my combat stuff being a mix of guns, explosives, and science. Potentially I can mix explosive rounds with elemental type stuff, so I'll be able to have explosive and plasma, or I can potentially have explosive and shock, and technically science also includes ice damage. So really the only thing I'll be missing out on is like corrosive and bioweapon benefits. Technically, because science will actually help with all non-physical damage types. So in reality, even though this has some like perks that will help, I'll still get benefits from science. So the painful thing is that I would like Leadership, but I don't really have any other skill that I would prefer. So my main decision is like, do I want to go ahead and just keep leadership? One of the benefits is like getting busybodies, where when I'm out on missions and stuff, the other companions will passively gather items and materials for crafting, which is pretty handy. But I don't necessarily want to go without observation personally, even though I know one of the companions has observation skills, so they can fill in for that. But there's certain things like I won't get other stuff from like looting things, so it's kind of trying to weigh my options there. I'm not necessarily going to go a sniper, so the gun plus observation might not be as handy. But I also will get bonuses to like weak spot damage. Plus, I'll just be able to find secrets, and I feel like that's kind of how my character was supposed to... The idea behind the kind of role play of my character is that he's good with machines, not very good with people or organics, essentially. So that's why he doesn't have medical. You would think, oh, well, wouldn't he be decent with melee? It's like, sure, but that also is like fighting people up close, and I don't necessarily find my character wants to be... If he's going to be up close and personal, it's going to be with a shotgun, not a hand-to-hand weapon. So that's kind of my decision there. Is I feel like he's kind of this socially awkward engineer. He's good with machines and mechanical stuff. He's not good with people. So I felt that was kind of a good way to potentially also not have leadership, even though it has a lot of useful benefits, and it would probably make up for, especially buffs, the companions a lot, and then the busybodies would be extremely beneficial for getting more material so I can craft ammo and that sort of thing. But I feel like I'm going to have to forego this, and like even just the stat bonuses aren't as big of a deal because I'll have gear and stuff that can make up for it. And so I think I will, for this playthrough, do that. For a future run, I was actually looking at potentially doing witty and abrasive, and essentially doing a true neutral, but then having like good people skills, even though I won't be able to raise reputations to positive or negative degrees. It would just always be neutral, but I would be like the ultimate mediator, negotiator type of character or something in that way, where it's like I'll just always be able to hold the middle ground and keep things balanced. And I feel like that'd be a fun idea, because then having both witty and abrasive just means I can't make people upset, but I can't make people really like me. I'll just always remain neutral. And in that regard, I could do a second, well, I mean, I have to take a second one. So I could take Suave, potentially, to kind of make up for the fact that I won't be able to raise reputations. Or otherwise, I would possibly do Heroic and Witty if I was going to be focusing more of like a companion build. Or it's either Witty and Suave or Witty and Heroic. I feel like makes for an interesting kind of result. But for now, my goal is going to be brilliant, innovative, and dumb. Kind of harkening back to like Fallout and other things where they had like the idiot savants, where I'm just like, I'm really good at certain things. I'm not really socially capable. So I think I'll go ahead and just lock out leadership, as painful as that might be. But I would like to see how far I can take things like observation and find as many secrets for my first playthrough. Because I might not have the companion with me that has the observation skills. And if I'm going to have him, I'm probably not going to use that side of his perks, or whatever they call those. So I feel like I'm going to have like Valerie as one of my mainstays, the medic droid. And then I'll have... I'm most likely going to try to get Marisol, but I'm not sure if that will work out. I don't know when she's recruitable, but I found her in concept pretty neat. So then I will start with specialized into engineering, hacking, and lockpicking. I'm essentially any machinery I can work my way around. And then eventually I'll put points into my observation. It is lightly modded. Like I think it's like 5 points per level instead of 2. And then some other stuff to help perks feel a little stronger, and some other just little bits of quality of life thrown in. And so that's going to be what I choose. That way I also start with some decent workarounds for skill checks early on. If there's any hidden things, I won't know about it, but oh well. Yeah. Give me 1 sec, I can go ahead and pull that up. Main thing is... I'm using stuff from... I'll link it into my Discord. I'm not using everything from these two, but these are the ones that I focused on. Just from Kate's and Golden Chrome. So I'm using, I believe currently... Might not be using better skills. Let me quickly check the game files of what I have. So I downloaded things, but I didn't necessarily add everything. So I've got better companions. So it just improves all their abilities and their survivability. I have better skills, a version of that. I have UI map tweaks specifically, actually. So I have less zoomed in minimap, no fog of war for the map. And then I have the 5 points per level from Golden Chrome. So, it does seem like I have some benefits there, though without leadership, it's going to be a little rough to keep companions alive. But I'll try to figure something out, and I mean, that's kind of where I have things like engineering and the like, where I'll be crafting my gear and modifying them heavily and stuff. So instead of natural ability, I guess, or invested ability, I'll have technology to make up for it. I'm trying to think if I want to tweak eyebrows, maybe. Wish I could zoom in more, but yeah, seems too light. That might be okay. Yeah, that does look a little better. Just seeing if there's any other brow styles I might like more, especially not as zoomed in, so I can get a kind of bigger picture. A lot of bushy eyebrows. Oh, I don't know if my eyebrows can help with that situation, Bolty. Does look fine. So then I just need to come up with a name. I thought something that would be kind of fun is since the one promoted character, Captain Flint, Commander Flint, whatever she was called, or not Flint, Zane. She was called Zane, and Zane's one of my favorite Borderlands characters, and he's Zane Flint. I was thinking maybe I'll name my character Flint. So I go, and then I could wear Zane's armor, but then be Flint. And I thought that'd be kind of cute. So, and it kind of works with me going potentially like explosives and that sort of theme as well. I did have a different name set before, but I think Flint sounds good to me. So then that's all the details here. It's nice that they show. I think I might need to lower the. So nope, that just goes back. All right, I think this is good. Sort of, yeah. I think kind of more the idea is that he doesn't deal well with people, but he's good with machines, so he's bringing order via technology. And that he's trying to help solve things with technology. A bit of a Tony Stark, if you would. I do need to decide, do I want the right hand? Just almost every time I was doing the medical thing, It was awkward having it stick into nothing, essentially, and I don't really want to do this arm. This one might be okay, but is not as techy. I guess I could do 2 arms, but if I can redo everything appearance-wise on the respec point, I might do that. So I'll give the test via the intro section. And I know there's like Space Ranger, but I will be missing out on that because I don't have speech or leadership for any of those kind of related abilities, and I'm not planning on doing a heavy speech run this time around. But I will be playing on normal.
Ah, Commander. My favorite agent at striking fear of the law into the purveyors of oppression and corruption while waving our standard high. Unfortunately, this mission is of a more clandestine nature than your usual assignment, but it is of the utmost urgency and importance. Your destination is the source of all skip drive manufacturing, the Arcadian system. However, for reasons that must remain triple top secret classified, this colony is outside our jurisdiction for now. We have recently discovered that the drives are somehow responsible for the dangerous rift anomalies, the tears in the fabric of space itself. And without skip drives, interstellar travel is impossible. No surveillance, no spreading justice, no imposition of righteousness. Hence, no survival for the colonies. Your mission is to rendezvous with DeVries, our forward agent, and assist her in retrieving the information needed to determine exactly how the skip drives cause the rift anomalies. But be advised, if you or any member of your team are captured, you will be on your own. There will be no rescue. We cannot afford for this to turn into an intergalactic incident.
Agent DeVries will be contacting you shortly to coordinate your plan of action. I know you will not fail us. Law be with you and your team, Commander.
I'll just have the text size be normal. It should still be readable. Terminal there.
Commander, hi. Agent Pascal told me to bring you your new model tactical time dilation device. They say these newfangled ones cause no, that ain't right. 10.25% less brain damage than the old ones.
My first dumb response that I could pick. Those damn lab coats, what was wrong with the old ones? I use mine constantly.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, you're just putting one over on the new guy, ain't you? A good agent has need of these. They slow everything down, give you a tactical advantage. They say the way it works is like, well, you know how parts of your brain can become damaged if you're in suspended animation too long? It kind of does the same thing.
They simulate brain damage?
Oh no, they don't simulate it. It's the real McCoy. The lab coat swear it's perfectly safe. Science is amazing, ain't it? Listen to me, rambling on. So, well, anyway, here you go. Look, Commander, truth be told, I asked to deliver it to you. I was just hoping to get a moment to ask you for a pointer or two, you know, on how to be a great agent like yourself. Because, well, you're a legend. And the other agents, well, let's just say they disagree on just how I should go about it.
What are they telling you?
Well, Pascal likes to joke around, but I think she's being sincere when she says it's all about looking out for the people who can't defend themselves. Sandoval says he's got no time for weakness. He says we gotta save people because they're too stupid to save themselves, and that we have righteousness on our side. And Jepson, well, you know him, he don't talk much. So, what do you think?
I mean, this feels like a Judge Dredd type of response, which I wasn't quite going for, but I could. But I'm also not very good with people, so... Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there's some advice worth taking to heart. Anyway, thanks for giving me the time of day. Most superiors wouldn't. Oh, I almost plumb forgot to tell you. It's near time for Agent DeVries to establish contact. She's like you, top tier, one of the Earth Directorate's best. I know you'll like her. Anyway, we ought to be getting down to the main room and open up the channel. No need to wait on my account, Commander. I'll join you in just a tick.
Raspberry. Lone Star. I'll read my own dialogue choices, but I'm gonna kill my voice if I try to read all these logs, but I will read through them, just not aloud. I'll give time for people to pause and read. Known internally as the "You Dead" foe. Yeah, I imagine. What I would love is anytime like it grays it out, it adds it to like your codex would be nice. So if I didn't have brawny or engineering, this would be like the alternate way into my quarters. No, I can't see my legs.
Call should come through at the console.
There'll be time for chat after the meeting.
So, Niall Zabara, Eric Sandoval.
To open the channel to
Valerie.
start the meeting with Agent DeVries, please proceed to the table.
Helen
Let's hear
Pascal,
what this forward agent has to say.
and Wade Jepson.
Forward agent's ready to be patched in over the channel.
Seeing if there's anything else.
Commander, considering the danger and consequence of the mission we're about to undertake, I hope you'll forgive the lack of pleasantries. Arcadia is ruled by a dictatorship that calls itself the Protectorate. They are beyond secretive. However, it is their inability to even imagine that someone could infiltrate their system that has given us an advantage. One I've found a way to exploit spectacularly. As unbelievable as it may sound, once you make your way to my location in the Skip Labs, we will be liberating an unsealed Skip core.
The seals do say remove under penalty of explosive death. I just saw it as swift justice.
They actually are the exact opposite. They're just a cover. That whole story, the one about the explosive seals being necessary to complete the circuit so they'll function, well, it's a lie. The seals are just there to conceal the inner workings of the drive so no one else can duplicate them. Examining an unsealed one will be invaluable in helping our lab coats figure out how they caused the rifts.
She
But you first
also
need to make your way to the station proper from the landing pad.
She also has the face shaping that's very similar to some of the female characters in Avowed, like NPCs that are just kind of abrasive people. So it was real surprised that she's similarly. What kind of resistance can we expect?
Hopefully none. Our mission's timing is fortuitous. Most of the sector security was reassigned to the far side of the station in preparation for the imminent visit of their sovereign's family. They decommissioned several landing pads, including ours, to give them fewer points of entry to guard, giving us fewer chances to be intercepted. You'll just need to reroute power to open the door to the sector once you've landed.
Anything else?
Once you gain access to the sector, you'll need to shut down their communications to keep them from alerting anyone to our presence. Then, you'll need to handle their combat mechs.
What about hacking my way through? Or are they too advanced for that?
Likely you'd need to find a control terminal to access. If you can, though, shutting them down before they even know you're there is advisable. They're relentless and well-armored. I've managed to leave caches of tools and intel for you throughout the sector. I'd take advantage of all of them, were I you. This may sound simple, but I cannot stress this enough. Do not underestimate the danger we face.
Come on, Agent. Haven't you heard? We're the best and brightest. We infiltrate corrupt governments before breakfast most days.
Do you think this is some kind of joke? The Protectorate are the worst of the worst and will not hesitate to string you up if you're caught, if you're lucky. They think nothing of regularly chemically lobotomizing their own subjects for even the slightest error. Your life isn't the only one at risk here.
Hear you loud and clear, Commander. Will do.
You'd better. You've no idea what I've sacrificed, and what I'm prepared to sacrifice still. I've spent the better part of a year laying the groundwork for this mission. I thought a team led by someone known for their respect of the law would be more disciplined than this.
Yep.
We shall see. But since you are the commanding officer here, I've no choice but to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll not let my personal feelings affect the mission. I need to go now. My absence will be noticed
Including
soon.
just like, here's all the stuff you'll need.
And guide you through the sector.
Augustine! I mean, Agent DeFreeze. I just wanted to say we're all looking forward to working with you.
Who? Niles? Is that you? Law, what are you doing here? It's been so long.
I'm an agent. First assignment. Suppose I look a mite different now. Less grease. Oh, and no more smelling like fuel neither. Most days. Can't wait to see you once this is over, Agent. And good luck.
Same to you, Ibarra. DeVries out.
Navigator's warmed up in the cockpit, Commander. Whenever you're ready to fly us in.
What was with all that back there with DeVries? You know I meant nothing by it, yet you dressed me down when she was in the wrong? Taking her side over me? Thanks. That was weird, right? I was just offering up reassurances and Super Agent Extraordinaire DeVries lost her head. A crack from me shouldn't have brought that on. This whole mission, there's something off. I mean, law. We'd not even heard tell of this colony before, and they're the only ones manufacturing skip drives? How's that possible? Sure. Why should we be concerned about all the mystery in a forward agent whose gray matter is starting to leak from her ears? Seriously, though, us sneaking around on a mission of such import just don't sit right with me. We're the Earth Directorate, Void, damn it. When we arrive, everyone should know it. The guilty should be soiling themselves, throwing themselves on our mercy. And just how is it any colony can be outside our jurisdiction? Don't make no sense. Any fool could see that. Even Sandoval. Nothing, if you don't take his unwavering belief in our righteousness and his refusal to think for himself seriously. I personally find him hilarious, truth be told. And there's no one I'd rather have backing me up in a fight. He can shoot the head off any local indigenous gnat-like insects at 100 meters. I mean, besides you. Like if it was just down to the two of us, me and him. We all gotta go sometime, Commander. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta commence with my pre-mission ritual. Guess your gray matter is still foggy from hibernating, ain't it? My pre-mission ritual of 3 bowls of purple berry crunch?
Seems like we should be staying away from corporate goods.
Well, that's kind of difficult seeing as how they make everything. Besides, the copious amounts of sugar keeps me sharp. They say it's 50% by volume, but it feels like twice that.
Well, that was something. She was different than I remember her. But then she would be, wouldn't she? Just hope she's doing all right. Reckon the secretive nature of the mission and this import must be weighing on her something fierce. I hope it was okay to talk to her direct like at the end there.
She didn't seem necessarily happy.
She ain't always been the most cuddly type, especially if she's got a lot on her mind, like now. Just wait. She's solid as they come. You just gotta get to know her. But all that she was saying about you, Commander, ain't sure it sits right with me. Whatever you say, Commander.
Awaiting docking procedures, Commander.
Commander?
Shepard.
For what it's worth, Commander, I think you did a fine job handling Pascal's impropriety with DeVries. Sooner she gets her head right, sooner our team's gonna be able to operate efficiently. Not sure what DeVries was getting on about, though. If she wasn't such a respected agent, I might just have taken offense on your behalf. Way I see it, it's obvious that this mission presents yet another opportunity to bring a colony under the Earth Directorate's righteous control. Seems to me, Arcadia had their chance. It's time for us to put an end to this farce and set them on the right path. Glad to hear you still got your principles intact. That I'm not the only one. Thought everyone was getting soft around here. Nothing left to do now but show these folk what the Earth Directorate is all about.
These choices will be remembered, but for how long? Guess I don't think this is going to avoid going south. Or whatever cardinal direction this is.
Position until you gain access to the rest of the sector, Commander.
We'll run support as always. Push up above the sector once you've opened the way for us.
Protector of Arcadia and the bedrock upon which our system is built, but even severe consequences.
Commander, Ibarra and I will secure the building down here, while you're upstairs restoring power to the door.
needs to be dealt with quickly.
You are authorized to use
Expiring without
lethal
permission.
Commander, we finished our sweep. I'd wager we could use the intercom to call for help, Commander. Must be a guard around here somewhere who can shut the mechs down. Screen's broken, so should be nothing to pass yourself off as one of their own.
Or we could try shutting them down ourselves. I spied some controls just past the gate that looks like they operate the mechs. I also found a vent around the corner might get us inside in a less conspicuous manner than strolling through the front gate. Though you'd have to pick the lock to see for sure.
Must have left all my crime tools back on the ship, Niles.
Oh, I came prepared, Commander. Here's everything you'll need.
Which is each and every one of you. Yes, you. You are not just...
Rerouting power did the trick, Commander. All peace and quiet here now.
Let's not waste time congratulating ourselves.
Well, that's dealt with. We should head on into the sector.
Great work, Commander. Should we get a leg on then?
Commander, the situation is becoming more fluid than I'd originally planned for. We've got to change our approach. Split the team to handle comms and security concurrently.
Good to know DeVries is consistently on edge. Wasn't just me. You'd think she'd never been on a mission before. Everyone knows fluid's about the best you can hope for. Well, sitting here jawing ain't gonna accomplish much. Looks to be central dispatch on the right with security ops on the left. Which you taking, Commander? We'll hit the other.
I'm not good at sticking to the shadows, so I'll go central dispatch.
Kinda figured that'd be your choice. Shoot a couple for me, will you? Ibarra and I'll take security ops, then meet you at the skip labs. We'll stay well out of trouble, won't we, Cadet?
That's right. Like you told me, Commander, everyone's well-being depends on our success. If whatever's going on here is as bad as the Chief thinks, then we'll make an end of it.
Right. Well, then, notwithstanding Ibarra's enthusiasm here, or DeVries' concerns over fluidity, I'm fairly certain we've got this under control. Rest easy, Commander.
Agent Pascal, ma'am, I've been cogitating on how best to gain entry in the security ops. You know, nice and quiet like.
Oh, you gonna school me on some of that newfangled academy training of yours? So long as it don't result in us being unceremoniously shot, suppose I could hear you out.
Shot's certainly part of it.
Waiting. I think they just stay here. I don't have the maintenance key. But there is stuff I can pick up. But I don't think I can do anything to push them forward. They'll just deal with what they deal with.
Laura, got any thought to how we ought to proceed? You're being awfully quiet.
Tell me, honest. How about I,
Yeah, that door is locked. I think with how things are, most choices are very linear for this section.
Surely you don't think it's anything untoward. The surprise appraisal of our competence seems more likely.
Error. Minor structural deviation caused. Locking self-demerit.
Jepson and I are in position above the sector, Commander. Path's been cleared. Only encountered one guard. He's been dealt with. You should have seen it. It wasn't pretty.
As long as it was done righteously in the name of the Earth Directorate. Right, Sandoval?
The airlock when we're back on the ship, Pascal.
Why? Is there something wrong with the airlock?
I reckon I ought to reconnoiter. My vexation grows as this drags on.
It's cool having my prosthetic hand visible when holding a gun like this. Dated testing procedures. Guessing these are dates. Wait, no. Receive. Please. Okay, these are forms. Protocols. Whatever.
You need to sabotage the transformer to disable the failsafes. This will allow you to open the door and proceed. I left the manual in the locker to your right in case you need it.
just because I'm not good with melee, or won't be able to invest into it, doesn't mean I can't use it in the meantime. Probably. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna sell junk then. For now. If I can break it down. I have 17.
We all know that a structure is only as strong as its basest elements, the dirt on which it is built, which is each and every one of you. Yes, you. You are not just a cog in the machine. You are the cog in the machine that keeps us productive.
Nice, I still have one of these. I don't think I had a mag pick. Well, first time I did this, so I must have missed it. Or maybe I did. I don't remember now.
We all know that a structure is only as strong as its basest elements, the dirt on which it is built, which is each and every one of you.
Hopped up on sugar, no doubt.
We're encountering more opposition over here than DeVries said we should. Nothing too serious, but any distraction you could provide would be helpful, Commander.
So be diligent, and remember, failure will be met with severe consequences. Beloved subjects, we all know that a structure is only as strong as its basest elements, the dirt on which it is built.
Of inspiration and purpose. Robert Jackson. So she asked for a distraction. Just curious. Well, that's odd. It says if you have Renegade, you can insert the propaganda cartridge, which I had access to. Maybe that's because of innovative. Ah, okay. It says background Renegade. But I'm able to do this because I have the cartridge. That's odd. Doesn't mention much of an outcome difference. Somehow I have the cartridge anyways, even though I'm not Renegade. Guess it... Just trying to decide. I did this during my test run. No, I did just save.
Comps are down. This is going better than I expected. The nearby elevator will take you out. I'll see you later. Give us a minute. Something's not right.
journal entry. I think this is added to my codex.
Bolty said K-a-boom.
Commander, what do I do? Everything was fine, and then... Oh, I think Pascal's hurt. I called out to her, but...
There is a 90% chance Agent Pascal is trapped under rubble. 87% chance she is mortally wounded beyond help. 85% chance she's deceased.
I don't understand. Everything went bad so fast. But we can't stay here. Out the mission. We've got to complete the mission. On it, Commander. Wouldn't dream of doing less than my Earth Director at best. Just like you told me. Ain't nobody's getting left behind on my watch. I'm just a bit dizzy at the moment. I'm sure it will pass. I sure hope I find her before the Protector sets their lamps on us.
Issuing urgent reminder. Time is of the essence. Please continue on to the Skip Labs to complete the mission. This unit will assist Agent Ibarra in his endeavors. Per Earth Directorate guidelines, an incapacitated agent's equipment is available for team use. Agent Ibarra's rifle is now yours, Commander. Using it may improve your odds of survival.
Commander, guards are closing in on your location. Agent DeVries, we need an updated tactical report. We've got agents down.
Makes no sense. There were no hostiles in the immediate area. No logical cause for that explosion. There's nothing more we can do for them. This doesn't change our mission. We have no choice but to keep pushing forward.
Yep.
Be on your guard. I'm picking up increased security activity in your area. They'll be at your location at any moment.
Or it is. You're being tested. It is not our place to question.
Vehicle control panel. I don't have any of these right now.
Commander, can you hear us? Something's wrong. We can't get into the skip lab, and DeVries isn't responding to our comms. In other words, we're trapped out here.
Improving position.
This would have been if I had the distraction set up and they were like standing around there. Could have shocked them, which is neat. I'm good, cat, and yep. At least until Bryn is ready.
Can't you get anything right? You were supposed to be dead already.
Nope,
I should have
I'm the
known
Moon
better
Man.
than to underestimate someone who will go to any length just to see justice done, no matter who gets hurt. Oh, an infuriating miscalculation on my part, but one that will soon be rectified. You think you can bait me with insults? I am a better agent than you could ever hope to be. Not that it matters. Very shortly, nothing will. Let me put this simply. Simple enough for even you to understand. The grand plan mandates this abomination of an experiment must die. And you along with it.
Well, in another hour 15, I'll be able to start chatting with the special guest and switch over to Absolum.
I have neither the time nor the need to explain the veracity, the nuances of the plan to one such as yourself. I was fond of him too. Saving him would have been preferable were I given the choice. But the plan cares not for our wants. I couldn't risk the delicate balance of the predictions. The mathematical computations involved are very specific.
Yeah, I feel like I would enjoy seeing what this choice is, but...
There is no too late. This is happening right on time, as it must. And whether Niles is alive or dead has no bearing on it. Farewell, Commander.
Brief, but I got my right arm back during this cutscene.
McFlufferkins' family has been killed by a naturally occurring rift anomaly.
High priority alert to all Earth Directorate agents. Contact with Earth has been low.
Identified ships on the edge of Arcadia.
It's no longer just a spacer's choice, it's Auntie's choice. Greater value for your men.
Arcadian citizens, we've come to deliver you from oppression.
Now see, why can't Claw Games let us do that? Really have enough time to move myself over onto the O. See, look, Moon Man.
You're not hearing me, pal. They were out there for almost 10 years. You know we usually have some sort of left in suspended animation that long.
Explosive cell death may result from extended periods of suspended animation. Death occurs quickly as the human body rapidly liquefies.
Exactly. And it would be my fault it happens. I never should have started with them. I can't face the commander right now. Not like this. I'll be in the cockpit.
Well, I do have something prepped for that too.
Welcome back to consciousness, Commander. Please accept your back pay for the previous mission. It has been prorated according to the mission's failure and your unapproved 3,468-day sabbatical. This unit is not programmed to judge the activities of off-duty agents. Revival protocols mandate a physical and cognitive test to confirm mission readiness. This is to ensure no unexpected changes have occurred regarding your abilities, Commander. Say,
Okay, so it doesn't let me change appearance or anything. It's just skills and traits. Nope, I'm good.
Assessment complete. It appears you experienced some changes while in suspended animation, but nothing of concern. This unit will update your records accordingly. An event summary will now be provided to improve your situational awareness, Commander. If you feel yourself beginning to liquefy at any point, please notify this unit immediately. Following an aggressive merger between Anti-Cleo's and Spacer's Choice, the new corporate entity known as Anti's Choice invaded Arcadia. Anti's Choice claims they are following market demands and liberating Arcadia through the power of capitalism. Many have died. Unfortunately, their invasion fleet also exacerbated the rift anomaly created by Agent DeVries' sabotage of Horizon Point. This means no ship can enter or leave the colony. The rift also remains a threat to the colony. Current estimations suggest the rift will destroy Arcadia in the next 10 years. Give or take 7 to 8 years.
Plenty of time to figure out how to not die then.
Correct. At some point in the next decade, the rift will result in the complete annihilation of all life in Arcadia. But currently, it is a low to medium priority concern. Agent Ibarra has expressed far more confusion and alarm about Agent DeVries' latest actions. Agent DeVries did indeed survive Horizon Point. This was confirmed when she brought down the old Earth Directorate surveillance satellite earlier this month. The satellite had been gathering information since before your mission. When it fell, it signaled agents across the colony, leading to the discovery of you and Agent DeVries. Agent Ibarra prioritized your recovery above pursuing Agent DeVries. This involved disassembling and rebuilding the astrogator to allow the incognito to travel to your location. It is inadvisable. However, Agent Ibarra has had many years to teach himself new skills. though he has not shown the same aptitude in soap making, hydroponics, or cooking. This unit has also observed a marked improvement in Agent Ibarra's hygiene regiment since the satellite was brought down. He is shaving again, and routinely changes his clothing. Final update. Due to the deaths of every other squad member, Agent Ibarra is now a full agent. He is currently in the cockpit. Please extend your congratulations when you see him.
So I believe you actually can get this in any playthrough, but you automatically get it if you've gotten the premium edition. That's a bit of a cheeky nod to it. Though I do feel like this overall is a better positive than negative. So I'm going to go ahead and take it. That, let me go ahead and mark these all as favorites. Same for the armors, helmets. Kind of cool that they do have the hibernation suit available. So the classic look that you had from the first game. So wear this and scale with my armor. I'm just not sure how the percentage scaling is because it doesn't say anywhere. But I'll have a pistol. And the rookie's reward. Come on. As much as this seems nice, I'd rather start this off early. Two throwables. Various food items, but if I press the button, it like auto uses these, which is a little unfortunate. And I won't really be able to enhance the inhaler much, unless if there's gear that gives me more slots or something, which there might be. Get my journal with all that good stuff. Codex. Exploration. Let me quick save. Should do a manual save too. So now I can start investing into other stuff. I at least want one observation. And while I can put 2 into each of these, I think I'll start with just 3. And then possibly explosives could be handy. Yeah, I'll do explosives for now, and then I'll put stuff into science and guns next level. And now I have perks. I think treasure hunter's probably the smartest. Start as early as possible. And then I'll probably consider pickpocket. This will be pretty cool. Anytime, if I'm going to be using burn and plasma stuff, I'll be able to heal from it. This also seems fun. Scrapper and manual reset can come in handy both. I know trophy hunter's worthwhile getting that early, but I'll probably start with treasure hunter to benefit as early as possible from getting these benefits. And I guess set restricted access requires I get another perk in general first before it lets me get that. So I shall go with treasure hunter. So I get bonus stuff when I check. Odd that it doesn't let me break down armor. But for now, I'll leave any of that be. I thought I had mods, but maybe I don't. Don't have applicable. Because, like, if I go and check here, no. These? Oh, recipes. Never mind. Guess these? No, this is resources, so collectibles. So I don't know where mods are. Easily distracted. So this is tricky as it allows you to spread your points out more, which is kind of the point that I've made. However, it does mean I also can't heavily invest into a skill with any level because I have to pick whatever the lowest non-zero or if I haven't put a point into it. So like I could put 1 point into guns next level, but then I would have to also put a point into science, and then I have to get all of them caught up to each other before it allows me to invest further. Yeah, potentially. Plus I get it. Then I get 6 points every level. So getting this right away is pretty strong. I might want to go ahead and accept it. I mean, regardless, I'll be able to put all my points everywhere. So I don't necessarily need this, but this does help make it a little easier to spread it. Hey, Red. So what do you guys think? Since I already have 5 points every level, this would give me 6 points per level, potentially. But it means I have to be... Yeah, since I'm already kind of planning on maxing the different skills anyways. Like, I think I have it set up so essentially I can, now with 5 every level, it allows me to max out each of the 7 skills that I have available to me, whereas I can't. I'm not really a jack of all trades, it just means I can specialize into all 7 more easily. So this is especially nice if you're going like even more modded points plus. But the biggest issue is then I can't like heavily invest into a skill to meet a skill check early. I would have to pretty much get everything balanced to the same level. So let me see if... I guess it also mentions that it's or any skill you have no points in already. It doesn't override it, so I could potentially just not put points into a 0, but then I would have to put stuff into anything I've invested into that happens to be the lowest. Is the trick. And I am also using mods, Red, so I'm just trying to decide, should I have it where I pretty much have to keep all of my skills balanced? Where I'm kind of evenly rising everything? Because technically I'll have 6 points, which means I can't actually level everything. At that point I would probably switch it to having 6 points passively modded and then get 7, so then I can put 1 point into everything evenly eventually. Since I already have the mod to bypass this need, I don't really need it, especially since I did the calculation, and 5 will allow me to max out all 7 of my unlocked skills. If I was playing without mods, I can see a benefit, especially getting it super early. So it's a fun bit of flavor. I like the idea of it, but in this case, I don't really need it, because I'll practically be spreading my points anyways without being forced to. And I don't need the extra points, all things considered, because I'm already going to have a few to spare by the time I'm max level anyways. So, as fun as it would be, I'm not going to take it. I'm also not going to take Flawed when it pops up, which it probably would have had I gone ahead and picked that, because I think Flawed occurs after you've accepted a few flaws. So I think when I did my test run, it popped up right after.
This unit records indicate that lockboxes, such as the two housed in this dispenser, were originally part of a failed smuggling operation. Special lockbox keys are needed to open them. After discovering the first lockbox, Agent Ibarra installed this dispenser to house additional lockboxes, which may be located throughout the colony. Unfortunately, due to a jam, the dispenser is currently inoperable. Agent Ibarra deprioritized its repair in order to focus on rescuing you, Commander.
I would say it's not terrible if you like plan accordingly, like say if you whether or not you take dumb. But if you like just wanted a single point into a skill, you could do that. However, anything that's left at 0, you don't have to invest into, but anything you do invest into, you must put points into. So that can be the problem. Like, if you're already planning on putting points into everything, which is where dumb synergizes better with easily distracted because you have less to spread out to. But if you're already planning on, like, just focusing on 3 skills or so, then you're fine because then you just focus on those core, and then maybe near the end you can start putting points into your 0 investments after you've already maxed out your main 3, because then you get 3 points, thus you can just evenly increase all 3 steadily with every level. Once you max those out, then you start having the issue of what else to spend on. So I like it, but I can understand where if you don't already know what you're doing and know how to plan out your build before you get the flaw, then you can mess yourself up heavily, because if you start investing too much into different things, plus it might be that you have to put points into like 5 skills, which wouldn't work out super well. I'm not sure what triggers it, and there might be a mod to allow it to trigger sooner. I think there is.
Tampering may result in damage to the container's contents. Theorizing. Extracting the contents from the first lockbox may disencumber the dispenser.
Jired said BTW, I beat Hades 2 last night, and got the true ending. I'm now in post-game story and content. I personally did not find any issue with the ending. It was family-focused, I liked that. Happy end.
Good to hear. Though you don't really need to have it be text-to-speech when I was already reading messages, since it overlaps with the dialogue that I just had.
Helpful addendum. Scans also indicate an Auntie's Choice dematerializer within the first lockbox, which you may find useful in the discreet disposal of bodies, Commander.
No worries, just letting you know. It's better if I'm, like, in action sequences or don't have a lot of dialogue to worry about sort of game. Or it's repetitive stuff that doesn't occur more than once. Or does occur more than once.
An Earth Directorate agent prepares for all eventualities, including but not limited to unpremeditated murder. Additionally, the second lockbox's contents may contain parts to upgrade your Valerie unit. Upgrades are recommended to improve your experience of Valerie. Please do not attempt physical intimacy with your Valerie unit.
The fact you're programmed with that warning is worrying.
This unit is programmed for all manner of self-defense. This unit may suffer occasional wear and tear in the course of performing its operations. Routine maintenance is required. Acknowledged. An upgraded Valerie unit will boost the team's overall level of effectiveness by an estimated 87.3%. Please be on the lookout for any additional lockboxes, which may be stored here for your convenience.
Which is nice, but they don't let me prioritize getting her upgrade first. So I have to take this because it's otherwise jamming this machine. Otherwise I would actually prioritize upgrading Valerie, but they want you to have this gadget. Though it's mostly a stealth thing, although you can technically upgrade it into a more offensive use.
Congratulations on your acquisition of the dematerializer. The dispenser is now functioning normally. Your ability to conceal homicides has also been increased by 85.9%. How are you feeling, Agent? Have you performed your advised rest and recuperation period following the conclusion of your last mission? Subject appears to be exhibiting signs of mental confusion. Updating medical charts. This unit is currently unavailable for further medical assessment.
Somewhere around here. So this to indicate that I have the season pass. Although I wish it would stop glowing after you examined it the first time. To go get the safe key, which I is somewhere else. Where was it? And I cried during the Yakuza 5 ending. Even though I knew things were going to be okay, mostly. Yakuza 6 is definitely having me worried for Haruka. Where? I found it the last time. I mean, that wouldn't make me cry. Other bits. Man. I think it was in one of these rooms. Somewhere. somewhere. I'm guessing these will become the rooms for the crew. And gradually get more personalized, like it did in the first game. Here we go. I think... Darn it. They had it really well this time. Technically, Gaiden, because 6 was meant to be the end of Kiryu's story, and then they moved on to Ichiban. They did end up including Kiryu in future entries, and then the Gaiden, the man who erased his name, ended up becoming more of a closure to a degree, and then also he's a party member in Infinite Wealth, so they were intending to wrap up Kiryu's plot entirely.
Catman11234 said different than the man who sold the world.
Yep. There's a funny video where it's like Yakuza, or Like a Dragon, Gaiden, the game with too long of a name or something like that. Where was it? Just searching in circles now. I'd found it like really early. Key to the safe. Any of the lockers? Pretty sure I picked it up before I talked to Niles the first time. I'm not intentionally stalling. I would like to get a little bit more of this. Might have to look it up. Darn it. It's always annoying when it's like, oh, you found just fine the first time, but now you have navigation problems. All right. Engine room. Which is this way. Just under here. Ah. There it was. I remember picking something up there last time, but forgot to check. I think the toss ball cards are randomized. Interesting that the cards give you toxicity crash threshold. Or, actually, I guess maybe they're collectibles that each do a different stat. Cool. Alright, now to talk to Niles.
All these years and I still can't get my head around what Augustine did. Sacrificing our whole team. And for what? What did our blood pay for?
Well, as nice as Kiyomi is, I'm almost positive they don't allow Kiryu to settle down as much as he wants to. The only woman he's ever loved was Haruka's mother. And I know for a fact that in Gaiden, like, as implied by the title, it's about Kiryu, but it's called The Man Who Erased His Name. So, he doesn't quite get a happy ending in that regard, at least. Now, Haruka might be fine. They did have that flashback where showing all the moments Kiryu was interacting with Haruka from the first game onwards, and how important he is, or she is, to him.
Oh, Commander. I thought you were Val. Glad to see you up and ambling about. And not, human stew.
It's definitely the better outcome.
You know, when I first learned some of the escape pods made it away from the station, I'd hoped. I did search for you, Commander. Just as soon as I was able.
We should focus on what comes next.
So then, I gather Val's described our state of affairs?
Confirmed. The commander has received a full briefing on the following topics: the invasion of Arcadia, the Rift, and Agent DeVries' survival.
DeVries. Would have been better if she joined the dead. I figured she'd done just that until I got the alert that she brought down the Earth Directorate satellite. If she's of a mind to, she could use the information on that thing to destabilize the Rift and destroy Arcadia. She was one of us, Commander. It's our responsibility to stop her. Glad to see her just as by the book as I remember. She's going to ground now. But as part of her original undercover mission, DeVries was asserted at the Vox relay station on Paradise Island. She'd have followed protocol, established a safe room there. Wager that's where we'll find clues as to her present plans and whereabouts.
But I'm also about halfway-ish through Yakuza 6, if there's 13 main chapters plus a prologue and epilogue. And I'm on, like, what, chapter 6-ish now, so we'll see how things go. Established a safe room there. What if she took all the safes with her when she left? Yeah, I'm gonna say this one.
Remind me again how long those side effects from hibernation are supposed to last.
Hibernation can result in fatigue, imbalance, memory loss, and, in extreme cases, death. All side effects should subside within a 24 to 48 hour period. Death may last longer.
Nothing to wring hands about then. Probably. Just to be clear, I'm not saying we strolling up to the Vox station and knock nicely. The Vox is highly restricted and heavily defended. It'd be a death sentence. We might ought to explore the island first, find out what we can. The satellite alert pinged DeVries' tracker in a town, name of Fairfield. Wasn't nowhere clear as yours, so we need to poke around a bit. Doubt she's there now, but it seems a better place to start than insulting a protectorate communications hub.
I just might have a little bit of brain damage, but even at the start of the game, because I was using the older version of the time dilation device, apparently. $4 p.m. Mountain Time, not Central. Still another 35 minutes. He'll pop into the stream chat when it's time. At least that's what he said.
Ready to disembark, Commander. Just say the word.
I think I've investigated everything. Crafting is here. Is there anything I want to craft? Consumables, just arm, ammo. Probably want some extra grenades. I'll do 1 stack of mines and 1 grenade. Yeah, sure, I'll do another stack of distractions. Craft some charges. I need black powder to make more compact rounds. Nothing there. Can't make weapon mods yet. Can't make primers. I probably want some more of these. Unfortunately, I can only make 1. There, now I have an even amount. Okay, I'm prepped. No worries, Red. Time zones get the better of most of us. My issue is that I still get, like, west and east confused more often than I care to admit. Despite living on the west of the US. You'd think that'd make it easier for me. I guess it doesn't help that then, like, things like the Far East being Asia and Japan and stuff. Well, that it is the Far East, but according to my position in the world, it's left. So I think that's where I get tripped up.
Thing in the sky there? That'll be the Vox relay.
Vox stations serve as key communication hubs for the Protectorate. Unauthorized visitors are likely to be shot or hanged on sight.
That's why we're headed to Fairfield first. Less chance of us getting shot while picking up debris truck.
I was expecting eggs, not biomass grenades. Whoa. Gonna buzz the tower flying that close. Where did they come from? I guess they were maybe trying to land, but we were already here. Announcements, cutthroat corporatists. I like this gun's concept, but boy do I not like the top hat front sight. As cute as it is having it when you stay still, puts the top hat onto the Moon Man's head. But it is not easy to aim with. Well, maybe there's some alternate sight mods or something for the gun. But like me, it needs to level up and improve, so I might as well use it. I mean, ironically enough, the Moon Man SMG is essentially the same, it's just like a different paint job. It's like golden. Yeah, just a different paint job. With more and more bits I have, I'm more resilient. Companion abilities charge faster, but if I use companion abilities, I gain damage resistance. Yeah, I can't. I'll have to eventually figure out like little assets or something. Let me move myself. There should be good. But yeah, I don't have any like pinnable assets yet for my model, so just kind of have to work with whatever the model itself has. But yeah, I made a little Moon Man. No, I mean, I'm sure I can figure it out. I just didn't have the time. And then I need to learn how to do that with the VTube Studio. Otherwise, right now, all I have is the expression control, which is what allows me to do all these different variations and things. It plays around with what's actually allowed normally for like a VTuber model, where you're supposed to have like toggles for different expressions and things. Yeah, I think the position's still as good as it can be.
Enthusiastically neutralizing unfriendly stimuli.
I will say,
With life support.
Ready to waste them on your command.
when the crosshairs of a weapon aren't super great, I'll just switch to third person, even though this head is looking kind of ridiculous. It's covering a little too much of my view.
I'm the one you need to worry about.
I mean, I can always just toggle the helmet off and it's less obstructing.
Look at all those ants. How fast do these things breathe?
Forgot what was the button for swapping shoulders.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Well, some helmets are cool.
Whatever that is. Rift, maybe?
Well, you're probably one of very few that prefers having a speaking protagonist in RPGs like this, Cat. I don't mind it either way personally, but I know most rather have their own voice. Drawback of voice protagonists in most cases is that usually they have to simplify your responses and they won't have it all in full text, which is always annoying. Or you get the Fallout 4 issue of, are you going to say yes? Are you going to say no but actually say yes? Are you going to have a sarcastic yes? Or are you going to have tell me more but also yes? Because that's how Fallout 4 did it. I prefer how other games have done voice protagonists like Cyberpunk and Witcher 3. But I still like to know exactly what my character's gonna say if I'm making a choice. I'll definitely have to see if there's a mod to improve the flashlight or if there's an in-game thing to improve it. Also, despite these things kind of blowing up, they don't actually hurt to melee, so don't waste your ammo. Does get you a lot of crabble meat, though.
Cocked and loaded. Just give the signal.
I think the perk is if you have medical, which I do not.
Health benefits available at your request.
Hit the broadside of a freighter.
Make emergency protocols as indicated.
I don't remember getting this before. So, Scoundrel's Aegis. Ah, of course. Though it's acting like I'm missing a leg when I shouldn't be.
Catman11234 said hearing someone yell "Ocrables" does not really bring fear to mind.
So last stand, gain temporary health, damage resistance, but oh, okay, so it's similar to this armor does the same thing. Well, so evasion chance, damage resist, combat sprint speed, evasion chances. That's light armor versus medium. I feel like it thought I had a prosthetic leg. I'll use it for now. Reach that from up here. Kind of. I have to jump for getting some of those higher up ones. Up too much ammo, but I do have enough to spare. I had like a sticky grenade. trooper helmet.
Careful. Any closer and we're like to regret it.
Probably something up there, but I think I need to get to the double jump capability first. Yeah, looks like there's something up there. Probably some way for me to actually interact with rifts too. Ooh. Nice. Getting close to the 10-minute mark until green will be available. I'll finish up here. Switch over to Absolum. I got to double check that other cave because now I'm actually having stuff highlight again. Also, unfortunately, unlike Avowed, you can't swim. Learned that the hard way. Some might say that Avowed walked so this could run, yeah, and I think some features were unnecessarily cut between the two. I guess you could say Avowed swam so this could drown. Skill up. Oh, actually no, I'll hold off because there's like a quick little quest I could check out. Where am I? This way. I mean, you can, it just still obstructs your vision. I mean, I enjoyed Avowed. The combat was really fun. And even though I hadn't played Pillars 1 or 2 yet, I appreciated them having like all the different like lore codex stuff. Apart from its ending, it felt nice and compact and consistent across the board.
Catman11234 said Squelchy.
Yep. Recall. Somewhere around here was something I could do to make rounds. Maybe it wasn't here exactly. Maybe it's up there. Oh, there's some interactable I found that allowed me to like learn or create explosive rounds mod for a weapon, which will be nice since I'm gonna have explosives as part of my... Here it is. Almost. Yeah, give me 1 sec, Grin. I need explosives 3. See, that was what I needed to know. And I could maybe go ahead and put a point. Well, I'll save my other points. First weapon mod for machine pistols. Alright, I will go ahead and switch over. I'll save over here, and I'll resume this on Thursday. And then I'll go ahead and swap over to Avowed. Please don't. Okay, saving. Good. All right, I will switch over to my usual self, which is this one. So you should be able to just pop into the voice channel. I will also, there is some, I mean, the closest I can do if I went into editing the stuff. Where is it? Hey there. Yeah, let me go ahead and unmute you on the stream. So now you guys can hear Grin.
What's good, gang? Oh, how's everyone's day? Oh, my back. Oh, can you hear me still?
Yeah, I might be able to hear yourself on the stream.
Oh yeah, I muted myself on the other stream, so I can't hear your stream sound effects of the game, but that should be fine.
So this, if I toggle the tar effect,
sets up radio station grid.
Is what I'm able to do. And if we wanted RGB.
What? Oh, your cute little emote. Oh, I see. Yeah, I seen you were like a circle slime type thing.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what happened to the cat? I like the cat. The cat was iconic.
Well, that was me doing the Outer Worlds Moon Man setting.
Oh, that's really clever. I'm too stupid. Just thought, because it looks so slime-like that I didn't see Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what do you call it? That's really cool. Kind of looks a little intense. Are you an RGB guy, Fluff?
Not really, but it was requested, so I figured like I could have it on for this. All right.
So you were swayed. Yeah, I feel like RGB is a little much for me. I feel like that, like I like a solid, like a white, like threaded color, or like blue. I'm more prone to like one solid color than a beret of random shit, you know?
Yeah, for me, I have a just light up keyboard that is only in white, but my only regret is like I would have maybe been okay with the RGB, and I just set it to one color. Like,
yeah. Do you sleep in the same room as your RBG keyboard type thing?
Well, it doesn't turn on when my PC's off. I always turn it off when I'm going to bed.
Right. Wait, so you're not a person that goes to sleep with something in the background? You just go dead black?
No, I have my phone for that. So.
What does that mean? Wait, do you you listen to a podcast, or do you watch a tiny movie on your phone?
Usually ASMR or whatever else to help me kind of listen to something to relax and fall asleep to.
Dude, I feel like it's so funny. I could just imagine you sitting there listening to some person whisper in your ear and shit. Dude, I would distract the fuck out of me if I'm trying to sleep.
It does. Shit. It depends on what it is. Like I have certain stuff that I like, and then other stuff really does like a negative trigger for me. So it does depend.
Yeah, I can feel like. I get a breeze or some forest sounds, sure, rain, that works, but whenever I think of ASMR, I think of so much of it has to be someone speaking some kind of way, and I can't put myself. What would a good version of that be for you? Just because I want to get in your head a little bit.
Yeah, so for me, I usually prefer soft spoken over whispers, but also lately I've been sleeping without having headphones on. I just usually prefer to just. I'm a side sleeper, so headphones can be painful sometimes.
Yes. Yeah.
So lately I try to find a soft-spoken kind of ASMR thing, and usually it's sometimes it's my brain's maybe a little too active, so then it's hard to let it calm down.
I feel that, yeah.
But usually it will be kind of soft-spoken, more of a droning kind of tone, so So it makes it easier to just kind of be soothed and relaxed and wind down. And then sometimes I find stuff that's not in English, so then it's it doesn't matter what they're saying. It's just kind of not too noisy, but also it's just kind of relaxing in that regard.
I got you. Yeah.
I usually don't.
You don't have it. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I usually don't do rain because hearing water running will just make me have to go use the restroom.
So you can piss your pants out.
Not necessarily, but it does. It does get to me. So I was just
saying about the headphone thing. I have kind of not a grounded fear, but I worry that I'm gonna strangle myself to death because I've tried that, and I even buy headphones that are super gel tip, so they're basically they don't exist, so you can put them in your ear and they're not gonna impede you. But I still had the fear of me fucking strangling myself in my sleep and being all right, well that's a fucking ass way to go.
Well for me, I have a pair of Audio-Technica earphones that just kind of sit over your ear. And they're little disc shaped, but they have pretty good audio quality and will be most of the time are comfortable enough for me to just lay down on. But while I'm asleep, I'm a kind of a light sleeper, so whether I'm aware of it or not, I'll subconsciously just take them off and set them aside. I just have the muscle memory to do that. So they're far too thin for me to garrote myself, so I'll be fine. Or maybe not too thin, but at least not a risk at that point to strangle myself.
It's probably if you were your body would probably wake you the fuck up if you were about to literally knock unconscious. Same thing with people who are weird about drowning in a puddle. It's you have a reflex for your body to kind of kick, so you're subconsciously gonna stay alive.
Yeah, and I have
also, I was gonna say red. Oh, good. Sorry.
I have some of those problems where since I am a bit of a light sleeper, if I try to sleep on my back, I'll wake myself up by snoring. It just it sucks, but it happens.
I see. Do you ever have phantom kick where you just fucking cream the shit out of your blanket or some shit?
Sometimes more often I get I'll wake myself up by having a dream where I have a falling sensation happen.
Ooh.
And
do you remember your dreams like that?
Sometimes.
Okay.
It depends.
If I could paint you into a corner a little bit, do you when you're perceiving your dream, thinking about it in the past, are you yourself thinking it it's a memory, it's happening to you, or are you a God's eye view type of thing? What is it for you?
Most of the time it's immersive to the point where I don't realize I'm dreaming.
Man.
So I don't have lucid dreams where most of the time I don't have control.
Are you like, is it Fluff who is in the dream, or is it like a character that you're just kind of observing and yes?
Well, most of the time it would be like, for a long time I used to have dreams of repetition of stuff that, like, when I was at school, and it'd be either trying to find my classes and getting lost and late or whatever, or not finding the correct class, or walking home from school.
Yeah, you wake up, you get ready, you go through all the bullshit of waking up, and then you have to do it all over again. You're like, what the fuck?
Well, it was almost always either that I was arriving at school and then getting lost trying to find a class, or I was walking home from school, and almost always something weird would happen that would, like, then I would wake up, but I would almost never get home in time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Stress basically like propels you awake a little bit.
Yeah. So it was mostly those, and I used to have those dreams a lot well after school. And so it was just like, it was probably just because of just how repetitious all of that was for the longest time.
Yeah, for sure. You just got those grooves in your brain that it just runs through. Yeah.
And then the only other thing is, like, I would rarely get, I think I've maybe once or twice had lucid dreams where I had control over what was happening.
Did you fly?
Yes, I had, like, levitation dreams where I would just, like, again, it would be, like, generally at school, and then I would just be able to start floating around. And I was just like, I wish I could just do that.
Yes. Hey, man, dude, I had one dream where I was able to fly. Fucking peak shit. The best feeling of my life. But the one that, to me, man, it always kills me is, have you ever had motherfucking telekinesis in your dream, dude? It is so awesome because you can, like, feel the thing in your head whilst you're doing the telekinetic move, and then you wake up and you're like, why can't I do that? Why can't I feel
think
the
for me it was
muscle in my brain?
for me, it was only ever the hovering. Yeah.
Oh, that's still pretty sick. Yeah.
So,
dude, I don't want to get too into, like, the whole weird shit, because I don't want to become like a weird astral person wearing Uggs and drinking Starbucks and such. But I do wonder, like, there's got to be some weird, like, not a big thing, but just some version of, like, what is your subconscious maybe trying to throw some shit at you? You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if that repetition loop is your brain being like, hey, man, I'm going insane. Please do anything besides get up, go to school, hate life, come back, don't talk to people, hang out with your friends, all these things. You know?
What I kind of have realized and likened it to is, like, having your brain pretty much do a defragment. Like what you would do with a PC, where it's like running maintenance, it's cleaning everything up, and whatever your, like, active thoughts have been, or even your subconscious stuff has been lately, or just in general, it just all kind of, it starts sweeping it all up, and then it puts it into a pan, and then it, like, drops it into the bin, and then it turns out the bin's also a blender, because then it just turns that on, and it just starts getting weirder and weirder. That's where, like, when I was taking melatonin, it makes your dreams really strange. For not for everyone, but for me, it made it so, like, my dreams were just really weird, and I had to eventually stop taking the melatonin, because it's like, it wasn't helping me sleep, it wasn't helping me stay asleep, and I was just having stranger dreams as a result.
Yeah, man, I feel like I went the other way. Like, for this, I'm not trying to change the topic, but I was gonna say, I used to be on melatonin. It kicked my ass. It made me, like, tired for the whole day. It only helped, like, one. My body must adapt to things super quick, so, like, I can't have medicine consistently. But I ended up finding one that was different, which was basically anything that boosts your quality of sleep. So it doesn't, like, help you to sleep, but it's wherever you get to sleep, you kind of, like, go into a deeper sleep, basically. I think it's like L-theanine and shit like that is what I currently was trying, and that made the biggest difference, at least to me. But yeah,
and slowly forget more and more.
And part of it is that melatonin is something that naturally your body makes. So if you're already having plenty made in your system, the additional melatonin will cause the weird dreams, especially if you're taking it, like, every night, and then just and then eventually it's like, well, once you do that, once you start triggering the weird dreams, that's essentially what happens after the fact. It's just, it will constantly be that sort of thing.
Yeah, I can't hear text speech, so I may be kicking off. I apologize for
no worries.
Just for talking over it whenever it says there. I realize there's a thing, but I want to catch my chat a little bit because I see people engaging. First thing I want to reply to, what do you call it, Red? I would have immediately called Red as a pro RGB person, and of course the software thing I could have predicted as well, but I totally see that, Red. Also, Cat says ASMR would make me think too much and make my mind race. Yeah, a little bit, but I think like me and Fluff are both part of the same people that like when I close my eyes, my brain thinks, oh, we can think about everything all right now immediately, like explosions going off. So anything that can help you like get distracted or like think about something else is like hugely valuable, because some people are so tired they're like blech, you know, and they just go.
Yeah, I would
not one of those
say
people. I imagine Fluff is not.
For me, like, while the ASMR definitely helps, it also rarely influences what I'm dreaming about. Usually, like, I've had rare ones where I was like immersed into a game where I wasn't in first person. It was like I dreamed about one of my favorites being City of Heroes, but it was essentially like my vision of while in the dream was just the entire view of the screen with nothing else around. Like it was just pure focus on the screen, and then I was just dreaming that. And I think that actually occurred before the private server got unveiled for the game, so it made it very unusual, because I used to have it where I think back after the game shut down, every May-ish was around its anniversary, and there was always like some big like events and stuff to do during that. So almost every time, every May for like the next 7 years afterwards, I would have like both a mixed feeling and dreams about the game again.
Man, I'm so jealous. You're talking about basically having like some sort of paranormal / psychic situation. I haven't had none of these fluffs from my entire life. Some people talk about seeing ghosts. I have seen nothing, man.
Well, and
out here getting some vibes. Yeah,
it was just like a game I loved and like played so much of that it just again was one of those repetition sort of things that influenced the dream and just was like in my subconscious. But every time I would that anniversary time would near every year, I would feel like that sense of loss. I guess I was kind of mourning in a way. And then eventually I like had a dream about playing it again, and then lo and behold, the private servers came back or were available, which was really cool.
Yeah, I was. That's what I totally. That makes so much sense. But I was gonna say maybe that is like in an essence why people like have these thoughts of like deja vu, or like they predict or they have a dream that predicts the future. Is maybe like you're saying all you do in dreams is basically see massive repetition. So what is massive repetition? By like making a judgment about like the natural progression of something. So then you basically like it's a self-proclaimed or self-realizing prophecy, because you've seen so many patterns that eventually you make the next conclusion, and that next conclusion is like the most likely thing to happen. Therefore, you have this like deja vu or whatever.
Right.
Maybe I think that's kind of an interesting way to think about like why those things emerge. But
let me see if I can find a better spot for me on the screen. This seems fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say for Bolty says, and telekinesis is crazy. How can you even dream about that? Bolty, are you kidding me? You've never, dude. Bolty, I so badly wish you could experience it. It is the coolest feeling on the planet, dude. Do you know what's so fucked up, Bolty? I was moving like a pencil, and it was the coolest shit of my life. It was like the best. I don't know why. Out of all the powers, Bolty, telekinesis is up there. 10, fucking 10 for me. Out of all flight. Fuck off. Fly, who gives a shit? You're gonna get killed by a bird. You're gonna fly through the air. What if it turns off? You're freezing to death up top if you go any way high up. So many flaws. Fucking, what do you call it? Telekinesis? You just got like the best utility set ever. Maybe your eyes bleed because you're using it too much or whatever. But such a cool thing.
Also, I now have your little guy on screen as well.
Me. Bop, 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 bop. Hop, hop, hop. Hop, hop.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. It's fucking awesome, man. That's cool.
That built in for when me and Red were doing the split fiction and stuff. So that way he would show up on screen.
Yeah, I got some things to ask you about a lot of stuff, but I kind of wanted to catch up on whatever. So everyone was saying stuff like they can remember their dreams and such, and I was even kind of getting the vibe that you have a good memory for your dreams. Man, I'm jealous because like for most of my childhood, I think I was also like severely overworking myself a little bit. Like I was exercising 7 times a week. My body was probably so tired that I just like if I wore my Apple Watch one of these times. I was one of the first people who had it, and I just took it off because it got annoying my wrist. But anyways, I ended up seeing that like I was just like locked into deep sleep and like very little REM, but just tons of deep sleep. So I just don't have like any memory of my dreams. And now I think I fuck with my brains up so much that I only have my dreams, Fluff, as like a weird. I'm not involved really. I'm like a third party like observer, and I'm basically like watching characters do things, and it's super cryptic and like fucking weird. Not even weird, I should say. It's actually boring. More than weird. It's weird
more of like
I'm,
a disembodied dream.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah. It's like these two characters that I can emotionally know on a deep level. I know why they're reacting the way they do, but I'm not them.
So it's more just like watching a story, and I mean that might be influenced more by you, like with the manhwa and manga and
before that.
Shows.
This is like I've active editing that's been less bad. Manhwa has helped it a little bit, but yes. This was before I got really into like manhwa. Before this was just like the anime era, which might have also contributed, but yeah.
And it might have been just influenced of like you were more experiencing things you were watching rather than being taking part in. So being more of the observer. Give me a sec.
I've
picking an
I've
item.
often had dreams where it's not a game, yet I'm controlling like a game with a. Ooh, that's weird. That's trippy as hell. So wait, like it's not. So like how does that? How do you mean by that? Like so it's not a game, but you're controlling someone like a game with a controller. That's weirdly trippy. Do you play a lot of Sims? Well, actually, yeah, Brett, you play a lot of these farm type games, Farmville type situations, like Sims adjacent. And I feel like that's kind of weirdly their like aesthetic or like impulse, I guess.
And it's probably influenced by his preference for third-person games as well.
Ooh, that too, yeah. I was gonna say, Red, are you swayed to play Outer Worlds? And also, Fluff, how are you enjoying it? I think you're probably like 2 hours in, 3 hours in now?
Well, I just barely got out of the intro, the little tutorial section, so picked a few flaws, skipped a couple.
You into picking dumb?
Yep. So I did the dumb trait, and so I've locked out medical, speech, leadership, melee, and what was the 5th thing? Sneaking.
Wait, you lock out speech?
Sneaking, yes.
Oh, sneak. Oh, I see.
Well, so essentially my character, I specialized because I did brilliant, dumb, and innovative. So I made him specialize in engineering, hacking, and lockpicking. So essentially he's really good with mechanical stuff, likes machinery, not good with people. But
oh, no, so you didn't get speech. I heard that right. You took out speech?
Right, and leadership, which sucks because I had to pick something, and I wanted to have observation, even though I know there's like a companion that fills in for observation, and there's also
you're preaching to the choir, man.
And then there's also busybodies from leadership, which would have been nice because they would passively gather materials and items for you. Like your other companions will just gather stuff for you while you're away on missions.
Yeah.
So it's like that would be great for my building stuff. But I'm thinking if I do another playthrough, I kind of want to do a version where I take witty, maybe even heroics, witty and possibly heroics, and then I take abrasive. So my character is good at talking to people, but his reputation will never change from neutral.
Yeah.
So it's like no matter what, can never go positive, can never go negative. So he's witty but abrasive. He's good at talking to people, good at being a mediator, but that's like he won't be able to be more than a neutral, a true neutral essentially. But then he will still have like leadership abilities and such.
Yeah, it
for non-factions.
Yeah. I was gonna say for you, it seems like people there's some people who like playing RPGs and like what makes it fun for them is to kind of like role play and kind of give themselves a limitation or a handicap, and that in itself is like the reason why you play and the reason why you react in the way you do. And I find it interesting because I find myself to be more of like a what if it was me, and then I'm like I don't want to kneecap myself. So like when we were talking about the dumb debuff, I'm not sure if you felt this way, but I was just like, man, 6 seems too much. Like having to write off 6 skills just felt like way too many.
Out of the 12, you pick 5 to lock out, and you get 7.
It was 5 maybe.
So,
yeah, maybe it's 5. That's what I mean. It's 5.
And with that in mind,
too much.
Yeah, it's a tough choice, but I kind of liked it because people talked about in like even the game's design philosophy is spreading yourself too thin can be detrimental to the point where if you like I had it where I put some points and upon reaching exiting the tutorial, I had my level up, and so I invested my points, and I immediately got the easily distracted flaw to choose to accept. I chose not to, since I'm already...
What is that one?
So easily distracted is that you're spreading yourself really thin on your point distribution, and it makes it so you get an extra skill point. So if you are unmodded, it makes it 3 per level going forward, which is nice.
What's the negative?
The negative is that you can't level, or you can only level your lowest non-zero or anything that you haven't invested points into yet. The moment you do invest those points, you have to level those skills first. So if you have like a really high investment early on, you can't level that until the other ones are caught up. You don't have to spend on 0, but the moment you start spending on a 0 investment skill, you have to keep it caught up to the rest of them to put more points. So it turns you into a jack of all trades, and it can be really handy if you pick like Brilliant and optionally Dumb. If you pick Brilliant and then also take Easily Distracted, that's nice because you could have 3 core skills that you just constantly level at the same time. So it's like 1 to each skill. So you just steadily grow if you plan for it. Like it's one of those like you have to know what you're doing, otherwise you can mess yourself up heavily with Easily Distracted.
I just feel like there's so many like I don't know how to put it, but like to me that's the only thing I find that's weird about the game that I'm experiencing right now is like I scanned through all this the perks, I end up looking up all this stuff, but I only found like there's not that much synergy in the game, which is annoying. So like things that don't like for like if you're gonna go stealth and you're gonna use guns and you're gonna go perception, like there's just fucking beautiful synergy within those 3 skills. Melee a little bit within like you get kind of make up the diff in like companions. I just watched a video about like companion skills and what they end up kind of becoming, and there's certain companions like massively help you do stealth or massively help you do like certain things like melee, but yeah, that's the only thing that's been kind of like a little bit of a blasé thing for me in the game. But
so
yeah, I'm not sure how you feel.
From what I looked at and what I considered, like if you're going to go like a melee build, chances are you also will go stealth, because they synergize really well together. There's a lot of benefits to going stealth plus melee. If you're going to invest at all into observation, there's like 1 or 2 gun perks. There's like sharpshooter. So if you're going to be a sniper, you at least want a little bit. You at least want a little bit of observation to get it. Otherwise, observation's kind of an iffy. There's not a lot of perks from observation. And you also get a companion.
25% damage gain, you know?
Right.
There's like a huge, like, there's only 2 skills, but those skills fuck up shit.
Yeah, and observation also like improves your weak point damage. So if you're going to be all about like aiming for their weak points, that's a really solid sniper combo. It's like having perception in Fallout.
Like sniper, slow time, and stuff like that. Like science, I think would be a really strong build for sure.
Yep. And then otherwise, for if you're going like melee, you would choose like probably Brawny and Nimble. So Brawny is like you knock guys over when you sprint or slide into them, and then Nimble is improved crouch and I think sprint speed. So allows you to both sneak and dash around, and then you can also find different like high evasion if you take Ninja, which is a general perk.
Quick pause. Do you dash?
I don't think there's.
What do you mean dash?
Well, sprinting. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I got you. Yeah. There is like a thruster boost, but I was like, is there a dash? That's huge. That sounds really endearing. But yeah.
So there is a certain like play style, but melee is on the weaker end for this game. But if you choose a melee build, you might as well also pick stealth and then possibly engineering, because that's like your armor, so your survivability and boost from modding weapons, which includes all types of weapons.
Would you go with engineering?
I mean,
I was gonna say, would you go with engineering because like stealth means you're not gonna take damage, it seems like, and
it depends, but the reason I would potentially consider if you're going like brilliant somehow, even if you're not going brilliant, you'd at least still put enough points into that. With engineering, you have crafting, and the ability to make mods and use mods on weapons and such. So one of the bonuses from engineering is modded weapons do more damage, and that includes melee. And so if you find the right mix, you can at least dabble in engineering, get that perk, mod your gear, and then otherwise you're maybe specialized in melee stealth as the play style.
I was gonna say, so like that's what I was looking when I seen some of the perks ones. So it's both like, to me it's good and it's both kind of it's annoying, I guess is the best way for it. Like I get the power set, but when you're just starting out, you're kind of like, what do I put my points? So like one of the things was like you do more damage, like straight up damage on everything based on your speech stats. So I thought, that's actually really fucking cool. And there's another one that's something like similar that you should mention with engineering. I think there's also a one for engineering which is like similar, where if you get it early on, every time you craft anything, you basically get armor, just like free armor. It will only degrade once you take damage, but it basically can stack indefinitely. So if you're doing a lot of like engineering of any kind, holy shit, you're going to be tanking at the end of the game.
Every time you're crafting bits or whatever, it gives you like a bonus armor. Which is a duration. But there's like kind of like a thing you gotta do in your head. You're like, do I dump points into like an obscene amount of like speech to get like a significant damage bonus so that it stacks on top of itself, or do I pick some of these other perks that are like decreasing cooldown, or when you meet a very specific criteria? Like one that kind of pissed me off was like, when it didn't piss me off, but like basically it said when you're crouched and when you don't move, you do like a fuck ton of damage. And I was just like, that's such a boring way to play. I know it's a sniper way to play, and it probably feeds into like the stealth build, but it would be for snipers. That's specifically what it's for.
Which I guess like
technically, I guess it would also buff it if you are sneaking right up behind and then you don't move to do your sneak attack.
I'm curious if the death, like the melee kill animation, counts, because you're technically moving, but I wonder if the animation doesn't count it as that, because you're theoretically stopped because you're just in a weird movement thing,
There is like very much, you can get thousands of percentage of bonus damage with sneaking if you go that route.
Well, dude, we got that one that was like creaky knees or something. They gave like just a flat flaw that no, it wasn't creaky knees, it was a different one, but basically they gave you like 100% stealth damage, and like I think it made you weak. That's what it was. Like it lowered your health and your weakness to something, or like your poison resistance, but it was like a fucking 100 sneak damage. Are you kidding me? Like that's insane, so some of the flaws I think are going to be like the keys to builds, but I wonder if they're like, I bet there's going to be a really popular video of a person being like, here are the best 10 flaws that you're going to probably want, here's how to detonate them, and you're probably just going to be grinding somehow to do it,
And I think what the benefit of like creaky knees is that while stealthed, I don't know if you're harder to detect, but you at least move faster. The issue is that anytime you crouch or uncrouch, your knees pop, and it's like a 10-meter radius. Whenever you stop or enter crouching, so you got to be real careful when you're planning to crouch and sneak around. But if you plan around that, it can be pretty potent. But that's one thing I'm liking about the flaw system, is that there's some pretty good ones. Like consumerism, at the very least, you're generally getting a better discount than you are getting a loss of selling things. So you could buy good gear, you could buy materials, and then you just go craft things. You don't have to buy, or you don't have to sell your loot. You instead are just getting materials to then craft.
It's tough to say though, because like, are you basically going to, like, theoretically, if I have deep investment into engineering and I have companions that give me free resources, will I then need to even buy from those stores? If
potentially not.
I'm going to be crafting my guns and all that stuff.
But at the same time, so then like, okay, well, you're not selling stuff to them either. Potentially, you are covered on the gear, But what are you upgrading? Did you make the gear?
I have a bonus to sell stuff?
Well, the consumer.
So if I'm making all my stuff, then I'm going to have a lot of like surplus of weapons that I'm not going to need to use. So
Well,
I just sell those, and I would have a.
That's the trade-off of consumerism is you get a minus 15% discount. So it's 15% cheaper, which is nice. And this isn't including mods, and some of those are incompatible anyways.
Yeah.
But then you get a minus 10% sell value. So you're still getting more from a better benefit from buying things, but you won't be.
Worse benefit.
It's a discount, a 15% discount for buying, but a 10% markup. It costs.
Sure, I thought it was 25. I thought it was, maybe I misremember. I thought it was like 25 or 20. Maybe it was. I thought it was like 20. Basically the 15% discount, but there's a 25% loss on like when you sell stuff. I thought that was what it was, but maybe it was only 10.
I mean, unless if I somehow have a mod that changes it, it's a minus 15%.
Because you just played it, yeah.
Minus 15% purchasing discount, as in it costs 15% cheaper, but your sell value is 10% worse. So you're selling stuff for 10% less than you would without it.
Wouldn't that scale off of one of your variables? Like, does your commerce of sales and all that stuff level up with some sort of faculty, like speech or something like that? Or does
for
it not
example,
have any sort of scaling
you
metric?
have Suave, you also gain a 15% discount. So you could potentially turn that into a 30%.
There's not like a passive stat like barter in this game. It's just like a perks basically. Those are only things that can move the ladder.
I would assume speech, but I don't have speech, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah. Okay, I see. I don't think speech covers it. Maybe, but yeah.
There's either speech or leadership has maybe some perks.
Perks I could see. Yeah, no, there's definitely perks. That's what I was wondering is if like the percentage wouldn't matter if you are investing in speech or if you aren't doing that. So like I think it's a lot of weirdly like trying to weigh the odds of like is this worth it or is it not. And to me when I think about it, it's somewhere like a 20 to 50, like a 5 or a 20% change, but it's all based on like are you going to be selling stuff a consistent amount or are you going to be buying stuff material wise for your stuff. And I don't know. For me, the reason why I didn't take it is because like I tend to like run around the map and collect everything, and also like I kind of at the point where I'm so deep into the modding thing. If I ever wanted to be like, all right, let me just increase the fucking sales of these things because this is the one thing I don't really love.
And that was one thing I looked into is like if I wanted the discount, I would just get a mod because apparently it's not compatible with the consumerism. At least some people were finding is that it wasn't stacking. It said it should, but it doesn't correctly. So that's fair enough, but that's like a luxury of PC gaming is we get to mod the game.
Yes.
So what we don't like, we can just change, or we can play into the systems and find a way to make it work. The issue is once you accept a flaw, you can't get rid of it. If you accept up to 2 or 3 flaws, you immediately unlock flawed, and from that point onwards, because it only triggers once. Whenever you trigger flawed, that point onwards, you can't ever reject flaws. And that can be really detrimental if you didn't pick or reject certain flaws before taking the flawed flaw.
Yeah. I was about to say, okay, I wasn't really paying attention, but there's a flaw in the game that forces you to take flaws whenever you get them?
If you've accepted enough flaws, you then get the flawed flaw, and it makes it so all going forward, any flaws that you trigger. What was it? I think it actually
has to be some crazy shit.
There's some sort of like perk benefit. I think you get like more perk points or something as a trade-off.
That might be worth it. Yeah. Man, you can really do like a chaos bit where you're just like a fucking mess.
But then it's all about like learning when the trigger point is, because otherwise you can really mess yourself up. And then also it's like, well, you want to make sure you've like, for example, if you're gonna
get flaws. Sorry, what I was wondering is like I'm trying to understand what you're saying about like you're waiting to the right point to activate this like get all the flaws thing. So I'm wondering
if you've rejected or accepted the flaw, it will never occur again in that playthrough. So if you
okay, I see.
So
yeah.
For example, if you want to trigger flawed, do so after you've stared at the sun. because then you can reject
I was gonna say-
Sungazer. Otherwise, if you
Have a
trigger,
tinty-
because otherwise you will get flawed. If you've accepted flawed, then you stare at the sun for enough time to trigger Sungazer. You can't deny Sungazer from that point onwards.
Say, so I think it might be a trap in some sense, because I don't well, it depends on how quickly you can like mine out all your flaws. Maybe you can like just go fucking ape shit and like spend an hour just trying to get them and stay at the right level, because I noticed, and maybe this doesn't work this way, but like you mentioned that there was a flaw that gives you more skill points somehow. I forget what it was, but you mentioned that. And then there's this one that gives you more perk points. But I find that like if I'm level 10, I don't think it just says, oh, you took this flaw. Here are all the 10 points you would have gotten by being level 10. I don't think it just says starting now, any level you get will give you now these points.
Some are retroactive. Some,
okay,
but not all of them.
So it makes the perk thing a little bit less cool, because it's later in the game where you probably only have that option, maybe, unless you do farm out all the traits. You know?
As an example, easily distracted is like spreading yourself thin, like putting 1 point into multiple things on your next level up, or into multiple skills as you've invested. So it's like putting at least 1 into like 3 or 4 skills. That will immediately trigger easily distracted, which from that point forward, you get +1 more skill points every level. Without modding, that means from level 2 onwards, if you've planned for it, potentially, you can get 3 every level, and especially if you've picked Brilliant, whether or not you've picked Dumb, but at least if you picked Brilliant, so you can specialize 3 skills, that means you could just have your main 3 and just level them up heavily, but then the moment you start investing into any other skill, you have to catch those up to put more points into them.
I'm getting I got like content creator brain a little bit, but I was gonna say that would be a fucking real popular video I bet, where it's the person basically saying, here's the strongest start you can possibly have in the game. Here's how you like detonate all these flaws that are going to be like the most like worth it for you. Here's how to get all the shitty ones out of the way so you don't take them. And then here's the ones where you just
and it might be that the reason why I trigger easily distracted immediately at level 2 is probably because I have 5 points instead of 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
So it's because I spent 5 points in different things immediately, and then it triggers it.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Bolty May was making me laugh when he said, "BRB, I'm gonna go look at the sun real quick." Stare his eyes out. Also, I wanted to catch up. What do you call it, Red? I asked you a question, Red, about if you're going to be playing the Outer Worlds. And you said you are, but you're probably, I think, basically what you were saying, you're going to wait until the price drops significantly down, just because you probably have too many games. You already have too many games to probably play right now, I think is what you're saying. Avatar 30, I'll get more time for my... Yeah, that's really probably a smart choice. I think a lot of us are in, like, especially Fluff, dude. You guys are in, like, a state of, like, you have 14 games that you're interested in playing. I'm in a state where I only have 2, but I'm so busy at this point in my life to where those 2 are, like... Honestly, I have, like, 3 or 4 because I play these goddamn gacha games. But I totally get you. Also, yeah, there's not a dash cat, but there is a like a thruster jump. So I don't know if you can make that better through like science or perks or flaws or something like that. I could see them being something, because that's one thing I haven't seen many people talk about is science and how like good that can be. I wonder, because there does seem like there is some synergy, but I just haven't. It's weird because you're limited based on like whether you do a side quest or a main quest that gives you the fucking tool. Otherwise, you're like, I didn't even know there was a possibility until fucking 3 missions later that I skipped this stupid side quest. And yeah. Cody says, I think Grin meant something else. Old. I need to put the game on English. What do you mean? I wasn't 10%. Here, I think he means this flaw that gives you 100 sneak, attack damage, and debuff. Oh yeah, 20%. Yeah, that's the flaw that was, to me, I was like, shit, I probably should have taken that. Even because the 25% of health is not that bad, I don't think. But that was the gig of powerful skill bolty or flaw. The only thing it sucks is I fucking the one skill that I was like I regret so badly not taking or like choosing to not have is sneak. By far, when I look at all the skill tree perks, I'm like it synergizes so well that like yeah, I got. And also like as me, who's a person who has like companions who are going to probably take aggro. I can just crouch and probably like have various different like mods that give me like invis, so I could probably like re-detonate that, and that would be my like survival mechanism. It sucks though because they spread shit so thin, right, Fluff, with engineering being fucking valuable for everything because of mod value. So I don't know. I don't like that they tied engineering to tankiness, although I get it. It's just a bit of a bitch.
The idea is that engineering's your crafting. It's your it's your knowledge around mechanics and things. So it's like, okay, you're the crafter. You are building your armor. You are the Tony Stark. So you're the engineer. You know how to make your armor more efficient. You know, to make your guns more efficient. You know how to tinker with things. It also occasionally lets you, like, figure out how to get through doors that are jammed. If you didn't take Brawny. Brawny is essentially a free gorilla arms.
Yeah, dude. Brawny is the one that I regret the most not taking. Like the whole companionship, leadership thing, you don't really feel that much of a value of it because there's just like companion skills are on such a fucking long cooldown right at the hop. That's why I modded it to be like, I think it's 100x recharge because it's just so fucking horrible. Especially from the first game, which was like pretty, like you could spam to share your companion abilities. Anyways, and they're not even like that much more powerful. I think the old lady who you eventually get is broken. She like stuns shit. But anyways, I was gonna say, for the only thing I will say that I wanted to ask you about, actually I shouldn't ask you about, I just want to talk to you about because I don't know if you've played enough of the game yet, but the one thing that kind of disappointed me a little bit was the perks. I just wish they were more like dense, heavy, and like fuck shit up. But I think the reason why they're not is because the flaw system introduced such heavy like trade-offs, and the legendaries or like uniques in this game are pretty fucking big. Like the fact that you can get like, I kind of want to make a little short video about this. That helmet that we got that's like on the scarecrow that like makes you invisible, like as soon as you just stop moving. And I thought like cloaking was going to be like kind of nerfed if you don't have that much sneak, but no, if you just like stop moving, they just do not see you. So that's insane for like, oh, there's a mission that I have to sneak past these people, I'm fucked. No, man, if you just get this one unique, you slap on this stupid hat, you can't see shit, but you're still gonna be able to like stumble your way through a level, flip a switch and hide from people and stuff like that. So that to me was like super endearing. And I want to know what you thought about that. Are you like, have you seen any cool like legendary weapon video guides or something like that?
I haven't been spoiling myself outside of like how to create my character well. So like the early stuff like that I sent you from Boomstick that was like the main thing that I did before I picked the game up myself. But as it is right now, I mean, I just got started. I did a test run last night just to make sure everything was running well and testing the mods that I had set up. I mean, for the most part, yeah. I mean, I think it was just like when technically watching the video of a character, I was noticing the texture quality or like aliasing or whatever was happening. So like characters were looking like kind of blurry / jagged, and I didn't like that.
Yeah,
but
I did
that
see
was
there
just
was
like
a patch today.
Yeah, there's no patch notes, so I don't know what changed. It could just be that they're prepping for full release, which is tomorrow. So they're just getting that out of the way, I would imagine. But otherwise,
Bodhi says, sorry, I was gonna say, Bodhi says there is a trait that gives your melee weapon sneak attack bonus scaling on hit. What does that mean? Like you can hit them multiple times, each time it stacks more sneak attack bonus? Like a shotgun, maybe that'd be good on? Like the first shell is shitty, but then you can get off 2 shells and then a stack, or is... Sorry, Fluff, what were you about to say?
Let's see. What was I...
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I did not mean to throw you for a loop.
I mean, it's also I'm got the game for footage.
Yeah. I did have one thing that I really want to talk to you about, Fluff.
Yep.
And it essentially is how. So you have been streaming your absolute ass off, and to me, it has been like a feat of pure passion and force of will. Though, like the hours you've been putting in, the games you've been completing. So I've been really curious to ask you a lot of things about it. One, the first question I have is, how is your fatigue levels doing now?
Well, every now and then I start feeling fatigued, but part of it is like, well, if I'm going to be playing a game, I might as well be streaming it. This is kind of how I feel, and if it's within that window, and then otherwise, like I've had a couple days where it's like, yeah, maybe I should have just taken a break. It kind of worked out the other day where we were having someone come in doing some maintenance on our ISP stuff. So it kind of worked out in that way where I just streamed later that evening, and I ended up starting, I think it was the night I started Yakuza 6. But it was just like kind of my mindset is like, well, I'm at home, I'm playing a game for most of the day. Why not just stream it? Like it's not much harder to do. Now, sure, it's like I need to be speaking up and staying engaged or being engaging, and I'm like, yeah, and I'm working on that bit by bit as I go.
Yeah, Well, I think you're doing great, but the reason why I wanted to ask you this question, like now and not immediately, is because I think when people just start out, it's kind of weird, but I do think it's really helpful to, at least when you're trying stuff, to do it kind of in silence a little bit, because it lets you basically like make all the mistakes or like kind of get your grounding, and before you like start really like pumping up the gear. Like I don't know anyone who immediately starts and does like 100% volume all at once.
Yeah. And I don't want to become one of those who are like, hey everybody, welcome to my stream, and just like yammer on and on.
Either. Me, like, I think that's totally like awesome to do. Like you definitely got to believe in yourself for sure. Like this is the issue that I kind of have, is like deep down in my very soul, I just don't want to like, I don't really want people to look at me very much. I'm like very much like I'd rather just live like a hermit. I'd rather have my tight knit group of friends, etc. So I feel like my deep subconscious, even though I know a lot of the things I want in life, are kind of a reflection of like kind of needing attention or providing value to someone to some extent, those kind of things. But I definitely think you should ride for yourself when you eventually do that. But I think that like the key is like to wait until you feel like you're kind of in that place. But I kind of say that shit, Fluff, I'm probably lying to myself, because like it's basically, we're talking about the question of like, when do I feel worthy to be like, yeah, come and check me out? And the question is, I don't know, man. Some people I think do, and some people think don't. I'm one of those people who like, I still very, very struggle hard with like this feeling of like, yeah, the video was awesome, everyone should go see it. I'm like, what's this? Some people should maybe see it who maybe find value. My brain has that voice. So I definitely think it's good that you're like starting out and you're putting yourself out there immediately. And I think it's good to develop that like that consistent muscle that like wants to fire off and twitch every now and again, rather than like never like waiting to develop it, even though that's not how things work. Like you need to consistently like put pressure on something for it to become a habit, for it to become like a passive skill. So I think what you've been doing is really really clever and really good for you.
Yeah, and like one of the key early things either Bolty or someone else said when I was considering it and getting started was consistency. So that's been kind of my core foundational drive, is no matter what, I want to find a time that I can start and then just keep it going for it. Like I could have done it where I just like took a day or two off every week and then still kept it consistent, and maybe I will eventually shift that way, but for now I'm feeling fine doing it this way, where I just find a time that works, I start that time. I did adapt to, like, since Bolty has been one of the most consistent people tuning in.
He's a ride or die, for sure.
Well,
sure.
Not just that, but like I know he's over in like Germany, so I was feeling bad. Like if I'm starting at like 4 p.m., it's like 2 a.m. over there for him.
Dude, yep.
And so
I've had this thought so many times. At the end of the day, you just gotta, to me, you just have to put it in your head and be like, how do I make a better stream? How do I like? There's gonna be people who do this for you, and you can either like be like, fuck off, or
and so
like, how do I make my stream a little bit better? You know.
And so for me, I was like, how do I adjust it to make it so he gets enough time to view, so I have someone watching rather than me streaming to the void. And I'm like, I could do that, but it wouldn't feel that great, because part of the whole thing with streaming on YouTube is to get to that
community,
right? But also to get to that earn threshold that they set for you.
Oh, I see.
I need 3,000 public watch hours. Plus 500 subscribers. The subscriber thing's going to happen at some point. But if I'm not consistent and no one's there to watch, I won't get to that watch time threshold anytime soon. Now, that said, I'm really close to that 3,000 mark already. Which has been really nice. But
Hell yeah. I was going to say, so wait, what's the things you have left?
So I think last I looked, it's like either 26 or 2,800.
For what? So sorry, like if you were to tell me like I need this much of this and this much of this, and I already have this checked off the list, could you say it like that for me?
So I have like it's like the first threshold is that I need 3,000 watch hours, and I'm at like 2,800, so or 2,600 to 28. Either way, it's like about 300 to 200 more hours to go, and that's only what I started in like July, so that's not too bad, all things considered, for streaming specifically. Alternatively, it's like 90 public views with or however many. It's like something weird with shorts where it's like, you know, how people can watch those on repeat.
So I wanted to ask you, like, what do you? I have a bunch of things I could take this with, and I like go with this with. Do you want to like? I'm trying to distill essentially like how I should phrase this properly, but I'm basically I wanted to know if we could talk about like, do you have a goal that you're trying to achieve, and then are the means of what you're doing right now the best to achieve it? Is kind of the thing that we could talk about, which I kind of find interesting. Or is it more of like no, I kind of like this method of doing it because it lets me like slowly take step 1, then take step 2, and then I can figure out what my step 3 is. So I want to know which way do you want to go with this?
Well, for the most part, I'm not heavily stressing over like I need to get to this before this point.
Yeah.
The main thing is that the watch hours are with to get to the first earn threshold. You have to get to that plus this subscriber count, and that's kind of the thing that I'm struggling with. But the watch hours is you got to get to 300, you got to get 500, and get 500 subscribers within a year, within 365 days. So I'm working my way towards that, and I've just been trying to focus on being consistent, having variety. I have goals of like, I wanted to play through this game, so I'm doing that now. The whole thing of me finally doing streaming Yakuza 5 and 6 was I'd already played through Kiwami 1 through the 4th remaster. And so I was going through those, but I didn't want to play them again on stream because I did so before I started streaming. It would be nice, but I mean, for those that really want to learn more, they can either play those games themselves or there's multiple playthroughs out there if they really need to. But it was like, it was just kind of the idea of like, I started doing the whole video upload thing like about 3 or 4 months before I started streaming. And so I was like, okay, I've already got stuff established. I've got my ability to upload with very little time restrictions because like you have to be verified or whatever else and all that, all those layers. So I already got that all figured out. It's like some of this stuff is like, oh, it's your personal information, you're giving it away. I'm like, I don't care that much, and I'm keeping it. I'm already keeping it private, and I use a different password for every account, and I'm doing all this stuff where I'm juggling as many things as I can. I'm not gonna stress over every little like thing that can screw me over potentially because it still hasn't. I don't think we're ever gonna win. And it's like, okay, it can happen. It's always a possibility. Has it happened yet? No. Will it happen? Maybe. Yeah, but it's still like
I respect Red's point of view for sure. I just do. To me, I feel like it's like people who are like trying to have a moral high ground while also having an iPhone. You know what I mean? Like there's things where to me I'm like, listen, guys, I think we're all kind of bent in this like world where everyone's vying for
it's like someone like telling everyone that they shouldn't be on social media. Meanwhile, they've got like dozens upon hundreds upon thousands of TikToks that they've posted themselves.
For sure, people are crazy, for lack of better words. But the reason why I brought this up, sorry, to kind of bring it back to what I was gonna say. To me, that makes a lot more sense. Because I was when you were telling me this stuff, I thought, oh, okay. At first, when you brought it up, I thought, oh wow, I'm surprised that Fluff is so much like you just. To me, you signaled that like, oh, I wanted this goal. So like the thing that I'm so close to these watch hours, this is what I'm gonna do. So I'm like, oh, Fluff is way more like goal oriented than I previously thought. So I thought, oh, and then you brought up like you basically doing the stream plan that you talked about, like maintaining a proper pressure on that. But then I thought, oh, my brain sparked a little bit and said, oh, well, shit. To me, like especially having like done getting a channel up to nothing to like monetization kind of thing, to me it's like, oh, I feel like there's a faster way for you to detonate that. And again, like it's annoying, but it's like shorts or like people need to find out you exist. You need to kind of create leads.
Part of it is I've been considering it, but I don't really. It's like every time I keep thinking about it, it's like I could multi-stream to Twitch. Because almost anyone that you might ask is like, do you want to grow as a streamer? Stream on Twitch. It is where people look for streamers. It is the platform for stream. That said, there's so much in the past year going wrong for Twitch. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with that, for one. Two,
what about Kick?
I can consider those if I were, but I use YouTube. I have premium for YouTube. If I'm playing a game, I usually have some sort of YouTube video on my second monitor. So for me, it's like, this is what I'm most comfortable with. The issue is I'm not really fond of most other social media, so it's going to be harder to grow because I'm not putting myself out there. Whereas like Lone, for example, has already got a lot of stuff figured out, or at least has a plan written up, essentially, where he's like, oh, well, I'm going to advertise on Instagram. I'm going to do this and this and this. I'm like, yeah. And he's probably going to grow much faster. And it's going to make him probably skyrocket, at least for a time.
So first of all, I hate to interrupt, but I was going to say, I very much do think Lone is like, it's good that Lone is like developing these skill sets that can be relevant to content creation, etc. But I definitely like, I might take too much time talking about this, Fluff, but I think it's really fascinating, especially in your case. So like one of the things that I will be very honest about this, my heart is not into like growing Twitch channels or anything like that, really. I kind of talked about this ad nauseum, but alas, the one thing that I am kind of passionate about right now, and I've been learning a fuck ton about, is all things to do with like business. And one of the things that to me was really interesting is a lot of people, there are gurus out there. There are people who are trying to sell you on like everything. There's a fucking priest trying to sell you a miracle cure that's fucking bleach. There's so much bullshit out there, so much like absolute nonsense. So there's as many times in your life that you ever get to a point where you're like uncertain, or you're being given advice, it's so much nicer to kind of distill something into what you can calcify and observe. What is like an observable reality? So for me, like, it sounds fucked up, but when you oftentimes see the advice constantly thrown around, because I've heard this a lot, where like multi-streaming is a big deal, and it's so good. And to me, in like the world of business, which I think makes a lot more sense, because it's like this is where like millions and millions of dollars are spent. This is where like analytical data is just flushed with. Like, if there's ever a person that's going to have the answers to this, it's going to be people who have so much incentive to actually like crack this code. And it's as simple as like, people want to say like, hey, it's about streaming on Kick, which can possibly give you more leads. But the ultimate question is, do you know how Kick works as a platform to generate sufficient leads? So like, do you know how YouTube works as a platform to generate sufficient leads? Do you know how Twitch works? I think you actually have a decent baseline of an understanding of Twitch, because you've been a viewer on Twitch for so long. So I remember even telling me back in the day of like, oh, well, how I actually discover a lot of people and how I've seen like some content creators talk about growth is basically via like taking a smaller game and basically streaming to that with massive hours, and eventually you'll develop an audience with that way. That's like a deep understanding of how Twitch works, essentially. But to me, like, this is in the business, the way they calcify this, or like I keep saying calcify, sorry, the way they like lay this out is by saying you have many different ways to get leads. These are ways that people realize you exist. But the determining factor of that is basically your understanding of a certain platform. So if you have a baseline understanding of how, let's say, YouTube Shorts works, then you know how to consolidate a short to make people interested, engage them, pull them in. Now the funny thing is everyone starts at zero. Like, even maybe you can buy a course and you can get some like information in, but like the sooner you just do it, you just start pumping out shorts, you just start streaming like you have been for consistent hours, you'll start to understand. And ideally you have to be somewhat conscious about this. You also have to have the desire not to just maintain, but to actually understand and learn and like see what's working essentially on the platform. And then you can basically develop in that whatever niche you decide. If you want to go on Twitch, that's great, but I think Twitch to me is like, I see a lot of people just say like multi-streaming. I think multi-streaming is like exactly the like kind of wrong answer, because you don't have any understanding of how that platform actually works. Like, what it values. Well, again, Fluff actually might, because Fluff has like, he's been a viewer for so long that he may have some passive knowledge about that. But I definitely think that like, you just have to pick like, let's say 2 like methods of people finding out who the fuck you are, and then develop like a skill set around that. You should think of it like that. I think that's how business often defines it, as like, I don't have the skills necessary yet to like make a short engaging and make so people actually can like give a shit and know who I am.
Yeah.
I don't have the skill set of knowing how to like stream on Twitch and know how to like arrive high in the directory and also like capture people's attention within like one glance. Maybe that's like the title of your stream. Maybe that's what you're doing in the stream. So this is why I asked you a couple of like minutes ago where I was like, do you want to talk about like the goal and how to get there, or do you want to talk about like the plan to get there? So anyways, I said a lot. I'm curious, what do you think?
Yeah, well, for me, it's that as I've been going, I've been learning bit by bit, finding problems, solving them, like realizing certain settings in OBS or how to try to help consistently promote my channel to a degree. Like they have like stuff on the YouTube studio that like tries to give you tips on how to keep growing or the things like that, and they give you weekly updates and all those sorts of things. I'm not trying to pay too much attention to the numbers. It was a little disheartening recently where I've been steadily growing. I hit like 40 something subscribers, and then something, I don't know, inactive people got unsubbed. I don't know. I dropped back down. And I was like, well, that's a little disheartening, but I'm not going to let it get to me as best I can, because...
Can I give you a positive North Star for that?
Yeah.
So for a long time, I struggle with this as well, because it's kind of like the nature of content creation, where you're basically like, oh man, what's going on? Like, some people are liking my content, some people are not. It sounds really fucked up, Fluff, but you should kind of be very, like, not every viewer is created equal, is the sense that I heard one time ago.
And for me, I understood that. I've even watched recent things of just how to get started, what to worry about, and then of course YouTube will start recommending things that are adjacent or related to what I was already looking up. So it's like, don't worry about the numbers. You will get there as long as you just don't give up, because like the worst thing you can do is just stop.
Yes, I agree with some of that, but I also think that like for instance, when you just brought up that point. I'm sorry, this is a very fun conversation. I'm getting excited, but I was gonna say there's the thing you just brought up was the idea of like, oh, well, I see some viewers who pop in and I see some like fluctuation there. Instead, you should be seeing this through the mental frame of like, we're those people who are going to genuinely be the kind of people who are going to stick it with my stream and like ask me questions. No, so good. Yeah. Why would I want to have those people in my thing? That's okay. I don't need them. I don't want them.
Yeah,
if you got one person
and that's
you could signal to,
essentially what I understood is just that regardless, seeing the decline is always going to make you feel it's going to make you feel bad. Regardless of
which is exactly
understanding why or understanding the issue, or even that it's not an issue. It's just, oh, well, they weren't enjoying the content that I was doing, or they aren't interested anymore, or whatever it is, and that's fine. Like, oh, well, they wanted to watch me because I'm playing this game. Well, I stopped playing this game because I finished it, or I've moved on to something else, or I'm doing something else now. Or they don't like that I'm a furry. I don't know. It's like any and all reasons under the sun that it could be. It doesn't really matter, and it's outside of that. Seeing number go down will make me feel bad. It's how long do I make it? Do I feel bad about it? Is what matters. It's like, okay, well, I'm just going to pick myself back up and keep going.
Yes, but I don't even think it should bring you down in that sense, because like for me, and I get what you're saying, I totally hear you, by the way, but like the thing to me that like I always come at this from like the angle of like business, which again, I studied so much YouTube stuff, and business to me has just been like infinitely more like clear on what's happening. But like if I made like a YouTube short to say like publish, maybe I make a coin, like a graven coin, and I make a YouTube short and I film it really nice, and it gets like 10,000 views, did that result in like success? Did it or didn't it?
If they followed your channel otherwise. If not, it's just one successful short.
Exactly. What is the goal of a business?
Is
to make a profit.
Yeah.
So did they buy anything?
No.
Exactly. So but what if you got 10 views on a short, but 7 people bought stuff? What happened?
Then you got
what would we rather have? Exactly. That to me is like significantly more interesting. That to me, that is what you're looking for. So like the idea of numbers and scale are just useless. Like again, say you have like 10 people who watch your videos, but those 10 people are willing to become subscriber members, and maybe they're willing to like buy something from you. And then you can just like, if you just got a short or like a YouTube video or a stream, they just got 10 viewers. But those viewers were people who actually were like the kind of person that you're wanting. This is like a weird thing where they talk about like viewer avatars and all this kind of stuff. But if they were just that person, that's all you need to win. So numbers are a fucking lie, especially when it comes to streaming and content. So like that's all you kind of want. And in streaming, I think it's just a person that's like consistently showing up to your content. That's the only thing that like should matter. So numbers literally mean nothing. Like if you like again, if you stream for a year and you got 10 views on like a short, and each one of those shorts was so good, you developed your skill about making shorts so well that you were only able to get one per short that you upload, and you upload like 3 a week. Over the course of a year, that would be a substantial gain in your viewership. And then if even half of those people were able to become a subscriber, that actually might become an actual feasible way to live off of. So like the idea of numbers is like deeply flawed. Like so it shouldn't bring you down. It should. I know it does, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't even be in your repertoire. All you should be focusing on is like, have I developed a skill of whatever I'm doing to the extent in which I can actually like reach those people, you know?
Right. You know, and so my point there was like, I know it shouldn't bring me down, but the first time for everything, right? So
Sure,
it's like,
yeah, no, for sure.
It's like the first time I get a negative comment, the first time I get it's hard to forget your first of anything. Positive and negative. But negative things will, of course, stick with you longer more often than not. It's just how we work. It's how our minds work. Trauma and negative
100%,
experiences
100%.
will stick with us far more than anything positive. But there are certain positive memories that really do latch on, and those are what you should care about. So I know I'm not worried about like, oh, I lost someone, or someone's not watching, because it didn't matter, because were they watching my streams consistently? No, partially because I do keep in mind my concurrent viewers. I do keep in mind my view count because it's right there on the OBS. I'm not like well, no, it's like, it's nice to know, so then I can be like, hey, who's currently here? Who am I able to talk to, whether or not they're there saying anything? They may chime in, and if they are chiming in, I try to respond. Now, maybe a third or a fifth of the time, it's been a consistency of almost every stream there's someone, well, actually it's been less and less, thankfully, but almost every stream there's been one of those scam people in the chat.
Fuckers. Yeah, bastards, yeah.
I've had like 3 or 4 times where it's someone like Luna Chris pop in, and it's been a different profile, they have a different creation date, but it's always like within the last month, or even within the last week.
Oh, so what's good, Lone?
And essentially the same name each time.
Yeah.
And most of the time they'd be like, hey, how are you? All that. And then eventually like, do you, can I get your Discord?
Give me your Discord.
And so one of the times I was like focusing on the game I was playing, and I was like tabbed away from OBS because I was trying to look something up. And then noticed that like, they're like, hey, how are you? And I was having like also stream delays and stuff because the last week or so I've been having issues. But they just like said something, and then I didn't respond, they're like, oh, whatever, and they just left. So I was like, okay, that takes care of that for now. And I don't necessarily want to have the benefit, or I want to show them the benefit of the doubt, because some are just, they're not English first language or whatever else may be.
Yeah, the bots are going to be able to leverage that against the good heart, though, Fluff.
I wait until I see, okay, are they going to start asking for my Discord? It's like, you want my Discord? You can just join my server. I have the link down below in the description. Are you incapable of doing that? Okay, I'm not going to add you as a friend or message you on Discord. You can do the legwork. If you're not able to do the legwork, you're probably a bot / scammer that doesn't actually want to put in the effort.
Yeah, also, it's like the thing we talked about. Why would I, like, are you the kind of person that will actually get me to like what I'm ultimately trying to work for, which is like a person who's consistently here. So a person that like immediately comes in and like asks something of you. It's like, I don't know if that's the behavior of someone who
and
just,
generally
like,
it's like,
shoot the shit.
The scam is like usually like, oh, I make art for streamers and stuff. I'm like, sure you do.
Yeah.
Where's your portfolio? Can you link it here? Can you at least tell me the name I can research? If
the thing is that might be true.
Well, sure, but most of the time they dodge the question. Then they try to get you to talk to them on Discord. You do so, and if you click on their links that they provide, it's a phishing thing, it'll compromise your.
Asshole, but I'm just out. I mean, if someone's like, "Hey, can I talk to Discord?" I'm like, "Why? why can't we just talk right now?"
It's
like, can I send you a friend request? I'm like, "I don't know you. Fucking get away from me."
It's like, if you want to hang out and chat, show up, be consistent.
Amen.
Great. If you want me to play a specific game, show up for the chat. Leave a comment.
Yeah.
Do whatever. You don't need to be a jerk about it, but at least be like you want
about it.
Well, no,
they're trying to scam you out of money.
No, I'm saying they don't need to be a jerk about it. That's where, like, for example, I had with me doing the Steam Next Fest, I had a selection that I picked out myself because I don't have a big enough community yet where I could be like, hey guys, give me recommendations of what you'd like to see, and I'll probably plan for that ahead of time in the future once I get more people actively engaging.
Yeah.
But until then, I picked out like almost 20 demos and I just played all of them for that. I uploaded that. I had a dev of one of the games pop in
it's small
to
world.
the comment.
I got that,
and then the other one was like,
that's awesome.
Play this demo, I swear to God. And I'm like, that one didn't show up on my Steam recommendations. I'm sorry I missed it. It flew under my radar. I'm willing to go check it out if the demo's still playable.
Yeah.
Are you going to show up for my stream / the VOD afterwards if I do so?
Yeah.
That's a big question there. It's like, are you going to, like, if you're going to make a request of me, be there when when you make the request and I fulfill it. Because that happened back when you were gone on your vacation and I had my birthday stream. I just had a variety of things that I wanted to play, including I started with like Barony because someone earlier that week or so was like, hey, you should go play some Barony. I was like, okay, I'll do so. I'll try to find some time to do it later this week. I did so. They didn't show up. I'm like, don't make a request of me if you're not willing to commit to it.
Yes.
If you can't commit, then I should not be expected to commit to it.
Yes, I also think that it's like, this is the fucking bad. It's weird, but like it's kind of got to play this weird balancing game where like a lot of times I think it's probably the wrong calls when someone says, "Hey, do this thing," even if they do show up. Like we're talking about, it's like, does this like help the overall, like, ultimately when you're a streamer, I think you're just trying to create like the best atmosphere, basically a hostess. You're just trying to create the best atmosphere, the best thing ever. So if somebody makes a suggestion for a game and you're going to cover it,
it's like a great example is, okay, do you go to a sushi restaurant and ask for a hot dog?
It isn't over for me.
Do you go to a steak house and ask for a pizza?
Exactly.
Now, to be fair, they might have those. They might serve something of that sort. But that's not what you should be expecting of them when they advertise for a type of thing. So, like, yes, I'm a variety streamer. That means I'm playing what I want to do, where I'm not just like, I'm not just Minecraft. I'm not just Fortnite. I'm not just this. However, I can't just download and play something on short notice. I can't just play a request on the day of that. I'm already, like, I already planned out a big list. This is what I can do. I might have something else installed, and I'd be willing to do it on a day that I haven't already dedicated to something.
Yeah. So this is a really fun, you created a really good premise, and I wanted to build upon it. So let's say that's the thing, where basically, let's say you're like a steak restaurant, all right? Let's change the question slightly. How much would a customer trust that they're going to receive the most tasty steak when they go to a place that's a cafeteria that sells steak, chicken, potatoes, rice, and a variety of things. How confident do you think that person is when they go to that cafeteria that the steak that they're going to get is going to be like memorable and worth showing up to?
Probably not. It's not likely. But they can still be surprised. It's like, maybe it will be their best steak ever. Maybe it would be.
Exactly.
Or they'd be willing to try something else. So it's like, I came here for this, expecting this, I got this instead, I still loved it. Is that kind of thing. It's like expectation versus reality. Usually people phrase it as like expectation versus reality is like something negative. But then I started seeing more recently, people are like, okay, expectation versus reality, it's still amazing. It's not what I expected. It's even better.
But yes, but let's talk about the chef. So does the chef learn, like, it's like the jack of all trades thing, except it's kind of in like, it's like deep into skill progression essentially. So like to me, like there are certain content creators that like I'll watch immediately because there's like a Minecraft adjacent game, because they're just super good about filling dead air in that capacity. I watch some people who are like really good about like cutting edge. This game is brand new. I'm going to tell you every guide. We're going to find out how to break it. We're going to have fun with it. So like to me, I think that it makes sense. Like if I were to go to a store that was like critically acclaimed for like the only thing this guy does is steak, and you're like, how good can the steak be if this is the only thing they're selling? You go there and it's fucking amazing. And then eventually you hear that they're starting to make chicken, and you're like, oh. Okay,
so then you're like, okay, well, I'm willing to try it. Maybe it won't be as good, at least when you try it first time.
Exactly. Yeah.
But if you stick with it,
you know he can make a good steak, so you have trust that he can make a good chicken.
So I have a handful of like content creators and streamers that I enjoy watching more over than others. Like I've referenced him often, Maximilian Dude. He's who I go to for fighting games, but I also know he's passionate about like Final Fantasy VII. He's passionate about some other like RPGs and things that he's played. He's willing to try variety because he's also been at it for like over 10 years, being a content creator / streamer. That he's like the third person to get a legacy reward from whatever streamer award thing that they did, which is like over 10 years. Like Jerma was one of the first ones to get it, and then Max I think got it. And I remember he was like nominated or expected to be like best fighting game content creator, and was a little disappointed when he didn't win. Someone else won. And he's like, okay, yeah, they deserve it. They've been really active and an actual active streamer and focusing on one or more fighting games. Only to then be like, by the way, Max, you're winning the Legacy Award this year. And that just took him by surprise. He did not plan for that at all. And it was just a huge honor for him.
Yeah.
But he's been for me, he's just someone that I found like has been really influential. That I like fighting games, I suck at them, but I like them. So he's been able to introduce me to things that I didn't think I would want to play and help me build knowledge for the core genre plus adjacent stuff. Case in point, Absolum. I only knew about this game thanks to him. And then it has one of the developers of the game is like called Guard Crush, where they know fighting games. They play fighting games. So this game has a lot of built-in side-scroller beat-em-up / fighting game mechanics. It has where you tech to get back up. It has it where you have guard crushes. It has clashes and all those sorts of things that are part of like a fighting game genre, which is really cool. But also this game has like a lot of depth, being a roguelike. It has interesting ways to build your character. You gradually unlock more and more stuff, like Hades, like some of these other great examples as well. But it's also co-op, which is always something I appreciate having access to, where I can play with someone else. I always like a PvP game that I can share with someone else. Some people are like, oh, well, it doesn't matter how good the game is. No matter what, it's always going to be fun if you have friends. I'm like, sure, but there is a limit to fun with friends overrides quality of game.
Yeah, you're just suffering together. What the fuck? You want to
at that point, you might as well just like go watch a movie together or play a board game together. It doesn't matter. Do your own D&D session or whatever it may be. Hanging out with friends is always going to be a separate aspect to it. It's a layer on top of, is this game fun? because there's like the things like Among Us or more recent things like Peak, where those are fun, but you also, it's less about that the game itself is fun. It's a new flavor to enjoy with your friends. It's like you.
I also think it's based. There's certain games that are based on how much fun you like. How fun are your friends? Is like a really good way to put it. But like, are your friends like naturally really funny? Are they gonna lean into being super silly? Are some of them too silly to where you can't make any fucking progression?
Like the Jackbox Party Pack or whatever it was called.
I know what you go.
Like the drawing game where it's like it's fun if you guys just none of you are amazing artists and you're just doing it to have fun and just draw silly stuff and have in-jokes and that sort of thing. That's fun too. Or, but then, like, is it entertaining for others? Maybe, but other people get, like, a whole art critic kind of snooty about things. So then that's where, oh, well, we'll take it to the next level. I'm an artist. I have a bunch of friends that are artists. Let's just play this game as all artists, where you play TKO, which is one of the Jackbox mini games.
I've seen some shorts about something like that.
And so they're all amazing artists that can draw things really fast. And now you just, part of the gimmick of TKO is the winning designs can be purchased as real t-shirts. So you just you just essentially got
good business.
a relatively low cost commission from someone just because you're all having fun drawing nonsense together. But now you have a cool t-shirt that is also a permanent fixture of a fun memory with your friends. And it's like, so that game's goes up to the next level, that it's fun with friends, but you're also all really talented or all really high skill to what this specific thing is. It's like having fun with friends messing around in like Mario Party, or having fun with friends being in a pre-made team comp in Marvel Rivals or something.
I would say, you know what it's kind of like? It's kind of like our analogy of like you're a chef and you're starting out your business. And maybe you make steak and you're like, oh, my steak's good. I just haven't had the interest of like developing that. But then you're like, I'm open to stuff at least. I really enjoy actually making like Mexican wraps, and maybe you try that and you're actually fucking good at it. So then you're like, okay, this is not that hard to learn this skill. So it's because I like it so much. So when you start developing that, you're like, holy shit, man, my fucking Mexican wraps make everything, like my steak and everything else, look like shit. Why don't I just focus in on Mexican wraps? And I think that's like a really good way to think about like what you're doing with your multi-streaming right now, which is like, it's good to kind of feel out everything until you feel out like, okay, this is the stream where I feel like people are showing up. It's easy to stream it. It's fun to talk to people about it. I have tons of content to grind for it. This is the thing I want to kind of like double down on. And I do think that's a variable of streaming, because I haven't seen any people who really stay with multi-streaming. They usually have like eras of like, they get really into like Among Us or something. They get really into that climbing game, and then they go back to multi-streaming.
So that's where there's certain cases where there's some people that have well established themselves as, we are the variety crew, or I am the variety streamer, where I will play a game, it will be like the flavor of the month sort of thing. I just keep up with that, so I cover it. I may play with others, I may not. Either way, I'm doing what's hot right now. And that's often what variety streamers are. Then there's like a core game streamer or content creator. Go ahead.
Could I add something? Sorry to interrupt. I just know my thought's gonna lose. I have like a thing where I lose my train of thought. But I was gonna say, is it that they're a multi-streamer and that they're playing the like flavor of the month, or is it that they know that that's like one of the best ways to do lead generation, which is like to like make a bunch of shorts about this popular game that lead back to my stream, so that whenever I do want to play some sort of like whatever game I'm interested in, I have like a percentage that stick around. So like, is it a chicken or the egg kind of thing? You know,
it's kind of like watching what else content surrounds what they do. So like Kraken, for an example. He streams. I think he mostly exclusively streams on Twitch. And then he has a person manage his archive channel. And then his main channel is edited content, pretty much taking the best moments to make like a 15 to 20, 30 minute video of like, here's all that we did. It could be multiple streams even. But it's just sometimes it's like, here's an idea. Can you guys work on this while I keep doing my streaming thing? Running back to Max, he used to edit his own videos out of his own streams. But it got to the point where he got busier and busier because he like has it where he has to travel. He has a wife and kid now that was like born in 2020 of all years.
Wow.
But she's been doing great. But he has his busy schedule. Like he recently did a video of just addressing that everyone wants him to play all these different games. He only has so much time and also so much interest. It's like, I would love to play Ninja Gaiden 4. I would love to play Absolum. I would love to play Final Fantasy Tactics. I'd love to play this fighting game and this fighting game and this fighting game. And it's like, I can't. I have not enough time and only so much interest in all these things that some games have to be benched. Some games have to be put aside or put on the shelf for now. I'll get to it if and when I have the time for it. And sometimes it will always sit on that shelf because a new thing comes out or another thing that catches more people plus his own attention. So I feel that, and I'm just getting started. He's been one of my inspirations for streaming alongside you and alongside...
I'm not with anything, but thank you.
Well, right, but like the whole like inspiration I had was, okay, I was doing the whole video upload thing so I could provide gameplay footage in the background for your Hangout streams. And that's how I got it started. And I was like, okay, now I understand how to navigate this side of YouTube better. I'm getting a hang of the studio system and how to upload things and how to manage things and how to set up like a template essentially. So that's why like every stream has like the same description most of the time. More recently, I started adding a handful of hashtags. I now understand how chapters work, where you add timestamps to the description, which for a stream usually has to come after the stream fully processes. Then I can update it and whatever. So I've done that like back. I haven't done it for most of my streams, but like if I'm playing multiple things, I don't mind going back to do that. More specifically, I'll do it for
the effort.
It's fine. It doesn't take long, and I'm not going to do it for everything. But
yeah, I think it's just like for instance, sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I was going to say if you were to take the time you were going to take to make a bunch of chapters, which I imagine takes like a decent amount of time because you're scrubbing through the video. You're maybe do it right after you kind of have a memory of what you did. But like if you just took all that time in a week and you just made like 2 or 3 shorts, which is a way of for someone to find your video, and you maybe just post it on Twitter or something like that. I think there's a little bit more mileage. So I don't know if it's the best lever to pull.
I wouldn't necessarily do it for most of my streams, but I decided to learn and figure out how it works for the next fest. Because I covered 19-ish.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, here's my covering each section. The irony is I mentioned that dev that popped in and left a comment thanking me for my video. I don't know if they really watched much of it outside of that. There's a chapter that mentions their game because that was the game I spent the least time on. And I feel really bad about it. But they seemed to be kind enough. They were. I responded positively to them. Whether or not they actually care, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but they do care. It's probably a mix.
So, as it is, I was like, I wasn't like for that specific game. I was already like near the end of the games, and I wanted to end soon. And I had like a string of this is AI slop. This is asset flips. And this is really poorly put together audio mixing. And so I had those like 3 in a row, and I was starting to just lose steam, lose energy to just deal with that. So I felt bad, but then I was kindly responding to this dev that is indeed, but like they're Korean, I think. So it's like, well, I don't expect them to fully understand what I'm saying. But it feels similar to... the other day, it was one of the earlier times when I just started using my VTuber model, and I think it was one where I was like, I don't know what I want to play, so I'm just going to have a generic thumbnail of be like, variety. I'm just going to play a bunch of different things. And that Japanese VTuber popped in, said hi, and he was like, I'd love to become friends with English VTubers, and I
That's awesome.
did my best to respond. Don't know if he stuck around. Seemed like he was a little busy anyways, because it was like during his birthday week or whatever for his own streaming schedule. So I was like, I still appreciate it because he took time out of his schedule to just visit.
So wait, like, you were streaming, then he came in and commented something, and then you missed him, or did
I responded, but the stream delay maybe.
Yeah.
Or again, since he's Japanese, he might not understand what I'm saying fully, and since I didn't have any translation there, but he was still very kind. And then I left a message on his latest stream because it was the most recent content, thanking him for stopping by and that I would.
Ooh.
I appreciated
it. This can make for a good segue. Yeah, this can make for a kind of
that said, nothing has happened since. If I find time, I'll pop into his stream and just say hey, but it doesn't really matter. I just appreciated that he popped in and said hi and kind of wished me well, and it meant a lot when he's technically, in the scheme of VTubers, let alone Japanese ones, is a modest subscriber base. It's like a 1,000-ish, maybe.
Still, it's a person there with you.
But then here I am, sub 100, sub 50, and he showed up in my stream and was very kind, even if it was just brief. I was like, it meant a lot. Like, did it
for sure? Yeah.
Did it affect anything? No, not really.
It did. Affected you?
Well, as in, like, did it make any waves on the channel? No, it didn't. But that's okay. The fact that like it seemed like it came shortly after I started implementing a couple hashtags to my stream to help, like, categorize. So I have it where it's like live stream, VTuber, furry. It's like, okay, these are the types of things that maybe people will look for generically rather than looking for the specific game I'm playing.
Well, yeah. So like with the hashtags, you literally can click on a hashtag and you'll see like all the things that pop up. So it's a good way to populate like a variant to that. So I'm like, honestly, from his perspective, I could try to get in his head. I imagine he's like, oh, I want to network a little bit because that's what he sounds like.
And he probably searched hashtag VTuber and then saw my channel live at the time, so he decided to pop in and say hey. And so I really appreciate that. And so that's where, like, as we were talking about goals and things, that's part of what I've been doing is, like, as I'm figuring things out, I'm adding bit by bit. Here's the next layer. Here's the next brick. Here's the next brick. And it's just, I'm not expecting to overnight success. I would never expect that.
I know.
But it's nice that it's like, it is like goal oriented, but it's more like checklist to-do list oriented, if that makes more sense. Where it's like,
Can I say
okay,
something about this?
what should I like? I have this objective. I'm going to keep working on this until I get it integrated into what I'm doing, and then it just becomes part of the routine.
I think it's literally like most people who are in pursuit of any goal. You'll never get anyone who's like cheering you on, really, because people have their own lives going on. They can't really acknowledge all of the effort that you do. But the one thing that makes it like, to me, like, it's the sweetest comment for anyone who's in deep pursuit of any goal, which is that one day this will all yield something. One day this will all matter. One day this will all have some sort of positive effect. I believe in you, essentially. And I think, in some small part, I think this is essentially what that person did when they popped into your stream. I think they basically just said, like, hey, I see you, I see your effort, and I actually believe in you enough to want to kind of invest in you. I want to be your friend, because I think you're going to do great things. So I think that, I don't think it takes a genius to realize how meaningful that could be for somebody.
Yeah.
And how much that had an effect.
And I realize that I'm just not always good at conveying that feeling.
I hear it.
It's similar to how, like, it's that double-edged feeling of the dev of that game popped in, left a comment like, the YouTube algorithm led me here, thank you for covering my game. And it's like, I felt bad because it's like, it was the thing I gave the least time to. However, I'm sure that they, amongst all the other people doing the Steam Next Fest, were scouring YouTube and Twitch and otherwise, seeing who's checking out my game, who's checking out what we're doing. Are they providing any feedback? Is it something that we can address? So in the case of that one game, I commented on the audio balance, I believe, but then otherwise I was like feeling a little worn out by that the mascot character that they had was clearly AI. And I was like, I feel like this game deserves better. It's not that necessarily AI is a problem, but if they want consistency, they really should be putting more effort into what their poster child is, what sure, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Well, that's the thing. I went past the cover and saw what was inside and wasn't happy with the messier
I don't think
content.
Mad about it. I think everybody is just looking for encouragement. Like, again, I mentioned this a lot, but it's one of the few things where, like, it's a smaller world than you could ever possibly imagine, especially ever.
And what I appreciated separate from that was one of their last lines in the comment was, "I wish you great success to your channel." Like, they recognize I was a relatively small channel right now. Like, it was low viewership, low subscribers. They recognize that, and they still gave me some time out of their day, even if it's
something specific from the video.
I think they just thanked me for covering the game amongst other things, and then said they thanks to what I showed, they identified some issues. Will that actually mean anything? I don't know. They could just be having a generic copy paste thing for that.
Sure,
but it felt like separately that last line of like, "I wish you great success," shows that they were picking a channel or found this channel that was relatively small. So one thing that it's helping me realize is YouTube is starting to get more and more signal boosting for me. That thanks to my consistency over the last few months, YouTube's like, okay, now's the time for us to start promoting you to things that may not make as much sense. Because then I started seeing
variable of search.
All right, and
so you're playing into search is huge. Like, so it's like you can make content for like suggestion feed, or you can make stuff for search, which is like if you're a developer and you're like looking for stuff, or you're like if you're playing in any game that nobody plays, you're looking for like a guide. It's super helpful to like title your videos like deep into search, like list all the tags that your video is, find the most commonly question in it, and then where you answer a cluster of questions. So like that to me, I think is also a variable for that for sure. But it could be that where like your YouTube knows what you are and they're suggesting it. I think, Fluff, if I'm honest, I think you just captured the power of a moment. Where like I don't know many people who are doing the Steam Fest thing. Like I'm sure that people were doing it, but I do think that was like.
And from what I've seen, a lot of people will, if they do the next fest, they would do separate videos, separate streams throughout a week, whatever it may be, and then they upload each one dedicated to this such and such thing. So on YouTube, at least, I don't see as many people doing it, but I was like, because I made the content, YouTube was like, here's other stuff that others are now doing because you've made the same kind of content. So it's starting to feed into those algorithms. But what I also was curious about is that like I had some more of the YouTube Studio analytics stuff pop up, and it was like, here's what people are getting recommended through, and it was showing like other streams, other videos, other things like that, and I was surprised. It was like they weren't even playing a game that I was playing, or this is a Korean YouTube live stream, and I was like, I'm surprised I'm showing up at all on theirs. Now it could be that they were using similar hashtags, and it could be that they were and I think I checked and neither of them were VTubers, so that was the thing I was surprised at. Now, to be fair, I'm aware that there's some people that have like a running gag where there's a channel I watch that covers like Yakuza series games, but when he streams, one of the hashtags he uses is Titanfall 3. His first hashtag.
I see.
Because the game doesn't exist, maybe he wants it to exist, but he's also playing off of, if anyone's going to search for this, they're going to find my stream. So it's a bit of a... And now that's like the whole thing of like the gif of the guy like rubbing his hands together as he opens the fridge. There's nothing in there. He's disappointed. So it's like, it's like there's that double-edged of maybe people will stick around, or maybe people will be upset with you being disingenuous.
I think when it comes to this,
and it can go both ways.
I was just gonna say, like, to me, I don't think people realize how good YouTube is. So like you brought up a question of like basically it's kind of talking about YouTube's backend about how are they perceiving that I'm this. And, you know, they don't have any VTuber things. But YouTube actually, like the one thing that it's changed the last 6 years of YouTube. If anyone who's listening who's actually curious about how this works, it's helpful to kind of realize. But you can put tags on your video. You can put what do you call it, description things, and reinforce what the tag is. All these things. But it is shifted so severely into pattern recognition to where all it does is it basically takes a series of patterns of what you tend to like, and then it will suggest people to that. So that's why like people talk about like it's all about like a signal. So if you can replicate like a pattern of a type of video, this is why like also this is the kind of the restriction of varied content. But if you can create some sort of pattern, then eventually they'll start suggesting that. And I think you have put in out of the most volume out of anything. I think you've done the Yakuza games like crazy, which I think is a very strong signal to YouTube.
Right.
Of something
I would
that.
say so. I think when I actually look at like what YouTube recognizes being some of my most views and most concurrents and most watch time, it ended up being Cyberpunk. A lot of people tuned in to the point where I was finishing the game. I had network issues at near the very end. It was close to the 12-hour mark, so I had to make a new stream, and I had to like title it the finale. And then a bunch of people tuned in, and it was already close to like midnight my time. But then the guy was like, I just tuned in, and this guy's already beating the game. And I was like, yeah, well, I've been streaming it constantly for the last
Do you know why that
few
did
weeks.
so well, Cat or Fluff?
Yeah, go for it.
I want to see. Like, I want to. And I was just gonna say, do you know why it was so successful? Because I'm curious what your take on that is. Because I have my take, and I'm curious what your take is.
It could have just been the title that I gave it. The timing of posting it after already having the other stream. So then it... I don't know.
You're way too close to your own brilliance, boyo. What do you call it? Okay, so like you're in the Fury community for sure, right? Like this is why I mean you're like too close to see what the genius to which you did. Which not like I 100% gun to head, I would take a bullet for this belief for sure. It's one of the few things I have very little doubt of why that succeeded so hard. It is the most like shockingly weird, and like people are gonna tune in just because of how weird the mod you downloaded is. Like for sure, you basically what you did for anyone who didn't see Fluff's what do you call it, Cyberpunk playthrough.
Right, and people were tuning in for that, but the thumbnail / title didn't mention that when I. With the finale stream of me doing the last ending that I was settling on. So no one knew what to expect. It was just Cyberpunk on there.
It doesn't matter because all they see is basically what they're like the only thing that matters on YouTube. If you're like distilling anything, people say title, people say anything. It's just thumbnail. And honestly, if like when it comes to like streaming, it's even more so because like who the fuck's gonna read your title? Because it's usually like I'm live, I'm doing this. Like people just care a shit about the thumbnail. So when they see like a furry ass dog snout person with Cyberpunk in the corner, they're like, what the hell is this?
And so
now you were saying why did that reflect on the finale being super juiced and not the other ones necessarily? Well, I think it's because again it's the thing we just talked about. It's a consistent signal to YouTube where people keep seeing this and they don't probably watch the stream, but they watch the past broadcast. So finally when someone finally sees like that this thing is happening, the ending, and I'm not sure if you put that in the title or anything, but even still it's some sort of signal that someone says, hey, this is the ending. I think YouTube has a strong enough AI or like understanding where they can tell that this is the last part, so they should push that more than other
potentially
things.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead. Yeah
But yeah, like most of the other streams were getting a lot of people viewing and commenting on how my character model looked and all that, and that was of course before I had my VTuber model as we have now. But that was one of the things there was people, whether they were a furry themselves or not, they're like, hey, this is a cool mod, or they'd be like, what the heck happened to Judy and what the heck happened to Panam? And some liked it, some didn't. I know, but that alienation is the best way to know you're on the right track. Because when you're alienating people, you're also like, again, it's the thing we talked about, Fluff, which is like, would you rather have 1,000 people that you have that are not going to actually become actual viewers, or rather have 10 that consistently that are going to fucking lock in? And if you appeal to a community that you deeply understand and is also often ostracized, like the furry community, holy motherfuck, are you going to ever be like that person's connection? I think, which is part of why I had the furry hashtag added. Is like, I don't know if it's gonna add much reach. I don't care really, but at least it's something consistent that I can add onto.
That will. it's the content that you signal that will. I don't think this the hashtag does much, if I'm honest. I think it does a slight bit. It's basically when I learned a lot of stuff about YouTube, it's like reinforcement. So you're trying to tell YouTube, give a signal to YouTube that this is a pattern. So I'm going to try to reinforce that pattern significantly. So you put it in the title, you put it in the first line of the description, and you put it in the first tag of the tags in your comments. And then you put it into a playlist that has some sort of thing to do with like furry enjoying whatever game, whatever you want to call it, variety furry streamer. And that all is like a signal that like, okay, when YouTube searches anything, it's going to be like, okay, well this keyword keeps coming up consistently, and that's a way that you can have that actually like detonate and make sense for the overall system itself.
Yeah.
So I did want to talk to you about something, but sorry, I'll let you round this off. But I do want to talk to you about something we mentioned beforehand.
Right, and that's where also like how I've decided to do my titles and stuff for streams. Whether or not they are super effective, I don't know. Doesn't matter. But I've like taken inspiration from watching and all the other VTuber streamers that I like, the HoloLive ones and such, where I found this particular version of the brackets to be like, this is what the game is. Then I have my title, and if it's a running series of streams for like start to end, I'll number it now. I feel like it helps at the very least. So then like if I've been putting pretty much I have a overall stream VODs playlist that is like from oldest to newest. So if people really want to watch them in order, they can. Separately, I've now been doing it where if it's a specific game, and if it's just one game in particular, I'll add it to a specific game playlist. So I hope it helps. It may be helping others. It makes it nice. Well, one thing I've noticed, and people have commented on it in other videos I've watched in the past, is you can have a playlist, but some people just don't bother maintaining the playlist, so it can get all shuffled, jumbled, and it's just a mess. And then like no one can watch them in order when it's supposed to be serialized. It's supposed to be episodic. It's supposed to be in order. But then the people are like, oh, I set it to this setting. It's like, well, go in there, fix it, and move on. So that's where it's like, for when I put it, when I put mine into, like, I don't even know how effective it is, but regardless, it's organization for my own peace of mind. And so what I've done is, like, I have it ordered by oldest by published date, which is weird up until the stream itself is actually processed. Because if I schedule the stream ahead of time, put it into the playlist, it's going to put it earlier, and then like a new stream will be put afterwards, and it gets really strange of how it goes.
Washroom stuff. I can still hear you though, so keep talking.
And so what I found was like sometimes it gets a little weird and it gets all jumbled up, but as long as that like each stream publishes in consecutive order, it's fine. There has been occasional times where like, oh well, I just had a near 12-hour stream, this one's taking longer to process, but I had to make a second stream that is just a few hours or so, and then suddenly that one gets put sooner because it finished processing, and that's where things get a little messy. But outside of that, that's also why I've started numbering streams that at least have a serialized flow, is that then it helps me organize them if YouTube fails to do so for whatever reason. And that's what I end up doing with that. As it is, I've just been learning bit by bit, figuring out stuff when it comes to OBS, when it comes to streaming in general.
I was gonna say for it's tough because to me I always try to, again, we talked about that thing that like at least in the businessy side of things, to me it always helps look at things as like an observable reality. So like for me, if I think about the system and I think about what it's trying to do with a playlist, and maybe like I do think it could possibly work where like you create a funnel essentially where like you say, hey guys, this is all of the best like modded like my full modded let's play of Cyberpunk, and you like maybe you reference that once every couple streams just to kind of keep in the zeitgeist. It's the first link in your what do you call it, your description, so you're constantly reference, hey guys, check that out if you haven't seen it already. I think it'd be really nice, especially if you're already playing an RPG like Outer Worlds. That could be like a reference point. So that makes sense to me in that context. But and I get the like peace of mind of wanting to have everything stacked up. But I think like when I was looking at like YouTube stuff a long time ago, like really getting into all the data, the percentage of people who watch the live stream, or sorry, the playlist, are like such a small portion, unless it like completely makes sense, like it's a sequence of like again, Criken's probably a really good example of like whenever he plays a game, it's so unhinged, it's so weird, it's like this voiceover. He has different like characters that are like accompanying him, etc. So like he could have a playlist that says like this is this character. So like people who are like, I really loved it when he ever has this stupid interaction with this character that I love.
What he used to do,
want to go back and watch all those videos, you know,
like what he used to do before really going full-time streamer was he had like his little gimmicky series themes where it's like it was like, this is a variety of games, but this is all the fun stuff we did in these games. So it was his like Fun House, or I think he had one that was the Quickies, where it's just like, here's the Fun House, but this is shorter time. So it's suddenly this angry little alarm clock busts through the screen. So these are like a little less heavy editing, and then just still like highlights that we still wanted to share because this stuff was fun or silly or this game or whatever. Nowadays, it's mostly edited down highlights of a stream or a series of streams. So it's like, I'm now doing a Skyrim randomizer. I'm now playing this new friend slop game. I'm now doing this.
Yeah, I think he's in maintenance mode, if I'm honest. I think he's kind of like, he's like at a point in his life where he's like, how can I make this as easy as humanly possible for myself, where I have to do like the least amount of like excessive work?
And as it is,
makes sense.
From what I'm aware of, he has like 2 of his friends are his editors, so they handle his main channel. He has another friend that handles his alongside a bunch of their like friend groups archives. So like they are the ones that handle the thumbnails and all the other details that are necessary, and they just manage those channels, and then all he has to do is everything else that he does as a streamer. So it's like, okay, he's still doing his networking, he's still doing scheduling and all that stuff, but his responsibility is, I get to play the game, others get to upload the content onto YouTube for me.
Yeah, he's
and that's fine.
He's automated most of the stuff. Yeah, and it's also nice when you can like align people's incentives. So like, I imagine there's a percentage gain on like the VODs channel, so that if it does better, you do better, things like that, which can make people be like, oh wow, this is actually a much more lucrative deal, especially if you're a friend, than you would otherwise think, you know.
And then
I was gonna say, Flip, I don't have. I don't want to interrupt. I was gonna say I don't have that much time anymore, or that much time left. But I did want to ask you this one final thing, if we could get ahead of this.
Go for it.
I was one thing when we were talking about, I was like, oh shit, I really want to pick Fluff's brain about this because you mentioned something. So I wanted to do a kind of like an experimental thing here, where I give you a premise and I wanted to see how you react. Okay, so. Okay, so we know that, let's take Lone for an example. Lone is getting into streaming possibly in the future. He's shown interest in it. He's developed some stuff into it. So I want to give you 2 examples, and I want you to kind of tell me which one you think is best, given if we wanted Lone to have the highest success rate possible. So we have one version of Lone where when he's streaming and he's doing his thing, maybe he's doing the Zenless Zone Zero defense kind of mini games, where he basically continues to like look at his comments or his chat, and he basically is like waiting for someone to come in. He's kind of setting things up. He's doing things like that, but he keeps waiting for someone to come in and scan it. Okay, so that's one version. Another version is where Lone basically is the same thing, except instead of looking at the chat for comments and possibly like things like that, instead he just focuses all of his attention on like, what if somebody was here? What if somebody was like talking? What if someone did pop in? What would I say? How would I say it? Like, what would I say to them? And he just kept doing that, like talking to himself in a sense, but instead of talking to himself, he's talking to like the proverbial chat. Not as like a schizo patient, essentially, but it's someone who's basically just like rambling to himself, making himself laugh, things like that, right? Which version do you think has the higher success chance when somebody does randomly pop in for them to want to comment?
Well, I would imagine if he's with that kind of content, if he's doing like, I'm doing a challenge run as a VTuber, since that's going to be part of his thing, that's fine, but it should be in the as a video. at that point. If he's only going to be paying attention to the comments of the thing, that's where it's a video or short format content. If he's streaming this, he will want to care more about, like, how is he going to respond once someone decides to start talking to him. And that way, because streaming, video making, shorts making are all different.
What if we anchor? So I want to anchor it specifically into live stream. So like, if Flone's starting to live stream, is it better for him to kind of like talk to himself, make himself laugh, figure out like all of these variables about like that, or is it better for him to kind of wait and like kind of wait for someone to show up, and then as soon as someone shows up, that he tries to start a conversation with them? And then the question that I kind of wanted to ask you is, if you were a viewer, what would compel you to actually want to engage with that streamer? Would it be the person that's kind of quieter and not saying much and kind of waiting for someone to pop in? Or would it be the person who's kind of like talking about random things and like throwing up balls up in the air that like a commenter could, or a live stream watcher could possibly
I think
grab
unfortunately that heavily depends on the audience or the viewer in question.
Interesting. Okay.
Because
what do you mean exactly?
Because I've had it where certain my viewing habits are, I don't necessarily want.
Catman11234 said better to act like you have a crowd and assimilate stragglers than wait for people to show, is my opinion.
I may have lost you.
Sorry, I was waiting for Kat's message to go through.
Sorry.
So he's saying better to act like you have a crowd and assimilate stragglers than wait for people to show. And that would be, in most cases, and even when I was researching it, tends to be the case of, I would say most people wouldn't be engaged if you're just sitting there quietly, unless if it's just how you do your content, where like it's no commentary, but you have something on screen for people to look at separate from, the game.
If the content is shock and awe driven enough, like again, like when you were playing Cyberpunk,
like a VTuber that is sitting there with heaving breasts, it's like, okay, yeah, like a lot of people are gonna watch that. Or a character they made in the game.
At this point, that's not very interesting. That's normal. I was gonna say, the thing you did though, Fluff, is exactly like the version of it that can actually make something work, which is like you played Cyberpunk and you had something that was on screen all the time that people would be like, what the fuck is going on? I gotta ask about this. Right. That's a method that you can also do. And that's something you could do double. You could like talk your ass off, shoot the shit, throw balls out in the air of like different topics and things you're thinking about, and then also have something shocking in your game. Sorry,
right. But with like those two things of would Lone potentially succeed more with or without just constantly keep. I would say that in most cases, it's not always going to be the case, because it will be depending on the audience, depending on the person and their personality. But in most cases, from what I've witnessed, you don't have to be addressing your chat like directly, as in like name, read their message. Some people try to do that and it doesn't work well for them. I was like, well, I always read the full message and stuff. That's where it's kind of helpful having the text to speech technically.
Yeah.
But that's where, I don't personally like doing it this way, but I see where it makes sense, is the people will just resort to, you are blanket statement chat. You are all chat. Or you are all whatever I'm going to call my audience. Whatever they choose to address their audience as, rather than Bolty said this, G-Red said this, and like read the whole message and that sort of thing. Because most people want, if they're watching you for a game, they don't like, and evidently what I've been doing, they don't want to just see you just sitting here doing nothing, staring at the screen.
When the conversation's good, I feel like they lock in a little bit.
Well, no, so I mean, we're having a conversation, that's an exception. But it would be like, I'm sitting there reading every message while just having my character here idle, if I wasn't, having a conversation already.
Yeah. So I guess to me, what I'm trying to kind of box you in a little bit with this is, to me, like the idea is like, you bring up variables, which I think are relevant, but about like the main variable I want is like, or want to kind of like address or like ask you about, which is like, if you ever think about like what compels someone, like I have a weird obsession and deep love of like psychology and like why people do what they do, and like understanding what that is, and like developing thinking through what someone else's perspective and things like that. So for me, when I think about like for instance, what makes somebody at a party, for instance, like so like people want to like them, people want to come up and talk to them, etc. And it's usually, in my opinion, it's the person that just seems like by their own existence they're having a good time with themselves and I, or
Right.
like just by themselves.
And that's
they're
what
just
I
happy
was
to be their own company. Yeah.
For my lack of better words, that's what I was
Yeah.
going to say was, for majority, what would be inviting? Someone clearly having a good time and you want to join in. Like, you want to be part of that fun time. So if someone's just sitting there quietly playing a game without like reason behind it, like, okay, I need to focus on said game, that they're talking, they're engaging the viewers, so that way, whether it's watched in after the fact, whether it's watched live, the person's there to be part of the entertainment, not I'm playing a game, just watch me play game. Like, you can find people that make that kind of content. If you're looking for that, that's great. It exists, where it's like, I'm going to do a long play where I play through the whole game, no matter how long it takes. I'm going to make multiple, either one long video or multiple videos where
Have you ever heard
there's
of
no
the,
commentary,
the
but
thing-
like, I can't afford the game, or it's not on a platform that I have access to, or for one reason or another, you just want to experience what someone else played through this game for.
How do you feel about the prospect of talent, Fluff?
I would say that a lot of people get like negative towards like saying someone's talented means that, oh, well, they didn't earn it. They're born with it. It's like, I think you can have different levels of talent. There's natural born talent where you are naturally
One more question.
like you will come to it like a duck to water sort of thing, where it's like almost instinctual of just like whatever reason you come to it easily.
Charisma, Fluff?
I would say that I view it more of a skill.
If you had to, let me ask, okay, beautiful. If you had to, gun to head, you had to take a random person, maybe like Lone, and you had to say, we have to give him the talent of charisma, what would you do?
If I felt he needed it, sure.
Yeah, he needs it. In this example, he needs it.
I would say if I had the ability to grant a talent to someone, I would.
What actions would he take?
I mean, I don't know what he would do with it. Is the thing that.
Okay, so can I give you my response? If it were like, let's
Go
say it's
for
you.
it.
So, for instance, if you were the kind of person that was like gun to head, I need to make Fluff more charismatic. Let's say that. I would say, okay, well, first thing that we could do is there's, and this is kind of what I'm trying to get at. I'll just explain like the thing that I kind of believe, which is I don't believe in talent in the sense that normal people normally believe in it. I believe that talent is simply a cluster of skills that then looks like it is innate talent, but it's just a cluster of skills. So, for instance, if I wanted to make you way more charismatic, I think we actually know we have a lot of data, we have a lot of skill acquisition that tells people what to do and how to do it. So, for instance, if you were to talk and you were to try to focus on like being like happy and engaged when you're talking, like not try to like it's not try to put on like a fake voice, but just try to be like you're talking to a friend that you haven't seen in a while and you're excited to talk to them about something. That would make you feel much more warm. Your body language would also be a variable, so you're like a lot more open, you're not closed up, you're not hunching, you're kind of more open, you're smiling a lot, you're seeing looking at someone's eyes or into someone's eyes and like just shooting the shit. You're not worried, you're not nervous, you're just kind of letting everything ride out. These are all things that like you can do. These are actions that you can take, small bits every single time, where like maybe you try to maintain some eye contact. Maybe you just try to, every time you're having a conversation with someone, you start to feel a little anxiety, you start to breathe, you start to like just kind of get back to that sense of calm. So if you continue to just do all of these things, and then maybe you like read a couple books about like what people like to hear, what people like to talk about, what people tend to like to talk about themselves. So if you wanted to be asked, like if I wanted to like have a positive engagement with Kat, I would ask him about Warhammer, and I'd be genuinely interested about what he says. You told me about Cyberpunk, and I can't wait to hear that, hear what you have to say about that. And you try to, this is the key, I think, to actually developing a kind of talent, is actually to like just try to like realize that after you do a series of patterns, it eventually just subsumes into who you are. It becomes, you're no longer like acting, you're actually just doing who you are now. So that's why when I was asking about like that thing that we were talking about. I think it was something to do with like how like can certain things be learned, and like when we were talking about the actually I want to hear what you think about this. Is that, do you believe that? Because that's what I believe like all talent is just a series of skills, and sometimes it's not worth doing that, by the way. Sometimes like if you have like if you have a skill set that's much more technical, much more knowledgeable, maybe you're like, yeah dude, it's so much more work like for me to like think about how to ask someone this question, or how to like talk in a certain way, or how to like hold myself in a certain like kind of position. Then maybe it's not worth you actually learning that skill. In that case, you're better off learning something else that maybe people would equally find endearing, so on and so forth. But anyways, continue.
So, like, for my view is in almost all things, we are not born with our path or lot in life decided for us. Now, that said, you will be born into environments and situations that help shape who you become. So, are you potentially born with natural talent? Could be. But I would say it's more like, what environment have you been put into? What influence of your parents? What influence of where you grew up? Who you grew up around? What climate, literal climate, what political climate, what social climate, all those layers that, oh, this person, like with the Yakuza game as a fantastic example, for 6 entries, the main character Kiryu has been essentially acquired and has been raising a adoptive daughter that was orphaned, just like he had been orphaned.
Cute. Okay.
She starts off as perhaps a nuisance objective, because it's a little child that doesn't necessarily understand everything, but you're trying to help them grow. And with the last 2 entries that involve her specifically, she has grown up as the eldest of a orphanage that the character was established because he was an orphan. He wants to make sure that these orphans have a chance at life, and that any of their interests, that they have that ability to pursue it without struggling because they had no parents or whatever. But they all have different personalities. They all interact in different ways. Well, she, at no point early in the games was it indicated that she would want to become a Japanese idol, that she would want to sing and dance. But she decided that would be something that she wanted to do. And they didn't make her out to be that, oh, she's this prodigy that's just amazing at it. No, she was struggling. She would trip over her feet. She would get tired, but she was determined to see it through. Now, I don't want to spoil anything else. That's up to you guys to watch the game, play the game, or watch my stream of it. But she's an example of...
That's an ad!
Sure, but... I mean, I might as well promote myself, right?
Hell yeah, man! But I was gonna say, so if I'm understanding what you're trying to say properly, or like understanding what you're saying is, are you saying basically that like there's an element of nurture, which I think we all have, like brain chemistry, which is kind of our lot in life. Some person can be paralyzed, and that could be like, oh, he's not going to be able to probably play basketball. So there's variables that can limit us in that capacity, but there's also our capacity for, sorry, that's what you're born with. But then there's nurture, which I think is what you're saying, which is like, what is your environment instilling in you, and what did you have to do
and
to
I would
survive?
say in most cases, most of our influence after birth, after our early developmental years, will be nurture. That
I know for sure.
Yes, potentially you are subject to things like family illness, that sort of thing. There
ADHD.
There is genetics. There is things that are in ways out of your control that it just influenced as before you came to this world.
Increase the skill difficulty on developing that skill or talent.
In most cases, it's always an influence from something else. So I would say no one's born hateful. No one's born racist. No one's born charismatic.
What if you had brain chemistry that like heavily leaned you towards?
Well,
like,
that's
deeper
where
age?
then there's things like, okay, well, you might be predisposed to anger due to
Alduin,
genetic
baby.
things, but
Yep, the Alduin vibe.
but I would say that isn't that you are born this way. That is, you now have this hurdle potentially, or additional influence, this additional layer that affects who you can become, and also who you are at the time. People act like, oh, I said something this many years ago, I'm never going to change. No, that's like, sure, there's potential that they never do change, but if they have the capacity to recognize and want to change, they can.
It's funny you say this, Fluff, because I think it's something I heard recently, which I thought was very beautiful. But it was the idea of, what do you call it? All you really like, if you look at everything in your entire life, all of it is just a series of actions that you take. So you might have that kid who has like a deep-seated rage problem. Like, for some reason in his head, he gets way more mad than way more people, and he's had this ever since he was a kid. Like, it's just weird. Don't know why it's like that, but whatever. But even to that kid, so long as he made like the way I heard it phrased, which I thought was very beautiful, which was, so long as I knew all of the choices that the hero ended up making in the end, if I just did all those choices as the villain, would I still get the good ending? And it's like, yeah. If you constantly, like, even though you had a proclivity for evil, even though you had a proclivity for rage,
if you were somehow able to look at every choice you made and either make the same exact choices, you would get the same result, almost assuredly.
Yeah, but I
that
also think
said,
that it's less.
If you were to make all those choices, like, that's actually the game The Altars pretty much deals with that exactly. And I only streamed it once. I would love to return to it when I find time.
Fuck, I thought I was saying Elden when it was part. That's what I was saying. Parthalax is what I was trying to say. God damn it, Cat. That's what I was meaning when I said Elden. Anyways,
so but like the whole thing there with The Altars, one of its main plot points is you're playing a character, you have this material and machine that can make clones of your player character, but you go into this like genetic memory, alter maybe one decision at a certain point, it changes everything else about their life from that point onwards. But you're essentially the same person, but like, oh, I was the ship engineer, this guy becomes the biologist instead, he chose a different path. Oh, he's the miner. Oh, he's the doctor, or all these different things. And so you're manipulating this stuff. Now, I have a hunch that this is like purely a simulation and that your character is also one of the clones all along, but I don't know because that's just a hunch I have from the start of the game. I have no clue. I've not spoiled myself on it. But the idea is, well, the character would be the same if they made exactly the same decisions with the same, like, if you took every little choice you made and every consequence.
Are we talking about the hypothetical? I'm kind of lost on where the conversation is.
You were talking about how, like, if the villain made the exact same choices as the hero, yes, they would end up the same. If every single decision with every single point of consequence was identical.
I disagree. Can I tell you why?
Well, my point being is, like, if they were, like, from ground zero, from point one. But
disagree is a strong way to put it. Yeah.
But say if, like, okay, they both grew up in high school, and now from this point on, they made the same exact decisions, they wouldn't be the same person because they had their previous decisions and previous choices and consequences.
Yeah, the same person. I'm saying that, like, it's all about, it's like, if I do these actions, do I get the outcome? So,
right.
Like, I'm not even talking, like, again, this person could be deeply like an evil monster, but like maybe he's just like, you know what, I just really want to know what the hero is feeling, because I lived my whole life like a monster. So what if I, somehow was able to, like, either rewind time or like restart my life, and I was just able to progress like that.
That's an example of, actually, like, a Spider-Man plot point was the Superior Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus swapped minds with Peter and realized Peter's been holding himself back. I can become the superior hero. But he does so in a way where, like, yes, he's saving the day, but he's ruthless about it. He does not hold back. He uses his full strength. Sure, he's saving people. Maybe less people are dying, but are they happier because of what he's choosing to do? Is he's choosing to kill other villains or that sort of thing? It's like, is that really what Spider-Man stands for? No. That's part of the point, though. That's where it's like,
this is tough because Spider-Man's getting fucking cucked in every timeline possible. So
but
like someone doing some
and he
shit,
continues
like,
to suffer in that plot point because he is now in a dying Dr. Octopus's body and he dies in that timeline.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, but that's the writers being cunts about it, the whole situation. But
sure.
I was going to say... So
the writers hate Spider-Man and Peter Parker. They don't want him happy. That's besides the point. But I found that particular story fascinating because it's like, potentially, yes, the villain could be happier if he were in the hero's shoes, making the same choices they would make, or their view of better choices they would make. They would not be the same results, but they would potentially view themselves as doing better now. That they could be, I'm the superior version of this. I am better, but it's for a different motivation. It's like, it's not a genuine want to be good, to be helpful, to save people, to give them hope. It's no, I will save the day because I believe I can do it better. That's a different drive. It's a different foundation of what they want.
Okay. I kind of a little bit spot on some of the things, but I wanted to quickly what do you call it? I said I disagree with you, but I kind of didn't really disagree with you. I kind of disagree with you about a specific line of thinking. So the reason why I gave you that premise to me that I thought was really like kind of hints at this idea of like, in fact, I can't even remember what the premise was exactly. All I remember was what I wanted to respond to, I guess, a little bit. But
all right.
Essentially, the thing. Oh, I'm trying to catch my line of thought. Dang it! I knew it was going to disappear a little bit, but. Oh, that's what it is. So like the ultimate question was, what do your actions really amount to? So like if you chose all of these actions as the hero, would you then get the outcome of the positive outcome that because you did all the right choices, so to speak? But then you fire back, which I thought was a really insightful comment, which was like, well, if you made every single decision that the hero made, then yeah, I guess you'd get the same outcome. But like, how can you guarantee that? I think was an underlying through thread of this of like, okay, well, in this hypothetical you can, but to me, and this is kind of I think it also could tie into what you were talking about when it comes to like streaming and something like that, which is I don't think like I disagree with the idea that you need to actually do every single thing that the hero did in the correct way. I think if you just have like a core principle or an action that yields like love, kindness, care, etc., then eventually on a long enough time horizon you'll get to the happy ending. So you don't need to make all the same decisions as the hero.
So in that regard, as silly as it might be, Megamind is a perfect example of this kind of story. Is the guy that was constantly the villain, but he didn't want to be. He just happened to fall into this role, and he redeems himself. He becomes the hero, in some ways better than the person that was the Superman equivalent. And then you see what happens when someone had selfish goals, get superpowers, and not care for anyone. Didn't care for consequence. He just thought, "Oh, I'm super now, so this person I care that I'm obsessed over will love me now." No, that's not how any of that works. But you have the main character of he learns that he is capable of better results. He can be super. He's not stuck in this perpetual rut of I can only be this, I can be something else, I can do better. So the villain could be introspective and retrospective and look at what he's done and realize, oh, if I'm to move on and be not seen as the villain anymore, that I want to be better, I can at any time I can start making better decisions. I can start trying to be an improvement of what I used to be. And
to me, I think it's also a funny undertone of like a superhero can stop a missile from bombarding a train, let's say, but a genius can make the best train system on the planet, can like cure cancer, can do all these other massively more valuable things, but they may not be good at everything, but they're good at what they have the most leverage in, which I think is the kind of
sort of like my brilliant dumb Outer Worlds character. He's great at certain things. But like as that example is like, I've grown up with understanding that we have free agency. We are able to make our choices from right from wrong, but it's our understanding of what is right, what is wrong, what will harm someone versus what will help them, what will benefit us. Like, we won't always know what the consequence is because there's domino and rippling effects and that sort of thing, where you might think you've done a good thing and something else happens elsewhere that maybe wasn't your fault, but happens and maybe ruins someone else's life at the time. But you shouldn't be held responsible for that sort of thing. I'm just saying it can happen. The rippling effects can cause devastation, or it can be a whisper in the wind. No one is like, it can be anywhere in that range. But one thing is like, I have felt is like, and it's part of like how I grew up with my religion and everything else, but with our agency is like, we should not be like relegated that this is the right choice to be made. No one's allowed to make any other choice. We will all be saved if we only make these decisions. We would have no understanding of right from wrong then. We would have no understanding of black and white, good and evil.
Could you say that again?
That sort of thing.
I didn't fully hear. Could you say that again? The last part?
That if we didn't have our agency, if we didn't have our ability to choose and understand that things, our choices do have consequence. If we were just pre-programmed to do everything the same, so like as the example you gave was like, well, if the villain was somehow able to make every identical choice that the hero made, he would be identical. Yes. But that's also the case of like, at what point is that to be made? Are they literally the same person at that point, or at what, because then I gave the other example of like, oh well, these two superhero characters, like, you know, like Deku, Bakugo, they grew up together alongside each other. They had different upbringings, they had different personalities. One had superpowers, the other one didn't yet, and so, but they both want to be heroes. One is a destructive force, the other one is this unknowable force.
But that's a beautiful example.
But then they both saw that like they wanted to become heroes, but they did it in different ways. So they don't have to make all the same decisions, but it's also impossible for them to then be like, okay, I'm going to mimic what this other person did, like choice for choice, because it wouldn't result in the same unless if they were literally the same person.
But that's the thing that I think, like, to me, that's what I was trying to articulate. Maybe I didn't do a great job, but I was going to say, to me, like, that's what I mean. Like when you were talking about beforehand, you said that, you know, based on your religion, your background, and you mentioned autonomy and all that stuff. I would simplify this all just for myself and just say that, like, I believe in all you are is actions. Like, that's it. You can say that you're this and that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, when we're all dead, the only thing that's going to really have any fucking meaning and matter is the actions that you took.
Yeah, essentially.
These things. Yeah.
Like every decision is a fork in the road, and we're not allowed to rewind. We can't undo and redo. But then and then it creates this path that we've taken. Like that's where it's like so hard for some people. Unfortunately, don't understand that about each other. So it makes relationships difficult, where it's like, why are you like this? It's like, I can't explain to you why I'm like this. You would have to plug into my brain and witness all of my memories to this point, to this very second. I think a
person can understand you.
Well, so like, and that's where there's sympathy. There is sympathy, and people can have relatability to things. but my example there was that, like, someone that doesn't understand that, right? But like, they don't understand each other because they didn't have the same life to this point. That they, in that regard, people need to then form an understanding, a mutual understanding of each other, that they can get along. They don't have to have all the same life up to this point, but they need to understand that it's like they are both capable of change, but they're also both capable of, I had this life, this is how I've grown up. It's difficult after a certain point to completely, utterly, at their core, atomically change, no matter what you may want to do. But
okay.
Right.
Just sorry, I'm about to lose that train of thought. So, well, you mentioned the thing that I really wanted to respond to, which is the Bakugo thing, which I think kind of perfectly articulates kind of the essence of what I wanted to talk about, which I think is helpful in references, because I gotta go, so I'll want to loop this all together. Right. So the thing that we started with, which was this concept of all you are is a series of your actions, and if you were a villain and you had to make all these choices, if you just did the right choices, you get the thing. But then you brought up the beautiful thing of like, but how do I know how to make all of the right choices? That's not a realistic thing there. And then you mentioned Bakugo and My Hero and Deku. And to me, I think this is the perfect example where Bakugo is 100% seems like he was destined to be a villain. Deku seemed like he was destined to be a hero. And yet, Bakugo ended up becoming a hero, and same with Deku. So then how is that the case? How can we have two people who have various different starts who cannot perceive what all of the right choices are, end up at the same outcome? And I think it's because ultimately you don't need to know the exact action that you need to take that the hero did. You just need to have a guiding principle that is something that, like, if on a long enough time horizon, if I kept adhering to this thing that I've defined as being like character, or like what is important to me, what can get me there, if I keep adhering to that, I keep giving to that, will eventually it yield something. So like if you, and this is how I want to tie this back into kind of the conversation we had about YouTube and streaming, and something I kind of wanted to talk to you about, and this is kind of like the thing, if I could ever give you something, I think it'd be this, which is you have a plan, you have various things that you're trying to focus on, Fluff, which I think is beautiful, but ultimately the one thing that I think is extremely powerful, it's what I'm currently doing, it's where I'm currently like breaking my back and trying to like change and become, but it's essentially just that concept in general, which is, what if you just laid out all of the actions that if you did do these actions on a long enough time horizon, they would yield something, anything, maybe not in 5 years, but maybe in 10 years. And if that is something as simple as consistently streaming consistently, eventually getting into YouTube Shorts, and also continuing to like do research and learn on my off time about psychology and how to communicate and like entertain people and something like that. If I did all those three things like every week, and I made sure to hit all of those things, not in maybe 1 year, but maybe in 3 years, I'd become an insanely different person. And eventually, maybe, just maybe, you'd get the ending that you actually want. You'd get the hero ending, even though you maybe weren't built for it. And to me, that I think is the thing that I would like for most people to learn, is all you are is actions. So determine the actions that get you the best ending. You don't have to be perfect, but it has to be something that's in your control. And then you just show up and you continue to do that. I hope to God this is true, because this is what I'm doing.
As a great example, look at the end of run screen that I have on for this game. Look at all the different choices I could have made on the path I did, and the ending I got. Like, there's multiple bosses, multiple endings, all those layers. And it's like, none of these are right, wrong choices. This is like, what are you able to do? What can you overcome? It's a great, like, just ironically enough, fits into what you're saying here, is like, series of actions. What choices you made? Yeah. Did this play out in the way you wanted to? Okay, maybe it didn't. Try again. Maybe try a different path this time. Maybe try other actions, because I would say very few of us would understand that, like, yes, you could have, here's all my goals. This is like the end goal is reaching the little eye up in the top right corner, and I start from the bottom left. Okay, how do I get there? What do I have to do? Take it step by step. Form routines, figure out patterns.
The funny thing is,
work it out, and as you go, you figure it out, and then potentially you will overcome that and reach that goal, and then you won't have to think about it as hard anymore. You won't have to stress over it. And like, that's where forming routines, forming habits, forming the patterns helps make it easier and easier. So then you have less things bogging you down. You have less things to worry about because, okay, well, like, just like simple examples of like, do I take a shower every other day? Okay. Do I make sure I brush my teeth? Do I do all these routine things to the point where it's second nature, where it's like, you don't worry about it. You don't actively have to think about it because you're just doing it.
Yeah, but it starts like shit. Like, it starts terrible.
Right.
So like, I want to add something to this, which is like, I want to know what your take is on it, because it's a little bit shitty. It's a little bit like of a reality pill, but it's a lot of people, including myself, when we grew up, we were told a specific type of thing, which was try your best, try your best, try your best. And it's a great bit of like information, I think, to young people, for sure. But ultimately, to me, a better way to phrase the question, which is, are you prepared to do what is required to get the thing that you're actually wanting? And if you actually like have to think about it, you're like, okay, say if you were like a kid and you're like, I really love basketball, I want to play basketball, I would love to play basketball for my entire life. Like, that would be such a dream of mine. I want to become an NBA player, all that stuff. Okay, well, you'd have to look at what other people who are also playing basketball would have to do. What is required for me to actually get that goal? And you find out, holy fucking shit, this is not worth it at all. I have to wake up, like, there's a kid over there who has like a 50% chance to get into the NBA, who is working out, getting up at 6 a.m. every fucking day, dribbling, doing drills. He's getting coached by a person. He's begging his family to hire these people to teach him. He's doing all of this crazy shit. He's putting in an insane amount of hours. And you're like, oh, fuck, I actually don't want it that bad at all. So it helps to ask yourself those questions, at least in my opinion. And it also helps for you, like, you mentioned another thing, Fluff, that I thought was really interesting, which was like, you mentioned that there's a variety of like things you can do, or like you know, what do you, like, all these tiny little steps that you could do. I also think that it's fair to say that, like, you know what you need to do. Like, it just sucks to do it. It's just gonna be so much ungodly work. Like, again, if I had to point a gun at you and I said, well, you have to make this work, what would you do? You'd probably say, okay, well, I have fucking, what is it? I have like a couple $1,000s in my bank account. I guess I'm going to learn up how to do streaming. I'm going to pay for whatever course I need to help me get an edge and understanding this. Okay, great. I'm going to set aside like 5 hours a day just to learn up about what other people are doing and analyzing things within my industry. Got it. Okay, another thing I could do is I could put in an insane amount of volume and hours to actually stream. Like, so like, people know what you need to do in order to like drastically increase the percentage chance that you succeed. But it is fucking horrible. It is an extreme amount of pain. It is extreme amounts of change. Now, hopefully, this is why it all is nice when you think of a long enough time horizon and a goal that is like, I'm actually willing to sacrifice myself for this goal. A lot of people have the idea of a goal and they're not actually thought about, like, okay, what is it going to take for me to actually get to it, you know? And I think it's a really good reframe in your head to be like, okay, well, first of all, what is going to be required for me to actually like make a dent in the percentage chance that I get this? And then on a long enough time horizon, maybe you actually flip the coin enough to actually succeed. But it's gonna, like, if you wanted to increase your odds drastically, it's gonna cost a lot of time, skill development, focus, like all of these things, you know? So what do you think about all that?
I mean, I agree with pretty much most of it, at least. Mm-hmm. It's funny enough, it also reminds me of me playing through Yakuza 5 with a different character, where he was training and striving to become a baseball star. But due to various circumstances that he doesn't even figure out until like 15 years later, he was set up to fail. But he had a rival of the opposing team. He and this other guy had different upbringings, had different influences, had different goals, but they both wanted to be amazing at baseball. One was a pitcher, one was a hitter. One was part of the reason the other failed, but he didn't necessarily want him to be. He chose to change it up to allow the other to hit the ball and succeed and get a home run, because it's like they both loved the game. They were both there to achieve things off of their own goals, their own merits, their own efforts. But one was influenced because they were part of a Yakuza family. The other one was just the obstacle they had to step over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
so
they,
you have a motivation and
but
something.
by the end, which was cool, is that they got to reunite and become friends after all this time. That's like, look, I did this research for 15 years. I knew you had zero reason to throw this other kind of pitch. Why did you do it? Because all in all, I didn't want to throw you under the bus, sort of thing. And that's where...
Yeah.
But they both had, like... Even though the character you play as was barred from ever playing baseball again because of being the scapegoat or whatever you call it, where he's like, they framed him for cheating the game, so he was banned from ever competing ever since, to the point where, as a game mechanic, he can't pick up baseball bats to use as melee weapons. He was just like, I refuse to touch him until I can be redeemed, essentially. He never gave up on his dream.
In a game.
Yeah, and so he never gave up on himself, because he talks about, like, how are you still so fit despite you now being, like, homeless, essentially, or just living paycheck to paycheck,
awesome.
or living by, like, tips or whatever it was. But it made me think of One Punch Man, where it's like, it's the oversimplification of, like, I do exactly this many push-ups, this many regular sit-ups, and now I can punch someone and destroy their very being.
Yeah.
It's like, he's clearly super powered, he just doesn't realize it. It's a satire of that.
Yeah.
But, like, him talking about, like, ever since, I've never given up on my workout routine, however many days, or at least weekly workout routine. So I've stayed capable to play baseball despite being banned from playing baseball. So it's that sort of goal that, like, yeah, you can achieve what you want as long as you understand what you have to do to get there. All the steps that it requires. That it's not going to come overnight. It's not going to... it's like the saying of, like, Rome wasn't built in the day. It's like, yeah, it's these steps... It's this gradual growth. It's this recognition.
It's also for pain.
Right, and it's this recognition of, like, things will come if you work for it, if you strive for it, if you don't give up on yourself, if you remain consistent.
Things are not worth getting. Yeah,
and that's recognizing.
That relevant,
like there's always like, oh, I want to become rich. I'm like, do you want to become rich and famous? Do you want to be this person that wants to? It's like, I want to become rich and famous, and I want to be an actor, but I hate dealing with people. It's like, okay, well, it sounds like you don't actually want to do that. You just want potentially a different route to obtain a similar end result.
You know what you really want. Yeah. Again, to me, I think it's very, like, to me, it's a variable of. Oh, I lost my train of thought a little bit, but I was gonna say the thing you mentioned about the baseball thing. It reminded me of a saying that I also kind of that's what it was. It was a lot of people who are, like, weirdly, like, deep within the game, whatever you want to call it. Like, maybe it's streaming, maybe it's like making art, maybe it's stand-up comedy, whatever the hell it could be. A lot of people who are, like, deep in the game, they know that, like, it's not easy to get here. Like, it's probably, people have an idea of, like, being an actor or being, like, a streamer or something like that. But when you actually, like, put in the sheer volume of time, and you didn't just get lucky, so you're actually, like, you're consistently good. You know how we talked about, like, a long enough time horizon? Well, you can get lucky. You can flip the coin, and holy shit, you got the right thing.
Yeah, almost everyone's capable of stumbling across their big break. But there's no guarantee of how or when that will happen for someone. And sometimes it's not where you're looking; it's where you decide to go elsewhere, sort of thing.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. What do you call it? I fucking lost again. Jesus Christ! Shit,
Sorry.
I heard for a minute there. No, it's my fault. I wish my brain was more on point. It was something to do with, like, Anyway, I have one more thing I wanted to throw at you, Fluff, before I leave. So I wanted to give you a thing that I thought was really cool that I learned about this a couple weeks ago. So the premise is really simple. The idea is you have this cat like this. You have a like, you know, a D&D die, like a dice.
Yeah.
Well, you have a dice, and you're sitting at a table, all right? And you're in front of this benevolent god, okay? And this god gives you this assignment, and it's a simple game you need to play. The idea is you have a dice, and it has a bunch of LEDs on it, okay? By each side of the die, there's a little light. But the catch is for whatever reason, whenever you look at the D&D dice, you never see how many sides the dice has. It can have as much as 5. It can have as much as 2,000. The game is really simple, though. The game is simply roll the dice, and every single time you roll the dice, you have a chance of getting a green light or a red light. Every time you get a green light, you win. And the next thing you need to do is you need to keep rolling the dice. But every time you get a red light, you don't win, and you have to roll again. But the good news is every single time you roll a red light, the next time you roll that red light and it hits, it'll be green. The game is simple. How many times do you roll the dice?
Alright, I mean, if it's guaranteeing every time you roll a red, right, is what you just said?
I said every single time you roll a red, it'll be red and you lose.
Okay.
But if you
the next roll is a green.
No,
but,
yes. But if you roll red again and there's a red light, then it'll turn into a green light, and you win. Mm-hmm. How many times do you roll the die? You don't have any understanding of how many sides the die has.
I mean, if I were to make the choice, I would roll twice. If I succeed on the first roll, great. If I don't, then I roll again because it guarantees I get 1 success. Right? That's essentially.
I'm not sure if you heard one of the key variables.
Right.
Maybe I didn't mention it. That's my bad. You only lose the game when you get up.
When you leave.
When you leave. So you can roll the dice as many times as possible. How many times do you roll the dice?
I mean, if there's no loss factor until you get up, then I guess you could roll endlessly. But what do you...
Yeah, you could. But what if it's 100,000 to 1 or 2?
I mean, at this point, it's like asking someone that's not that into gambling if I were a gambling addict, because that's essentially...
It's not losing anything.
Well, there's certain gamblers understand that I'm just playing for recreation. I'm not here to gain anything. I'm just here to pull the lever. I'm just here to spin the wheel. I'm just here to... of that.
The reason why it's so how much do you end up rolling? I'm curious. Like, how long do you sit at the table and continue to roll it?
I would say it depends on what the... Would I invest into this if I know that the reward is what I want?
Said technically, this analogy is false since you are losing time.
It's just a game. It's just a game. How many times? Do you want to win the game or do you not want to win the game?
So, I guess in this case, I don't know an exact number. I would roll until I lost interest, I guess, is like... That's where it's like... Because Catman, as Catman said, it's like an analogy of effort versus time. It's like, all right, if I'm going to keep working at it with the end result in mind, how long would I spend doing it? Well, if it has a set reward, I would keep going until I'm satisfied with the reward I get.
Okay, can I paint it a slightly different picture? Okay,
but if I somehow that I lose the moment I stop playing, that's the case of like, well, if I'm now perpetually stuck grinding away at this, is it worth it? Or is
you could just give me
the
I
loss
want to change
being...
the question.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to, like, I know you're going to keep building on this, and I want to get to the core of what I'm trying to ask you. That's why I'm trying to stop you, because I know you're going into a direction. I'm like, okay, it's not really the direction that I'm trying to understand about core aspect of you.
Go ahead.
So the variable that I'm just curious with, I want to change the example slightly, but I'm curious how many times you just roll just for the fun of the game. So let's take, would you roll 20 times and then be like, all right, I kind of get it. I don't know what I'm really getting out of this. And you get up and leave. Or you roll 500 times? Would you roll 200,000 times? What would it be? Let's say this god is also giving you like unlimited food, so you literally can play forever if you wanted.
Okay. Well, I would say that rolling the dice and then one of 2 results is either that it's red or it's green. So it's almost on par with just flipping a coin.
But wait. But every single time you get green, you've increased your odds of getting green again.
Okay.
Every time you get red and you roll red again.
So
you now
here's the
have a green.
question: of getting green, what is there outside of it's green? Is there any other result, any other reward, any other benefit to getting green?
At first, I just want to see how long you play the game. So that's the baseline of how many times you roll the dice, because every time you roll the dice, it's just a bunch of blank LEDs. And every time you get it to roll, it'll either roll green, you win, or red, you lose. But if you roll red, you roll it again, and you get a red because you've already tapped that light, then it'll turn to a green. So that when you roll it again, no matter how, again, the idea is in some capacity is, let's say you have a dice that is only six heads. Okay, that's easy then. You roll, you get a red, you roll a couple handful more times, you're bound to get success.
And that's all about understanding probability, which I'm not good at math in general.
Yeah, but it's not even about understanding probability. But I'm curious, just give me a random number that you think you would like. How many times you'd roll the dice? It's just a game. You have nothing to gain. 20 times, 50 times.
If I was presented with this and I had like,
the God's an asshole. I'll tell you a lot.
So I'd have to play, I guess, and then once I get up, I lose, whatever it may be. Fine. But if I have to play, I would probably... I'm just trying to think, is like, how long would I go before I get bored? And knowing how I am with gaming, as long as I'm staying engaged, if it is actually rewarding or interesting enough to keep my interest, I would go for as long as until it stopped feeling that way. But the issue is, it's like, it's hard to give an exact number.
Just any number. I'm just gonna say it's for you. Let's say I believe you would do it 250 times. You roll that dice 250 times, and eventually you'd be like, all right, this is weird. So now let me change the example a little bit. So this will actually help, I think, kind of hint at what the whole thing is, I think, trying to lean to this example. So now let's say it's you and it's me. You're on one side of the table, I'm on the other side of the table. We both look down, we both have this dice. We both cannot perceive how many sides the dice has, but when you roll it, we know that when it's the dice is heads up, so we can see, there's an LED that's blank, but as soon as we roll it and we get something, a blank LED will basically become red or green. If we get green, then great. Whenever you roll that again, it lands on green, you won. You got a victory. Maybe it's a point system of a tally, like boom, we got one. And then there's what do you call it? If we roll it again and it's a red, boo. But if we roll it again and it's on that same red, it'll turn into a green. Woohoo! So me and you are sitting across from each other. How many? Now let me paint like a picture of what could possibly happen. So let's say it's on me, and I'm going to ask you a question about yourself here, but in a sec. So I roll, and I get a green. Holy shit! Nice. You roll, man. Maybe you get a red. You're like, okay, I got a red. Well, whatever. I roll again. Oh my god, I got another green. Holy shit! You get another red. I roll one more time. I get a red. Boo. You roll one more time. You get one of your reds, but now it became a green. Woohoo! We do this back and forth, but over the time, I am getting significantly more greens than you. What do you do? Do you continue to play the game, or do you get up and leave?
I'd probably get up and leave, personally, because I'm not as much of a competitive mindset. Like,
so now let me put the difference, a different thing on the thing. Let's say it's the game that we're winning is streaming. How long do you play the game?
And that's where it's like, for me personally, I have my own goals that are different from your goals.
Yes. So all I'm trying to do, Fluff, with this kind of example, if I could like kind of cut to what I'm trying to ask you, is all it is eventually you will build up, like the green lights, which we're referring to here, is skill development. Is like every single time you eat shit and fail, you try a new attempt, and then hopefully you make that red light a green light. So over time, the kind of core antithesis of what this is trying to ask you is you don't know how many sides of the die there are. So like I could like maybe someone has a natural talent for streaming, just super fucking, I see VTubers like this, just super fucking magnetic, like super good people, really charismatic. So they may honestly have like, let's say 1,000 side dice. Which is pretty low. Like you can bang that out within like a couple days, and eventually every time you get a red light, you get it again, and you basically turn that red into a green. Fantastic. And eventually these VTubers or these people will eventually just have a dice full of green lights. So no matter how much you roll, you'll get green again and again and again, or at least like an insanely high percentage chance of the time. So then the question is on you of how many times, how long do you play the game? How many times do you roll the dice? How many skills do you acquire to increase the percentage chance that you succeed when you roll the dice getting a green to yield? So then I asked you the question again, how many times do you roll the dice? You never know how many sides the dice has. So it could be like 2,000, 200,000 for you. But you know that every single time you get a red, you get it again, it'll be a green. How many times do you roll the dice?
Oh, I would say
you only lose the game when you stop.
With the new context in mind, I wouldn't stop until something happened that would make it so I can't achieve the goal that I've set.
What happens if we're in the same situation where I'm getting greens, and you're still getting reds because you maybe have a dice that's 1,000 heads? So,
in that case, if we knew each other, I would simply ask of like, are you doing anything different? What are you doing for your result? Then I can't ask that. Sure. So that's where for my choice of streaming was I looked at other examples and I understand that I'm not going to get the exact same results that they have. I don't have the exact same knowledge that they have. I don't have the experience they have. But I can take bits and pieces and take inspiration from what they've done and what has been working for them and try it myself. So if I'm seeing that you're succeeding, I'll keep doing it regardless of if it's failing. If I keep getting the reds, but I see that you're still getting greens, I'm going to keep going.
Wait. Every single time you get a red, Fluff, you know that the next time you get a red, it's going to be a green.
Right.
So how many times do you roll the dice? It's irrelevant what I'm getting. You know that every time I fuck up, I fail. I now have, the next time I get to this crossroads of this mistake that I just made, I now get a victory because I know how to respond to it. I know how to avoid this possible dead end. So you increase your probability every single time you roll, even if you have a 2,000, 100,000 side dice. It's like, to me, to be like completely pull off the veil, it's an analogy that is often thrown around within business and the idea of endurance. It's not really about success in all these kind of ways. It's just the idea of like how many times you can stay in the game, however many businesses you need to try. Maybe you try fucking e-commerce, maybe you try whatever, maybe you try a product, maybe you try a service, whatever it could be. Every single time you eat shit and fail, hopefully you've learned some sort of small thing that makes it so that you now have like where normally you'd roll the dice and you wouldn't know what to do. Now you have a pretty strong idea of what not to fucking do. So you increase your probability each time you roll. So it's a question of like, how much endurance, how much are you willing to sit in shit to eventually be able to learn all the lessons you need to learn to be able to yield the thing that actually provides some value to you, so you can actually succeed in. And it's just like the dice analogy, where flipping the coin analogy, where a lot of this stuff, streaming, skill development, product design, services, whatever, is literally just a coin flip. But it's or a dice roll. But the more you understand about the game, the more you understand about how things function, the more you understand about how to increase your percentage chances every single tiny little bit, and that effort compounds over a huge time horizon. So that to me is what I was kind of asking about to you. And I do think it's funny you said you kind of reacted in the way you did. Maybe it's because I didn't give you the entire package, but I think it's trying to see people's proclivity for like endurance to some capacity. How long are you willing to just do something without much of a yield? In fact, sometimes the people around you are like massively succeeding and you're not. But every time it's like it's a beautiful mantra of like, stay in the fucking fight. Like so long as you're learning from every single time you maybe try something and you fail, then eventually you'll yield something where you'll have a dice full of green LEDs where every single time you roll, you know what to fucking do and why to do it. So that's essentially like what do you call it? Kat mentioned the it's kind of a variable of effort and time, which is pretty true. But it's more of it's the human condition of learning and skill acquisition. You're not like finite every single time you fail. You accrue to skill, you accrue to understanding. You basically increase the percentage chance that you have to succeed. So how long are you willing to play the game? Is the ultimate question.
In my case, until I die, frankly. I know that's not an exact number, but
nope. But that's a good enough. Long enough time horizon.
If I have no other choice but to play, or if I get up and leave, I lose. That is giving up. I'm not giving up.
Yep.
But that's where we had further context, because if I was playing a dice game, I'm not interested in dice games of chance, and that
I was interested in the layers of what you would do. So like some people are just like they're a glutton for punishment. That's why I gave you 3 versions. First version is what is your natural proclivity, which is like I'm not if the incentives aren't in alignment, I'm not going to play this game. And then other people are like, it's a fun game, and if I know I'm going to eventually like get all these lights green, then I'll just do it until I do that. And then some people would they'd say 2,000. Other people would say 100. And then you add the variable of not an incentive, but you add the variable of like competition. And some people get like crushed by competition. The fact that another person was doing well drastically affects how you perceive your own progress, essentially.
And for me, I don't care about if the other person's doing well. Unless if they're getting on my nerves, like they're trying to get under my skin about it, then I care.
Yeah.
But it's like if we're essentially just sitting across from each other silently rolling and I'm watching you succeed, my mindset is good for you. I'm glad.
I'm a total cunt about it.
Well,
let's say I'm a real piece of shit and I'm like, haha, you lose. Like, is that going to stop you from playing the game? Are you going to get up and say, you know what, no? Or are you going to say, this guy sucks ass, I'm just going to keep rolling the dice, because I know eventually...
I would essentially, figuratively or not, plug my ears and just keep going. Like,
yeah, boy.
Because I was like, I don't care what you have to say.
Yes.
If, I'm not, if the person sitting opposite of me started streaming the same day, or whatever you want to give as the example, and they're being all snotty about it, I don't care what they think. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. If they're more successful, good for them. If they're going to be a jerk to me about it, I don't care. I'll let them be a jerk. I'll move on and do what I want to do.
Because all that matters is how many times you play the game. And again, I want to kind of add a caveat here with the thing that I think is relevant. Yes, time horizon is a variable. It's really important. How many times you roll the dice is a huge variable. But it is also the idea of how serious are you about getting a lot of green lights? Well, actually, we have a lot of autonomy about what we can do. We can learn skills. We can learn from other people. We can get information from our environment. But most of all, this is why, you mentioned, I remember at the very beginning of the stream, you said something about Lone, who I think is going to do terrific on streaming or YouTube or whatever he decides. But you mentioned that he had an understanding of ads and all these variables that possibly could lead him to a better yield. And I would like to kind of slightly push back on that. Not that that's not going to be a value set for Lone, but the most important thing with the game is just to roll the dice. It's to show up, to do it, and to do it a lot. To do a stupid amount of volume, and then eventually try to introduce improving on a skill level.
And that's I understand it. I struggle to come up with the right words sometimes.
No, and I'm not. Half of the fun of me, Fluff, is just is leading a person to a thing that I want to get engaged with.
Well, it's sort of that. It's the phrase of you can lead them to water, you can't make them drink. They have to figure it out.
No, yeah, for sure, yeah.
So in the case of I have no doubt that Lone will do well, but it's also he has this big old plan written up, and we don't know if that's how it's going to result for him. He doesn't know if that's going to be the end result.
He set up a plan, to me, I think is good in a different way, because it's there's 2 variables I think of success. One is doing a fuck ton of volume, and then the other aspect is pursuing the skill of value, which I think a lot of people just do a shit ton of volume, or they just do a lot of skill volume. They plan, they study, they do all this stuff, but then they never get their head in the game. They never roll the damn dice. But I think both can fail, and you eventually need both sides of the coin. So I think you guys are starting from different angles, actually.
Right, and it's because we're clearly different kinds of learners. I'm a hands-on. Yeah. I learn best by doing the thing. I learn best by figuring it out. So if I have a drive to do something, as long as I'm able to do it, then I learn as I go. Whereas some people study and plan and figure it all out. They research and do all this stuff. So they have this near waterproof solution to whatever they're planning on. And it probably will work out, and almost sure, they make it so there's almost no chance that they'll fail once they do it. But sometimes,
I don't believe that.
Well, sure, but it's potentially it's from what Lone had said the other day was I've got all this stuff figured out and I'm going to do it. It's I wish him the best of luck for that, because I have no clue if it will work. But I also know that
maybe we should stop talking about Lone, because I don't want to do too much attention on Lone and his things. I can't wait to see what he does.
Just as examples, but at the same time, I look at his track record of what I've seen of like him uploading highlights of him playing Deathverse, and he was getting plenty of comments and views and all that. So clearly he has that understanding. He has a good grasp, and I'm sure he's going to do great. But it's like I can't and I can't apply that to my method. Is the biggest difference is that what works for him isn't going to work for me, and vice versa, or it's not guaranteed to work. At least that there's always a chance that it wouldn't.
Kat says, sounds like the analogy of roll the dice means stream or upload a video. No, the analogy is basically meant to say, how long do you pursue your goal? And basically, how many times are you willing to eat shit and fucking fall on your face, knowing full well that you basically will get a slightly better each individual time? That basically, how long do you play the game? How many times are you willing to fall on your face and fail horribly, knowing that now you have a data point of how to not do that, how to like overcome that, or what to try to solve for? That's kind of the analogy. So how long do you play the game? How many times do you roll the dice, knowing full well that you're gonna eat shit, but the more times you do, the more times you will eventually have a dice full of green lights, because you basically have learned all the hard lessons. And some people don't need to learn that many lessons. Other people need to fucking learn a lot of lessons. But the reason why I was trying to interrupt you, Fluff, is because have you ever heard about a thing called in business an MVP?
I mean, I know the most valuable person or player is that version of MVP, but
yeah, that's not quite what it is. But
I don't study business stuff. So
no, I'm not trying to get. It's just to me, just trying to like lead you to a conversation.
I'm just letting you, I'm letting you know. This is a side of the world I don't have much knowledge in.
I kind of feel like that. To me, it's kind of just like a fun narrative way of like, it's almost like I'm trying to tell a story to you in the chat at the same time. So I know you don't know that, so that's why I'm kind of leading. It's kind of like a narrative idea. I'm not expecting you to have any understanding of that. It's just for I think it makes for a funner way to communicate some.
All right. So what's an MVP in business?
So I was going to say, so you mentioned something about loan strategy. So let me ask you, let me put you in a picture, and I wanted to have you as the kind of springboard as this as well. Say you wanted to launch a product. Let's not anchor it to streaming, because I think it makes it harder to kind of understand, because you're too close to this to kind of understand what I'm kind of trying to get at a little bit, probably. So let's say you're trying to run a business. Let's say you're going to produce a complex thing about how to make like art. Basically, you're going to constantly create like these beautiful let's say wooden statues. All right, so you dedicate all this time, let's say like 3 months of let's say not 3 months, let's say like 2 years of developing this beautiful statue, of like a, let's say a gopher, and you're just going to go ape shit about making this wooden statue about a gopher. You do so much research into the product design, into the shipping, into the handling, all this stuff, and then you release it, and what do you think happens?
It sounds like you put all the effort into making something, but you didn't advertise it at all, so no one buys it.
But yeah, well, that's a really interesting variable for sure. But the idea also is like, let's say it works, fantastic, awesome. Let's say you start selling stuff, fantastic. But what happens if it falls on its whole fucking face, and you just wasted 2 years planning that's for something that no one was asking for? So this is kind of like to your point about like this is the importance, I think, of like if I were to ever categorize the thing that matters the most about what side of the coin you're on, whether you like do a lot of like skill acquisition and research. Right? By the way, do you think you need both, or that you're the kind of person that just wants to get his hands on something, flip the coin? What do you call it? The sooner you flip the coin, the sooner you can get the red light, right? So you know, hey, nobody wanted that actually. Nobody wanted a stream of me playing this obscure game. But I could try again. I can flip the coin again and again. Now, the good part about this is when like you get the data, like skill acquisition stuff, and the capacity to flip the coin consistently. This is what's an MVP is called, a minimum viable product. Is what is known in business. So the idea is, what is the smallest version of the thing that I can create? And a lot of times it's just a landing page. It's like, hey, if you wanted to like do that same business model, if you like selling wooden statues of various creatures, woodland creatures, all you do is make like a page that says like, hey, with like an image on it, give a price tag, and then say like, we'll notify you when we've launched, and we'll email you if you want to purchase this. Give me your email, and then you would go to various. You just advertise. You go to various things around Reddit and various things. You say, hey, if you guys are interested in this, you can check it out. And if you have no response, no one gives a shit, you probably shouldn't dedicate 2 fucking months to developing that, you know? But now if you do that again and again and again, and you flip a coin again and again and again, eventually you'll find something where people actually fucking signed up for it. So at least you know now that it's some signal that somebody actually wants what you're trying to sell. And I can be the same thing for streaming. Where you're just trying to, like, again, you can't just flip the coin. You also have to understand and, like, be interested in, like, learning about the data and, like, what people are currently interested in, what people are currently playing, developing that skill. And always come back to, like, I'm not proficient enough in this skill. Like, I can say that I am not proficient enough in YouTube, advertising, thumbnail creation, etc. It's not that the system is against me. It's just that I haven't mastered that skill yet. I just don't know enough about how to use that skill. If you constantly say, oh, woe is me, it's all evil, you know, YouTube's the enemy, they have an algorithm that's against me, you're just you're just taking away all the autonomy and power you have to actually make a choice, you know? Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, I think for my inability to, like, say the right words, I fully understand where you're getting at.
Wrong word.
Well, it's that I don't necessarily know how to answer, but I understand what you're asking. I understand the points behind it, even if I can't convey it vocally. That it's like, how long am I willing to keep going with this streaming thing? I don't know yet, frankly, but I'm gonna keep going until I do. Right?
Yeah, I think, to me, the main core of, like, what I was trying to get at with all that stuff is, like, I think it just helps to know that, like, if you're expecting an immediate result, it's hard because you might be at the beginning of your journey where you have you have a sided die that with, like, a lot of blank lights that could be a lot of red ones. But the sooner you can roll the dice and the sooner you can actually, like, apply some of those things, the sooner you get to actually succeeding. So, like, every failure, every time you're putting yourself out there, you're actually getting closer to your
once I had realized that I could do this because of the last, I guess, 5 years of discovering VTubers, spending time on your streams, eventually finally getting my own PC built and learning how to do that to help you and help others. And it starts by helping myself. It's that analogy to a degree of the, like, on an airplane, put your mask on before you help someone else, because if you don't, you pass out, you help no one, and that person's going to suffer the same demise. Because
not only that, Fluff,
but it's like, make sure that you are stable and capable and able to handle it before trying to apply it elsewhere. It's like, establish that foundation, be sturdy, have consistency, to then be like, no matter what, you can weather the storm. So
let me ask you one more. I want to ask you another thing, because I just like asking you, and I am leading you to places. This is kind of the way I kind of conversate when I talk to people, because I like to talk about theories and philosophy, and I like to gauge people's brains. Sorry, you're not answering the wrong questions, by the way. You're doing exactly what I'm trying to get, which is understand your mind in a little way. So sorry if it makes you feel like you're not sufficient. It's not. It's just me trying to probe you and kind of get an understanding for you. But let me ask you this: with our analogy of the dice, and with all your experience helping me run my Discord, having tuned into many chats, having to watch this as your predominant medium, and now having built a PC and also having a deep love for games, how many sides of your dice do you think you have compared to someone else?
I guess it's like, compared to someone else, it depends on who, I guess. But
it's a normal guy, average person.
So, like, an average person that hasn't done what I've been doing, I would have more. How many? That's hard to ever know. That's where it's like, I don't know when I would stop rolling the dice. I don't know how many sides of the dice I have over someone else.
Exactly. That's true. That's the game.
So the idea there
If the dice, sorry to interrupt, but I say if the dice is representative of like dead ends, of like when you try and you fail, and it's ultimately like a question of, do you have the experience to know how to react to all of the possible dead ends or percentage failures that you would basically attain? You having all of this experience in streaming, or sorry, having watched streams, knowing what you want out of it, knowing how to consolidate a Discord, knowing how to kind of manage a community if you ever got it, knowing how to like, you're deeply like games. I imagine you're into VTubing culture, so you know what like a good community looks like and what their strategies are. If you have a person who is a bog standard guy who works in IT and like, or not IT, let's say he works in an oil rigging, like it's big in Canada. He has no experience with any of these things. I'm willing to wager that the person who has all of the things experience that you do has probably less sides to the die or points of failure than the guy who has no experience in any of these at all. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I was kind of trying to get at with that. To me, I was trying to say.
So like, the actual answer is less sides because it's less risk, less chance of.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Not more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair enough. So.
Yeah. So, I'll end the stream, or I'll end my segment. I'm sure it'll continue to go. How many times do you roll the dice, Fluff? How long do you sit at the table?
Well. With the added factors that we've presented.
Yes.
I feel like I still don't have a precise number, but I'm not going to stop if it means that with every success, I keep succeeding. That the only ultimate failure is to stop playing, right?
Yes.
So, in that regard, if I have less chances of the red light, I'll just keep going.
Yeah. Now, the reality is that everyone can have a net 200,000 sided dice, and these things only get you closer to basically getting like shaving off certain things, you know. But I totally think that's I think the hope is to not again.
Let me say how I feel about this whole analogy question is. That I've gone through a lot. I'm in my mid-30s.
Yeah.
A
lot of experience.
I've had failures. I've had successes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't seek to be like the most popular person in the room, let alone in the world. Yeah. But I want to do something that I enjoy, that I've built up a knowledge base of things. You've talked about it, like, and I agree. Like, I have that well of useless knowledge, and that's not to be a negative.
Not useless. It's not useless.
It's just the term used. It's like useless in that. Where do you apply it to? It's to a specific thing.
Compound.
Right. But
they're not like you talking to yourself like that. I think all of your skills compound and matter.
I don't mean it as a negative. It's the phrase people use is like, oh, I know everything there is to do about playing this one video game. Does it apply to anything else? Only in similar genres or only in similar subgenres of the game. So like, I start playing Vampire Survivors. Okay, now I know what to do of this bullet hell, bullet heaven, swarm survivor genre. Before then, I had no clue how to play this specific kind of game. Now I do, so any further iterations of said game, I now know better how to handle it.
Are things in a vacuum?
I hadn't worked before I had my last job. That job resulted in me doing things that I hadn't done before, but I learned by doing. That dedication, I gave it over a year, but I sadly, it was a case of that job eventually became demotivating because everyone else was leaving around me. Everyone else was dropping like flies. And to the point where I had
being there, but a lot of people are brutal.
But it was that I didn't have a support system anymore at that point. So it's like, well, I'll keep going until everything crumbles around me, and then I have to move on to try something else. Is kind of my mindset on it. It's that I will.
Sorry, I mean to stop you. I just wanted to squeeze in the thing that basically I said that like I do believe that your skills compound, and I wanted to make sure like I got that out because I don't want it to be misunderstood. So like when you mentioned basically. Like, oh, well, you know, I'm playing this bullet hell game and it's may only translate like to another bullet hell game. But I think you're not. Let me phrase it a different way.
And I understand that, but so what I mean is that like I don't know what it applies to until the next thing, until the next game, the next job, the next hurdle. That I won't know until it's like. For me, I don't have that kind of foresight. Like I have intuition, I'm observant, I learn things, I recognize patterns, but I usually can recognize the pattern. I don't necessarily know the end result because I haven't gotten to that point.
Okay. Yeah, I get you. What if we take it from a belief structure? So you either believe, let's say one person goes through his whole life and says, well, no, part of me really thinks that like certain things translate, like maybe game to game, maybe there could be game to other slight games, etc. But then you have another person, so that's what that person believes, sorry. So like the person is kind of has this idea of like things like stay in your lane, skills maybe slightly transfer, but not very much. And then there's a person who believes that like, well, no, every skill that I'm learning, everything that I'm doing has some sort of like experience gain that can be applied to some sort of variable. Let's take the example that you gave of like bullet hell's only going 1-to-1 when it comes to a game. In my opinion, I don't think that's stuck. Like that's why I asked you a question. Is like, do you believe that skills or talents are in a vacuum? So for me, I think that there's crossover more than anyone could possibly imagine. I think it's very like it's helpful as a belief structure.
And in that regard,
all of your skills compound. Wait, let me just finish. I know. I just want to because I have the one example that I think helps kind of answer this question, which is let's say we have the bullet hell example. Even if something is like linear or like off the cuff of like, let's say you're on a subway and you're talking to someone and they happen to talk, you happen to see them playing that game. Well, now this is a point of access in which you can talk to them about something they're deeply interested in. And I think this is an element of charisma. So yes, this is a game, but now you have access to this wellspring of knowledge that can actually help you connect with another human being. And I don't think that's linear within the game. I think that's linear within you having like a charismatic effect by the fact that you know these things.
Right.
So that's kind of the crossover that I mean, you know?
So like pre-established
skills compound.
Like there's like a YouTube channel that's like gaming for a non-gamer. Now over time, said non-gamer has become a gamer. But when they started out, they never played a video game. They never handled a controller. There's some examples where it's like, okay, this person grew up with a tablet. This person grew up with a gamepad. This person grew up with whatever. I was like, okay, now they're going to play on PC. Have they ever used a keyboard and mouse before? Perhaps. But have they used it for more than double clicking on something and using YouTube, for example? Potentially not. So it's like you gradually learn and you gradually like you might not ever actively acknowledge it.
I'm sorry. I gotta interrupt you. Because this is so fun for me. If we have the two people that we just gave the example of one that believes that skills do not transfer and that like, okay, I have to relearn everything from zero, and then the other person that deeply believes that everything is kind of connected and every skill kind of has some variant of probability. What out of both of these two options, which one ends up trying stuff more? Plays the game, jumps in, like tries stuff. Which one does it more?
In a way, I would say it's the one that the latter of the two, because it's a matter of so the one that understands that skills connect from one task to the next. So too. Because the person that's like, oh, I have to start from ground zero every time, they're not going to feel motivated to keep doing it. They will whittle their sanity down to the point where they just give up outright. So for me, I understand it's like, but it's like my example of like the Vampire Survivors type thing is that was a new layer on top of my existing knowledge base that I've tried entirely brand new games for the first time and I topped the leaderboard of that match or whatever else. So I've had it where it's just, well, it's not that I'm just lucky, it's that I've built up this skill set, this muscle memory, this memory.
And I was gonna say, you didn't realize you were playing the game with like many-sided dice already lit up.
Right. So, or it's like, it turns out the dice of indefinite sides has less sides because I already I
Exactly.
shaved away those sides without realizing.
Brilliantly said.
So, that's where I've given the examples already of like, all right, over the last half decade, right, currently, I had a discovery of a new passion, which was the VTuber thing. That over the course of that year, it worked out for many people, including the VTubers, that we had the global pandemic. It's just what it was.
Yes.
Everyone was stuck at home. They needed something to keep entertaining.
Streaming, everything.
There's the people that needed to be entertained, and there's the people that wanted to entertain. And both benefited from that. Now, some of that has been slowly kind of plateauing back down to a not as exciting
level. Yep.
Not as exciting, but a steady path onwards. So it's like it's no longer this big exciting peak of content or entertainment, because now people are getting back to doing whatever is now their stable life or whatever it may be. So you'll see drops. You'll see like every certain period of time, every year, some there's the trend of we're not getting as many views on our channel right now, and it's like this is just that window. This is like when people aren't home. It's like summer break has just ended, so people are getting back to doing their jobs, their schooling, whatever it may be. So there's less people at home to watch. There's less people that they have less free time. Thus, the people that are striving to be entertainers won't get as immediate results from their stuff, but they're perfectly fine. They're still managing to make a living off of it. It's just in that spur of the moment, it's scary. And it's understandably scary because it's suddenly like, imagine like you're going across the plains. Like it's the smooth sailing, and suddenly you hit some rapids, or suddenly you hit gravel, and it always scares someone when you're suddenly shaken out of stability, right?
No, for sure, yeah.
So for a lot of people, but it's and in the moment, most people will be like, I don't know what to do about this. I'm scared. Things are crumbling around me now all of a sudden, or there's rapids, but then you keep enough of a calm head that you get through it and it's back to normal again, or it's back to whatever it may be. It's stable once more.
I want to ask you this because I thought it's funny how you're bringing up so many things that are like relevant to like the stuff I'm learning about businessy stuff. So in business, like the way to understand it is basically you're like, what kind of market are you in? Are you in like an explodingly growing market? Like for instance, the AI market is exploding right now, and it's essentially like a tailwind. So like if you were able to somehow create a business that is in this thing, it would massively be propelled just because of the sheer interest in this business model right now. But then I wanted to ask you this question. Do you choose the market that is exploding in growth, that might be a little bit less, there's less information about it, it's less kind of understanding, people are kind of like just forging a new path? Or do you make a business that is something like tried, tested, and it will always persist, such as like people's deep desire to want to have connections, so like relationship businesses? Do you want to do something that's like about like fundamental resources that we all need, like wood, iron, or oil? Do you go into that kind of business? So I'm curious, Fluff, which one would you choose? Would you choose the chaotic, possible harness gold, but also could fail at every possible turn, or to go with something that's a lot more tried, tested, and consistent?
If
you had to choose.
With the wording we've used throughout this stream, consistency is where I thrive.
Yeah.
So I would choose the stable consistency.
Stable, yeah.
Because, and that's regardless of, this person had their windfall and they've now become super successful, but then the bubble bursts for them and suddenly they crash back down. I don't want to do that sort of thing personally. I feel like, yes. I guess it's like when I've even mentioned throughout the stream of like, I lost some subscribers. I got a negative comment here and there. I'm acknowledging that they're there. I acknowledge that it stings, but then I'm pushing past it afterwards. It's like, I won't it's not something I easily forget, but it's something that it helps drive me forward. It's fuel to my engine. It's fuel to the fire of desire. It's my passion. So for me, it's like, it took a long time, but I finally found something that I'm enjoying and realizing that I enjoy doing what I do. Now let's put it to something that hopefully entertains others,
that skill,
that shares in my passion. That's like what I have as my channel description of like, I'm interested in these things. I would like to share it with you, and I hope you enjoy the ride. If you don't want to be part of this ride, that's fine. I hope you find what you enjoy.
Yeah, a wise man once said, "Boring is often much, much, much better." And I think this is like calcified perfectly within like a relationship, where a lot of people when they're younger want like chaos, they want like the fieriness of love. But the older you get, the more you're like, dude, I just want someone that's like the right amount of boring. Like just
you want stability, you want consistency. You don't want to be surprised every day, because eventually you get too old for it. Like, literally or otherwise, you grow tired, you become exhausted at it. You don't want a roller coaster every day of your life, because then there's no stable ground. Revolving back to my mention of my religion, there's like I forget if it's part of a biblical or if it's part of whatever story of like building on the sand versus building on the stone. If you build upon the sand, it is an unstable thing. It will blow away, and you can try to rebuild it, but it will constantly be at risk. If you build upon the stone,
to make something that works is insane.
And so essentially, like having you build upon the stone, you have stability. Your structure, your foundation won't crumble. At least not anytime soon. So you will have this stability for as long as you maintain it, as long as you keep it going. Whereas if you constantly, repeatedly build on the sand, it's technically the phrase of like from Voss of like the try the same thing over and over again expecting a different result. That's essentially building upon the sand every time. And then eventually you will meet an ultimate demise of you can't do so anymore, because you kept insisting upon, I will build upon this unstable foundation. I accept and embrace chaos to the point of nothing will be stable, nothing will be reliable. I can't settle ever, and I burn out faster than a firework.
Well said, Fluff. I was gonna say, just to round up the thing, because I gotta depart, get in the shower. We talked our ass off, Fluff. Jesus fuck. Anyway, I was gonna say, I'm so sorry, everybody in the chat. I did want to like reply to stuff, but we were in such a weird, deep conversation. I wanted to pluck more of Fluff's brain, so I apologize.
We'll have
I wish
chances.
I would have more.
We'll have chances for future times, because this is not a one-off. It is a consistent. I don't intend to give up on rolling this dice.
Yeah, for sure. I will say that's the only thing that I wanted to kind of talk about, man. I don't want to talk too much about what I got going on, but man, I am, like I talked to you, it's funny, I hype everybody up, I talk all these things, but I will say, like, I came recently to the conclusion of, like, I really do want certain things. I want my goals. I want my story to have a particular kind of ending, basically. And then I had to, like, do the thing I talked about, which is why I kind of was so passionate when I was talking. I'm sorry if I sounded a little bit weird, but it really means a lot to me at this point, because that's what I'm currently going through. But it's the idea of, like, if you were to actually lay out what you actually want, and you don't try your best, but you do what is required. So that actually requires you actually laying out, like, what do I need to do to actually succeed? And I give myself a long time horizon. And if I wanted to get to that sooner, if I wanted to get to that like positive ending or outcome sooner, I would need to like do all of this stuff. And it's funny because there's an analogy that goes to this, which is like, if you are essentially, if your future wants, your desires, your goal, maybe it's to have a kid one day, maybe it's to have a family, maybe it's to get a shit ton of money, maybe it's just fucking financial like stability, whatever it is.
If anything, it's understanding that whatever your goal is, you have to overcome each step. You have to take it
what's cool about the analogy.
Bit by bit, rather than
is,
you can't just skip everything and jump across the stairway and end up at the end.
Yeah. But the analogy is essentially is if you can imagine a rope, and it's completely wrapped, like this rope is wrapped with glass. Jagged glass, and the beginning of your journey, the beginning of all of your stuff is essentially you grabbing that rope and pulling the future towards you. So the more you're willing to grab onto the fucking horrible sharp rope filled with glass and pull the future more and more towards you, it's gonna be painful, it's gonna be shitty at the beginning, because what's required to actually succeed is extraordinary. Almost in anything I've ever actually dedicated time of, like, what would I have to do to genuinely be able to win at this? We increase my percentage chance to 80% hit rate. It's insane. But the good news is that eventually, if you persist long enough in this, when you start pulling that rope, it's no longer jagged glass, but instead it's sandpaper, which is still shit, but it's not as shit as fucking glass. And eventually, as you keep pulling and pulling and pulling, it eventually just becomes a rope again.
And it's essentially, it's like you building your own tolerance to things, that it becomes easier, it becomes less painful, it becomes less of a trial. But it's also that, like, all things, our lives are shaped by trials and tribulations. You will go through hardships. You will go through difficult decisions that may not, in the moment, feel like it's a good result. But you then have to look at what, like, it's the whole, like, journey versus destination.
Yeah.
The whole part of the journey is that you've experienced stuff along the way. Perhaps the destination is still great, but what the value of that destination, does it holds less value if you didn't have the journey in the first place. If you were just, if you're just dropped at the destination, there was a significant less value to you or to anyone else involved, versus you worked to that point. You
well said. Yeah.
You soldiered on, you solved problems along the way, you built your skills, you figured things out. So it's like,
again, it's funny, you roll
like,
the dice,
like video games,
red, then you got a green,
like video games do it where it's like, okay, here's the character at some of their strongest, now we take it away. Part of that is to establish, here's what you can achieve, do you want to get there? If yes, now there's the carrot on the stick. Work your way to getting that carrot.
Yeah.
But in some ways, it's like, oh, so that's where, like, some games do it where, okay, you start as nobody. We never give you the power fantasy to strive for. Do you still want to do it? You don't know what you want at that point. You don't know what the goal is.
Yeah.
So then it's like, are you? So it's either you start from exactly nothing and you have no ability to climb, or you are put at the top. You're put at the pedestal, and like kids that grow up in a rich family with a silver spoon or whatever you want to say, trust fund kids, they lack certain things. I have relatives, I have cousins that have homeschooling, and their social ability scares me for how incapable they had been, if not still are, to being able to interact with people, to understand how other people work, to understand that how you grew up is not how someone else grew up, that you can't just expect them to know what you want them to, because they had a different upbringing, they had a different experience in their life, and you potentially grow up without sympathy at that point. And that's scary when people are like that. That's where I talked about, it's like understanding our agency, understanding that we have choices to make, understanding that there's consequence from choice. That's not necessarily a negative, because consequence can be positive or negative, but understand that any choice you make has weight. Any choice you make has substance. It leads to something.
The more you're speaking about it, the more I keep thinking, that could be referenced to the same analogy of like rolling the dice and getting a red. Like,
but using different words, because people understand things in different ways.
You could get success. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I just, in my head, I'm like, yeah, I think that also applies. I think that also applies to that too. I'm not saying that you can't say. I'm just, to me, in my own sense of this analogy that was kind of only meant to articulate like business and all this other stuff. I think it works.
We had a similar destination. We just had a different path to them.
Yeah. To me, it helps with that lens. But I was gonna say, so just TLDR, I'm in the phase right now of like the glass. I'm pulling the rope and it feels like shit. It's really hard. I'm waking up at 6 a.m. every fucking day, and I'm working nonstop until 10, and all these weird things. So if I ever feel like if I can't show up, or like for instance, Tuesdays have been the days I've been able to do this. It's just because it's the only time when I'm not like doing too many things. So I'm in here. So I just want to let everyone know.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
And I will say that, like, I don't expect this to be a every Tuesday thing, but it's also a good window for me.
Yeah.
Partially, it's like, if I'm going to be having a game in the background, I'm going to probably be on Tuesdays, specifically having it not be an online game because of how Steam has its maintenance. So suddenly Steam goes down and it disconnects us, like, despite me and Red having a fun idea of like It Takes Two Tuesdays, it didn't pan out perfectly because Tuesdays would be maintenance day, so we would get disconnected from each other. So it's like, okay, we figured that out. Let's move it to a different day that works better. And now I'm now aware of the like what I can expect from streaming on a given day. That like, okay, every Wednesday for now, every Wednesday is my BG3 co-op with my brother, but also we're playing through Borderlands on Fridays most of the time, but sometimes if we have reasons to have to postpone it, like this coming Friday is going to be Halloween, so I wanted to do a Halloween stream instead. So he's like, okay, that's fine, and then we could just rain check for the next week, that sort of thing. So as it is, it's like I think we have like a mutual understanding. We just had different paths to reach that point. And that tends to be often for both of us. Like we both often actually agree. We just don't realize it until we connect the dots of our path.
Clear, like for me to be clear, like when I'm talking in the way that I have been, Fluff, it's actually like to be clear, I don't know anything. Like I talk about this stuff about streaming and all these variables. Ultimately, like how could I describe this? I basically like I'm really interested in concepts and ideas, and I constantly see things from different people's perspectives. So I'm always interested in that. So all I'm doing is just like probing you. So like it's funny. A lot of times I'll have people who will say something to me, and I'm like, I actually don't believe that. And they're like, but wait, you argued like this perception, this idea, this thing. I'm like, oh yeah, I just wanted to know what you thought. Like I wanted to put that in front of you and explore like your perspective on these things and all that stuff. So I hope when people listen to me, they don't perceive that I'm like some sort of wise, understanding person. It's just I've introduced to concepts and ideas, and I kind of like to throw those out at people and have them explore it. You know?
If I cared to like pursue like a expert on streaming or whatever, I would look into it and I would go do it. But for me personally, like my mind and how I like to do things, I like to get my figuratively or literally get my hands dirty. I like to actually figure it out on the way. I'm not good at studying. I'm not good at like just I can watch some things and learn, but usually I have to at least have a grasp of whatever they're doing. Like I can watch a playthrough of a game and have a good grasp of like I have enough knowledge of how games work or how playing games work that I understand what's going on, where some people won't be like that. They have to experience it themselves. Some people are I absolutely despise being spoiled, so I will watch this once I finish the game myself. Then proceed. No, I'm not saying. I'm speaking for them. I don't care about. I personally.
I fucked you up bad then.
Regardless, like I don't like spoilers personally, but I don't really get upset if someone spoils it unless if they're just trying to ruin my day. It's that's where it's the context
Intention
of what
matters.
Intent is like I don't care about being spoiled. I'll find out that there's a secret end boss to such and such game, and here's the big twist. And I'm like, cool. If I'm going to be playing this game myself, though, I hope to fight them.
Oh, it's so funny because this is where we do have like because for me in my head, like when I think about stuff like that, I'm like, oh, I want to save you. I fucked up. I would have wanted this information if I was playing, so I didn't make that same mistake. So it's funny that's definitely a different perspective thing for me. Or like
that said,
I don't think it's spoilers. I think about trying to save you before.
I'm not worried about it because of how I browse the internet and because of how our technology listens to us or whatever else, or algorithms, all those layers, I'm gonna get spoiled whether I want to or not. It's without me just going complete cold turkey off of the internet, I'm going to have things ruined for me in that sense, or be spoiled, and I just be like, okay, well, maybe it dampens my drive to play it for now. I will put a pin in it and come back to it when I'm of the right mind. Similar to me doing the Yakuza thing, I've been wanting to play through the games. I collected them, but then they were just sitting there in a designated category in my Steam library for years, and then I was like, you know what? I want to play this year. Partially because I got inspired by watching someone else's series of I 100%ed the Yakuza games in a year. And I was like, I'm not going to go that far, but I do want to play these games. And then once I do complete each installment, I can then watch their video and recognize what's going on now. And not have it be spoiled. And so it doesn't spoil the fun for me, and I get to support them along the way. Even if it takes a while.
Things like that will make you a really good streamer, Fluff. But I do have to get out of here. But thank you so much, Fluff. This was a delight. Again, I'm not sure how often I'll be able to do it, but I will try to do it pretty consistently, maybe like once or twice every month. But I do also enjoy talking about it to everyone, actually. But Kat, I also can't wait to talk to you again, because you both are just such interesting human beings across the board. And have such fun ways of thinking about things. But also, I am spread thin, so I'll do my best to be there when I can. But alas, gang, I love talking to you.
I'll always check in with you on your own streams. Be like, hey, are you feeling up for a hangout on Tuesday? And if not, or if it's Kat's turn, that's fine. I'm fine.
Well, I hope it's not considered to be turn. It's usually whether I'm do it oh yeah, it's okay. I kind of play it by
what I mean is okay, you already agreed to do so with Kat that week or whatever. That's perfectly fine. It's I'm perfectly fine with an obligation being set. My thing is if you're gonna set an obligation, you're gonna set a schedule. I hope you keep to it, regardless. And if something has to change, I at least want to be told ahead of time.
So, I won't throw the rug out from under you, but I probably will be my worry is that if I do it back to back, let's say I do one with Kat, and then maybe you're doing something on Tuesday, so then maybe I do another one with Kat or something like that. I'll be so fucking spent. Usually, it's weird, man. I deeply love talking to people, but I also find I'm sweating right now. I'm soaked in sweat.
So that's why I checked in with you last night, just to make sure. I will adapt, because
no, I got you. But yeah, grins usually communicate. I'll always try to aim for that. I always like to give you guys a heads up. I always do feel. I hope you guys don't think I don't want to talk to you though. Sometimes people reach out and they're like, "Hey, I want to do this thing," and I feel really bad because I've said no 3 times in a row. But it's dude, I don't mean to boo-hoo me, but I'm so mentally dead right now. I'm kind of sometimes feeling so drained. So it's not that I don't. Again, I deeply do.
If I can speak, I don't think you ever turned me down on anything. You've just expressed oh, I'm comfortable with doing it this way, or oh, this was too much of a change, so can we keep it to this plan? I'm yeah, sure, that's fine. So initially, since I was going to be playing this in the background, Red wanted to join in, but he wanted to be in voice chat with that. But it's well, if we're going to be doing this kind of sort of podcast idea, it helped to just have you and I communicate and converse. And if Red was going to be part of it, if he wasn't of the same mindset of wanting to be part of this conversation and just wanting to play, then it would just be disruptive for both sides.
I think this is where. Sorry, I just wanted to kind of, because I think this is interesting a little bit, because I was the one who basically was Fluff was oh, Red might be in the call with that, and I kind of brought up, I'm because I think fundamentally, and this is where we might actually be kind of different as people, I kind of think of it whether it's perspective things, or whether it's I try to predict like the variables that I think will affect something to some capacity. So like for instance, I was like, oh, well, what if me and you were having that conversation about, let's say, like when I was trying to like guide you through a principle that I learned that week about like this idea of like rolling the dice, and if I had to like, for me to juggle what you like, to walk you through it and then to also kind of account for walking Red through it, it would have been like a really hard for me to kind of balance both those things, where it's really easy on 101 level to kind of like create those conversations, have that one-on-one connection. And again, like I'm open to having like a three-way conversation. I just tend to like see podcasts or streams where there's three people in the call, and it oftentimes just is like a cool hangout session. It's kind of silly and messy, but it's not where you can like have these conversations where like I can actually like understand more about you, which I think is like a variable that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
So it wasn't necessarily like that I didn't want to mess
it was
with
the
Red.
desire
Yeah.
you wanted a one-on-one, and I understood that. So I was offering that, it's like, oh, well, me and Red could play Absolum for the first 3 hours of my stream and then switch over. And then I realized it's like, well, I'm planning on doing the Outer Worlds. Why don't I just, for the first 3 hours, create my character? And so I decided to do that.
I was gonna say, Red, you've been plenty valuable, Red, in this conversation. It's not a variable of a value. It's a variable of like, are you able to get into like the meat of like who you are? You know what I mean? And maybe some people don't want that. I deeply like that. I like to understand why people do what
And
they
in
do.
the case of this, a key point of our discussion was about us being streamers. And in that regard, I agree that Red doesn't necessarily have that drive. He has other interests. He does other things to succeed.
Yeah.
He's that mod creator that has, I mean, to the point where, as he's talked about, he's like, he earned like lifetime Nexus Premium. I'm like, that's cool. I don't think I'll ever be able to do that myself. So I'm planning on hopefully finding success in a different path. That sort of thing.
Yeah, I would be. I mean, to me, like, it's tough because like I think like Red actually, despite him not having like a particular like focus on streaming and whatnot, I do think Red is probably like really valuable to talk to about streaming because of the fact that he, I think, does consistently watch a lot of streams.
Yeah,
and actually he's probably like one of the most.
He has a different perspective in that regard as like an audience member.
But he's the main thing that most people don't ever get to talk to, which is like a lurker. Like or maybe not a lurker. I think Red mentioned that when you're talking about Bolty being so fucking lovely, and then I also want to say Red and Cat and everyone's also lovely. But Red, I think, fits more into that lurker vibe, which I think is 90% of your audience. So the idea that you could talk to him is like extremely valuable. So I get what you're saying about like there's skill set variation which can be valuable, but I think it's also, I personally like love talking to anybody who has anything to anything. That's not the variable. It's more of like, can I get to like the thing that I want to know within a time lot, essentially, which I know it's hard to do when you have multiple people. Like if you had 4 people that you're trying to hold a conversation with, it's really hard to like dig into the things you're trying to like understand.
It's hard to
them,
keep everyone going by a set schedule in that regard.
Yeah. Red says, I'm a lurker 90% of the time, streams except for Grin and Fluff. Yeah, man, that's also awesome. That's a badge of honor I'll wear with pride, buddy. There's a lot I took away, especially with effort and stuff. Much to think. Yeah, I mean, guys, I'm just thinking these things I'm thinking about too. So don't be like Grin's out here on his bullshit again, because I am honestly just kind of thinking through things. I hope I don't.
I would say that what I looked forward to doing with this is that I have my passions, but one thing that is difficult for me is getting the spark of conversation going. That I need someone that has the ability to like come up with a topic, a talking point. And for me, it's just, I personally struggle with, if I'm going to be playing a game, I can address things, but I haven't grown up with like the comfort of speaking aloud or reading aloud.
I don't think you actually don't have things to have conversations, but I think you are conditioned to think that there's a certain level of quality of your conversation that you need to hit. So like when we start the conversation, like when I start the conversation, I used to have, like, I'm a person, this is a whole tangent, but I'll try to make this quick. I'm a person that had like ridiculous anxiety, like super, super, super high anxiety. And the one thing that I learned recently that I thought was also really powerful if you're another person who has a deep levels of anxiety, is it basically, can you stop yourself from becoming anxious? I think largely no, because if most people would want to turn off the feeling of being anxious, they would. So it's a thing you cannot avoid. It is just something in your head. Some people want to justify it and say that like it's you catastrophizing the future, these variables. But I actually don't think that's helpful. I think that the most helpful thing if you struggle with anxiety is, okay, you're gonna go and do a thing that's gonna make you anxious. You can't control that. You are going to do that thing and it's going to make you anxious. So the only thing you have control over is recovery. So you're gonna eat shit, you're gonna fall, you're gonna smash your teeth on the fucking pavement. But the only thing you can effectively control, because you can't stop yourself from having the anxiety. But what you can do is basically reclaim your ground, like catch yourself when you stumble. So that's essentially like all I've learned to do throughout this entire thing. I've had various spikes of anxiety, but all I know is that like I trust in my capacity to eat shit and kind of get myself back on my feet and be like, oh, okay, I'm back. I said something weird, I didn't perfectly articulate myself, but I'm back. And that's significantly more of a valuable skill set, I think, especially if you have anxiety. But yes.
And I would say, like, I definitely have been dealing with that. And this past year in particular has been a time of growth, of me trying something different, but something that has been built upon foundations of what I've been doing. Like, of the culmination of what I've been learning, how to better handle and that sort of thing. So that's where I've been like often saying is like, I will speak up, I will address things, I will talk about stuff, but one thing I'm still not at a point of comfort with is if there's a lot of text, I'm not going to read it aloud, I'm going to go hoarse. I will run out of my ability to speak, because reading aloud is not something I've developed as comfortably.
Hey, man, brother, are you talking to the fucking choir?
So
I was gonna say though, to respond to Red really quick. Red says, in my case, hell no, I can't turn off my anxiety, dude. No one can. Like, this is something you just can't do. So you're always gonna have an anxiety attack. Get better at recovering when you eventually get your ass kicked by the anxiety attack. Like, and if you just get really good at that, then you won't have anxiety more because you know how to recover from it. Yeah. So sorry.
Essentially, it's building tolerance or finding ways to overcome that hurdle. So it's like,
or just don't be afraid of it. Like, it's gonna happen.
But it's like
control.
Recognizing it is the obstacle. How do you overcome it? How do you solve? How do you get past it? Because you won't you're going to get over it. You will, but you're figuring out how.
No, I think that's actually the funny conundrum about it is like, if you like, you can't kind of in a lot of ways get over it. Like, it's an impedable wall that's gonna always be there, like, because you can't turn it off, and only by like acknowledging that like it's never gonna be not a wall. So then how do I make this like a less of a shitty wall? And then by doing that, the wall slowly starts becoming an unpenetrable wall. So like, I get what you're saying. I do. Like, you're basically saying like eventually you learn skills to overcome it. That totally is true. But I think when you actually have anxiety, you're like, dude, I can't. It's like I can't stop it from turning on.
And you can't. In the moment, anxiety is it takes over. So my point being is like, I've been feeling those anxious plenty of times. I've had like with the points of like seeing the numbers, like at all, paying any attention to the numbers, it made me feel anxious. It made me feel uncertain. But then I'm like, in my head at the same time, simultaneously, like, this is silly. This isn't the end of the world. Don't worry about it. Just keep pushing on. Don't give up on what you're doing. And that's like, yes, I'm acknowledging it while I'm having this anxiety attack simultaneously.
But let's take this to the extreme. Let's say your numbers plummet, like to absolute shit, like just horrible. You're gonna feel like a negative response, probably, right? Just a human reaction. Same thing if you get like a negative comment. Like, let's say someone just goes out of their way.
If need be, I'll prepare the ukulele.
Sure, yeah. Just let's get a negative comment about like someone being really mean and malicious to you. Like, so if I know, like, it's like almost like a conundrum of certainty, which is basically like, no matter what I do, like, basically, is there a world, like a thing where like you somehow, some way you could never interact with like what equivalently is a hater or a person who's really, really toxic to you online? Is it possible for you to create an environment where you never see that? I would argue probably no. Like, most people would be like, no, you're gonna have some negative impact, right? So if you know that you're going to basically encounter a negative person, then why not try to like be excited when you are given the opportunity to basically like recover? Like, so you're going to get punched, but you can at least know how to react when you eventually do get punched. You know, I think we're kind of saying similar things, but to me, I refuse, because this is a belief I deeply hold. So like I refuse to let my mind deviate besides like what I know for sure, because this is something that like I think has done me, like yielded me a lot, like benefited me a lot in my life, is because I used to have fucking horrible anxiety. So this is the way I've kind of like, honestly completely overcome a lot of it. I still get anxious, I still get like nervous, but ultimately I know that like, that's good because I get to experience the thing that like allows me to stop becoming anxious eventually, which is basically like, I know I'm gonna fall, so I'll just get really good at recovering. Like that's kind of like, dude, the entire thing of me. Like
I would say like,
I'm terrible at calming.
In addition to recovery, it's like it's building tolerance, like for anything. It's like it's going to be there, but you will learn how to handle it. You will know how to maybe not get over it literally if it's like if it's an impenetrable endless wall, but it's like you will know how to continue with it being there. Sort of thing. I think
it's a beautiful conundrum because, like you're describing, you're kind of saying like you can never overcome it, which is true, at least to the person who has it. But eventually, like when you fully accept that no matter what I do, it will happen, then it starts to erode because you kind of have to get good at like just recovering. And then when you learn to recover, the fear of like the future of you falling isn't scary anymore because you know that I have the capacity to fumble and pick myself back up really quickly. And I got so good at it that like if it does happen, I'm not worried about it because I know it doesn't affect me anymore. So then you end up like destroying that's why I say it's like a fun, like a paradox in a weird sense. I'm not sure if I'm making it entirely clear because I'm kind of pinched for time, so I'm trying to kind of quickly say
if anything, it's like it's less about getting over it and more is like how much like if you continue or like you understand what it is, you can erode away at it, you can chip away at it where maybe it'll always be there, it won't go away completely, but you won't be pulled down from it anymore. You won't be what's the right word, paralyzed by it. Like you will be able to, like like in a RPG, like okay, when you start at level 1, someone casts a paralyze spell on you and now you're stuck and you can't do anything about it. Later on, you come in with the magic isn't real, you idiot ring, and you can't be affected by it anymore.
Like, or you just get hit with it so much that you end up just being like, what's he gonna do? He's gonna paralyze me. There's no fucking ability in the game for him to like kill me when I'm paralyzed. So what's the big deal?
That would be like eventually there's if a system worked like that, like in terms of like, imagine if you play an RPG similar to Skyrim, where like as you do things, you earn levels towards those skills. But many of these games don't do, okay, what about damage resistances? Okay, what if every time you received that damage, it's a small but gradual increase on how resistant you become to it. So in this sense of like with your anxiety, you're gonna have it. It's inevitable, but with each time you can become more resilient to it, where it won't bog you down anymore. If you're
not afraid of the outcome, so you know how to handle it.
You're embracing it rather than avoiding it. Because if your goal is to avoid it, you'll never progress.
You'll never play the game. You need to get in the game to be able to realize that you can survive the worst outcome of the game, basically. So like, it's like kind of like Dark Souls, where like you're gonna respond at the pyre, like it's gonna do shit, but like the more times you do it, the more you realize, I don't even need to get good at like the thing.
Or any of these roguelites. Is like, okay, you're almost guaranteed, there's exceptions, but almost anyone that plays one of these, you're not going to beat it on the first try. Ever.
Sure,
There are some exceptions. Some people are really good at it, or they cheat by making a new save and pretend that it's their first time. But
or a better example is just like going to bosses. Like you're always going to have to fight the bosses in the roguelike. It's not like you just get to stop fighting the bosses.
And you have to learn their mechanics, unless if it's a poorly made game where you just overpower everything from the get-go.
Sure,
A well-designed game is that once you reach the boss, you hopefully have been given the tools to overcome it, and if you haven't yet, okay, try again. this time try a different path. This time try a different solution,
Absolutely.
different tools. So it's
a great way to think about it. Yeah.
It's great that a lot of this stuff directly applies to what I'm doing on the stream, or directly applies to recent games I've been playing, whether it's Yakuza. It turns out games are layered things. They are ogres, they are onions, they have so much depth to them.
Games represent life in a lot of ways, yeah.
And
we deeply yearn what we deeply grow from.
And they're one of my most favorite art forms.
Forms of art, yeah.
It's an interactive art form where you can appreciate not just the literal visual design, you can appreciate the sound, you can appreciate the writing, or you can appreciate the whole package, and then things will resonate with you in different ways. What someone finds resonating with them is not necessarily going to be what I find or what you find. It's
I don't plan to meditate now.
It's like,
Like, you're saying,
and that's where it's nice when, like, okay, games give you choices, games give you options, they'll be giving you more tools than you can ever use at one time, to the point where, okay, there's 4 different characters you can play. Do you want to be the mage right now? Do you want to be the bruiser? Do you want to be the knight? Do you want to be the rogue? Okay, even if you want to be the rogue, do you want to be a trap-based rogue? Do you want to be a melee combatant? Do you want to be a gunner? There's so many options, and that's where it's games like these, RPGs and action RPGs and all these sorts of things. I love giving players given choice, because robbing us of any choice, even if it's the so-called illusion of choice, never feels good. We want to be given the opportunity to fail. Doesn't mean that we will fail, but we should be allowed to fail. So that way we can try again.
In my daily life, I don't need to fail in video game a lot, but yes, I do what you're saying. But I want to say real quick to Red. Red says, my issue is when I have high anxiety, my brain assumes the worst, that I have some disease or some shit, which then increases my anxiety further, leading to having an anxiety attack. But I think the whole antidote to that, Red, and I don't mean to be like, woe is me, I know what the thing is, but to me is the idea of okay, let's take the maximum extreme. You're going to have high anxiety. It's going to be really fucking bad. It's going to be so fucking bad you can't even believe it. Okay, now you're in it. You have it. Instead of being like, okay, well, how did I get here? Just say, okay, how do I recover? How do I I'm going to have an anxiety attack regardless. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be the worst possible thing I can think of. Okay, now that you're there, what do you need to do to basically recover from it? If you know that you're going to get your ass beat, you're going to prepare for a fight. You're going to realize, okay, when this happens, I'm going to set up in this way. Maybe I'm going to learn some books that show me this is how the best way to set up is. And honestly, 1,000 ways can work. But ultimately, the best thing I think that is to accept fully that it is going to utterly kick your ass and it's going to be a part of your life until you die. And then say, okay, great. Now what do I do about it? How do I actually not even what you do about it, just acknowledge that, okay, I'm just going to focus on recovering as fast as humanly possible. Again, that's to me honestly the main key, the idea of how you can beat it, or you can do this little simple trick that's going to solve it completely. Bullshit. It's not. It's going to be shit. It's going to be terrible. But if I know it's going to be bad, then I know all I have to focus on is getting to my feet again as fast as humanly possible, and focusing on anything that you can control and do in that way. I think oftentimes just completely numbs the feeling of what it is, because honestly, anxiety is just catastrophizing about the future. And if you know that okay, what if I just entirely accepted whatever the future is, and then I can only focus on okay, say if I get that bad into the future, I'll just focus on all the things that are in my control that I can do to get back up on my feet, and then it becomes significantly less bad. And honestly, it becomes nice because every single time you interact with it, you become stronger and better about knowing how to react to the situation and get to your feet. But anyways, I'm sorry, that was the last thing I wanted to say, Fluff. It was a pleasure talking to you. It is 8 p.m. where I am currently living, and I gotta go to bed in an hour, so I gotta get a shower and eat. But thank you so much for spending so much time with me, Fluff. I wish you luck on your stream. I hope I can see some of you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time over at my stream. I assume Fluff is streaming the entire rest of the week, so I imagine he would be very keen on having all of you. If you haven't watched this in the past broadcast, I would highly advise you subscribe to this channel, because Fluff is going to be playing an exorbitant amount of games. I'm sure he'd be lucky to have you. But last, ladies and gentlemen, thank you kindly for your time. Thank you so dearly, Fluff, for taking such good care of me and let me explore the depths of your strange and beautiful mind. Thank you kindly, all of you, and goodbye for now, my friends.
Take care, Grin. Very well said. And thank you all for joining us for that. No, it's all good. But yeah, that was quite fun. I definitely look forward to our future conversations, whatever it may be, whenever he has time for it. And who knows, maybe I can join him on his future streams. We'll see. Kind of depends on what we end up doing. But yep, I will probably update the title of the stream now that our special guest has been revealed, so I'll do that afterwards. And link his channel. I'll just kind of continue with this run, see how far I get, and then maybe wind down. Yeah, I'd be down for that, cat. No, most podcasts don't really play games, though, in the background or that sort of thing. So I have a couple, well, I had a couple of podcasts. One was one of the 3 co-hosts was Maximilian Dude and his Triple KO. But the goal of that podcast was talking about fighting games and embracing their passions, their shared passion for it, while there was a heavy lull in fighting games being new and fresh and all that. And so they, I think earlier this year, ended that podcast because it's like, well, we're now in like a renaissance of fighting games again. So they don't need to be discussing it because now everyone's back to playing them again and their schedules are all busier and all that. And then otherwise, more recently, the Geek Enders podcast, which I only watch on YouTube, with Jesse Cox and Dodger, started up, and I've been enjoying catching them. They do it mostly every Friday outside of that, but it was them kind of resuming their podcast thing that they used to do back with Total Biscuit. May he forever rest in peace.
This one yearns for wrath. It longs to be unleashed.
But I don't tend to watch other podcasts. I'm not much of a podcast person. Yeah, I'm having drops, but hey, at least it only happened after all of our discussion. So I'm probably going to end the stream after this run. And I don't know if I can fix anything else. I might at OBS double checking to make sure it's like nothing downloading on my end. Just gonna have to wait it out, I guess. Let me get my... Where does it put this? Okay. Let's see, where's a good spot? Guess I can prep for somewhat wherever my avatar is going to be.
Didn't know that stones could grow so large. Small measure of peace.
I can briefly. That may have helped it. You gotta let me know. Sometimes OBS just needs to be reset. I've been seeing some other streamers having issues with OBS lately. But if you can read me currently, that's a good sign. Happy that it waited until after. Yeah, seems like for some reason OBS lately just starts having issues with the network, and there's not much I can do but reset it. Which gets to be a pain because it doesn't like to remember some settings. Mostly whatever I have set for the scene and whether it was Bolty or whoever else was saying that maybe I should just play the Outer Worlds on the stream for it. I was like, I could have, but I wanted to play something that had less of a, like, less heavy focus on dialogue or RPG elements, whereas, like, this is just combat when I'm able to focus on it. Otherwise, I can pause between encounters. But I would have had it be a game that I haven't played much more of yet. If we want, yeah, you can check with them. You're able to get your end of it working, so. But yeah, going forward, it'll just be whenever Grin's willing and able. No pressure on his part. I don't really have an intention to like turn it into a fully like organized semi-professional or full professional kind of podcast. I just, when he wants to hang out and chat, well, we'll get that going. It's been fun talking to him. He has definitely a lot of interesting things to say, even if I don't always grasp the or comprehend it. But that's on me.
Spoil of war. It still reeks of Azra's foul stench.
Where we fight?
Spiteful tempest! feast for the maggots.
Nope. I guess if I were smarter, I would grab the guarantee a water ritual when I'm supposed to find a water ritual.
Am I supposed to ride you? Stinky.
It's always a pleasure to see your listening.
It's giving off a low hum.
Okay, I will also get like a set of timestamps set up for this stream for those that want to just catch the conversation. Might even probably work in a separate playlist going forward to have like any of the hangout streams or Tuesday talks. I don't know what to call them. But it seems like a good idea to potentially do that for those that just want to enjoy listening to that section.
This powerful ritual is a mere shadow of the Root Sisters' arts.
I do think I'm supposed to reach this, but I need a ritual of water.
Before we trade, I have a question for you. It burns my tongue, to be honest. What do you see in your dreams?
I don't sleep, and the idea of losing consciousness terrifies me. When I rest, I retreat into my own mind, meditating. It feels like my old sanctuary. Safe. But I must stay hidden, in control. Something is on the hunt outside. Something powerful and hungry.
A bit like D&D elves, they only meditate.
So that's the price of being born into magic. Little wonder that your kind is the only one that has managed to do so.
Only see your doom.
I must for all our sakes.
Spiteful Tempest! Expect the mountains to have such passion. Found beauty.
Getting these guys after
comes for free.
Lots of it.
Am I really ready to fight for money? Cycle of life. Everything that's equal is something.
Nobody can be let's
Rage! Interesting.
I can't walk, or are you hoping to... You know what? Don't expect me to die for you. We're Spices... Sail away!
Found you, my beauty. Life exists only through death.
A nice trip.
This is the great cycle. Seeing my home like this burns my soul with hatred.
Oh, with Safari's help, I might be able to get this done.
Spiteful tempest!
Well, having this special saddle is crazy. I'm sorry, did you want thorn daggers? Because I have more than 20.
was not enough to stop me. Endless possibilities, and only one road on.
Well, she's gonna outlive me.
You took down the patrol. Good. Thanks to your efforts, this sanctuary returns to life. Some warriors from the tribes are coming back to the Root Sisters. Look.
blood sausages and bug bread. We are grateful for your help. You saved us. We've decided to teach and help all those we can in this haven. Come closer and state your needs.
Life exists only through death. This is the great cycle.
I think these are what Sister Baikana was looking for.
It's always a pleasure to see your listening toys.
I'd rather not think about this passage ever again.
Bless you.
Tasty.
Can't even get to that. There he is.
This holds power. This powerful ritual is a mere shadow of the Root Sisters' arts.
Everything comes for free, wizard.
This holds power. Is this the time for meditation?
We have the last Molai with fire in his heart, the ghost of Jarova. Here comes Rome! Look at traitor! He's gonna swallow you, Cole.
Welcome. I expected nothing less from you. Now, for serious business. Let the grand finale begin! Good fight.
First time I beat him.
There is some pleasure in revenge.
Doesn't mean I'm gonna get much further at this rate, but hey, I finally beat him.
Another tower falls into our grasp. You've made your mother proud, but do not rest yet, for Azra is just one step further.
We must obey the strong. That's the only rule. You desire an escort through the jungle to Asterius. Your word, our hands. Just remember, you may be the strongest, but you're still a filthy wizard. Only true strength stands the test of time. The warlord will not stay dead. He'll come back for you.
Stone and fire upon blasting sand and winds. Nightmare made flesh. Cycle of life. Everything gets eaten at some point.
I have not. This is the furthest I've gotten solo.
Search him.
Infused crystals. Guilty.
You are so done. What? Another wizard?
Yeah.
You saved me. This might help you.
Yeah.
Tasty. Spoil of war. It still reeks of Azra's foul stench.
The Crimson Order brings peace. Rituals are a threat in the wrong hands. Magic must be controlled.
Everything gets eaten at some point.
The time to submit has passed.
When I gaze at the stars, I wonder, do they stare back at us? Tasty. Cycle of life. Everything gets eaten at some point. I should head back to their market. tastes like power.
Root slaves have... Hold the gates!
Yeah.
Finally didn't make it.
I'll take that.
Do not let them disturb the Sun King!
Didn't see that last time, but the final statue is him with Uchawi. Nope. I saw fish. Oh well. I was trying to avoid the shocky things and ended up missing food.
Because of you, I was born in a world offering me nothing but fear and slavery. Your Crimson Order clipped the wings of Talam and stained our minds with hatred. I am the burning hand of revenge. Today the Conqueror's dreams will be shattered.
Okay, so the elevator actually does make noise.
whispered in my dreams. Now he is everywhere, under my skin, between my thoughts. Tell me, slave of Uchawi, is she satisfied now? Was it worth the price?
The price was already too high before I could even curse your name.
I was on the brink. Just a little more tribute, more power, and Asterios will shine in its full glory. Then I will tame Absolum and shape Talon into perfection. Fight as equals. I will show you real power.
Rage Barrage!
I rule over time and space.
Yep, I'm not gonna be able to. If I got that fish, I maybe could have had a chance against the next boss, but. Unfortunately, I needed that Mother's Grace.
I rule over time itself.
Stay out of my way, pawn.
Death is just another step on your journey.
Yep.
You are enduring your challenges.
However, this well, I thought this would be open. I have to maybe go to the other ritual, maybe. I thought this final flame was tied to the other bosses, but maybe it's something else. might be that I have to do that upper path. Thought I had it figured out. I'm still missing a ritual, so I think that's something else.
Home is wherever your family finds refuge.
Let's have a look on your thread.
Hey. 3 challenges done. Maybe.
You found them! Great! Can I hug you? I mean, thank you, children of Atawi. I'll craft you magnificent crystals soon. You will love the result, I swear. If you bring me the right tools and ingredients.
So what does that quest even do? Maybe it unlocks later. Oh well. I need to go get something to eat. My head is starting to hurt, so this was fun. Thank you all for joining me. I will catch you in the stream tomorrow, which should be Wednesday BG3. So until then, take care. Be safe. Have a good evening. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. It does do a lot. And I will catch you in the next one. So bye for now.